Blaming the victims. Spurious scholarship and the Palestinian question. Edited by Edward W. Said and Christopher Hitchens. Contents. Introduction. Edward W. Said 1. Part 1 The Peters Affair 21. 1 Conspiracy of Praise. Edward W. Said 23. 2 Disinformation and the Palestine Question, the not-so-strange case of Joan Peters's from time immemorial Norman G. Finkelstein 33. Part 2 Myths Old and New 7. 1. 3 Broadcasts Christopher Hitchens 73. 4 Truth Whereby Nations Live Peretz Kidron 85. 5 Middle East Terrorism and the American Ideological System Noam Chomsky 97. 6 The Essential Terrorist Edward W. Said 149. Part 3 The Liberal Alternative 159. 7 Michael Walzer's Exodus and Revolution, a Canaanite reading Edward W. Said 161. Part 4 Scholarship Ancient and Modern 179. 8 Palestine, Ancient History and Modern Politics G.W. Bowersock 181. 9 Territorially Based Nationalism and the Politics of Negation Ibrahim Abu Lughad 193. 10 Palestinian Peasant Resistance to Zionism Before World War I Rashid Khalidi 207. 11 A Profile of the Palestinian People Edward W. Said, Ibrahim Abu Lughad, Janet L. Abu Lughad, Muhammad Halaj and Eliazurike 235. 17. Introduction. The conflict over Palestine is unusual in many different ways, principally of course because Palestine is not an ordinary place. An almost mythological territory saturated with religious ideology and endowed with overwhelming cultural significance, Palestine has been weighed down with historical as well as political meanings for many generations, peoples, and traditions. During the past century, however, it has been a site of actual all-out conflict between the Zionist movement and the non-Jewish native inhabitants of Palestine, who call themselves, Muslim or Christian, Palestinian Arabs. Yet even though the conflict between the two peoples has always been about possession of and sovereignty over the land, the struggle has also been intense in the public, international world a good distance from the eastern Mediterranean. This world has comprised international diplomacy, the various mass information systems that include representations in radio, print, journalism, television, and film, the domain of scholarship, history, sociology, cultural studies, political science, demography, economics, anthropology, philosophy, archaeology, and of course, the immensely combative, not always edifying, rhetorical interchange often referred to as propaganda. It is by no means an exaggeration to say that the establishment of Israel as a state in 1948 occurred partly because the Zionists acquired control of most of the territory of Palestine, and partly because they had already won the political battle for Palestine in the international world in which ideas, representations, rhetoric, and images were at issue. Since that time, Israel has expanded in size and in power. In 1967 it militarily acquired, and still holds, vast amounts of Arab land and people, including the entire mass of historical Palestine. Yet military occupation and the continued domination of a subjugated non-Jewish population could not have gone on for 2 decades without considerable outside support. Until World War II, Europe was the main outside arena for the struggle over Palestine. After World War II the site shifted to the United States, where Israel has acquired an astonishing, but far from uncontested dominion. Proportionate to its population, Israel is the recipient of more U.S. aid than any foreign state in history. It is estimated that every Israeli citizen today is subsidized by the U.S. at roughly $1,400 per annum. Each member of the Israeli military is underwritten by the U.S. at about $9,750 per year. Along with these munificent sums, which incidentally far exceed the U.S. federal subvention to many of its own disadvantaged citizens, has gone the equally significant U.S. political support, whose symptoms are unswerving solidarity with Israel in any international forum of significance, the Agreement on Strategic Coordination, which to a large extent explains the structure of covert organization in what has come to be called Iran or Contragate, and the way in which most candidates for elected office in the U.S. feel that it is required for them to declare unqualified support for Israel in order to be, and to remain, elected. As a whole, U.S. support for Israel is necessary for the Jewish state's functioning, which has become almost totally dependent on the U.S. Such facts are dramatic. Moreover, they have all sorts of implications not immediately evident. For one, violence against the Palestinians, who are the direct victims of Zionist theory and Israeli policy, is both enabled and fueled. When the U.S. Congress stipulates that because Israel is our ally and the only stable democracy in the Middle East, it also goes on to fund Israel at increasing levels year after year, this in turn tightens the grip of the occupation, allows the Israeli government to create more illegal and deeply provocative settlements to be established on the occupied territories of the West Bank and Gaza, the total exceeds 120, allows more Palestinian houses to be destroyed, more Palestinians to be jailed, killed, or deported, allows more Palestinian land to be expropriated, and allows Israel to make Palestinian life more difficult, more unlivable. For another, because attention to Israel has been institutionalized and because its valence is so positive in Western public life, there has been a tendency, in the U.S. especially, to associate resistance to Israel not 3. simply with terrorism and communism, but also with anti-Semitism. As the arguments for Israeli democracy increase in intensity, they have also tended to expand in sheer volume, so that the place of Palestinians in such public locales as the American television screen, the daily newspaper, the commercial film, shrinks to a few stereotypes: the mad Islamic zealot, the gratuitously violent killer of innocents, the desperately irrational and savage primitive. None of these things are facts of nature, so to speak, nor are they inevitable. They are the result of effort and a great deal of hard work, in which many sometimes coordinated, sometimes contradictory processes are involved, in which men and women commit themselves to political goals both in Israel and abroad, where, as I noted above, support for Israel is absolutely crucial. The main thing about this today is not that it takes place, but that it takes place with considerable resistance and increasing difficulty. We must now do an abrupt volte-face and bring to the front another, far less well-known set of processes, the resistance, both cultural and political, to Zionist success. In the main, the resistance has its source in Palestinian efforts to retain contact with their land and to survive furious onslaughts against Palestinian life. Elsewhere in the world, movements of colonial settlement envisaged both a subordinate and exploitative role for the natives. The Zionists were novel in that they saw the Palestinians as subordinates but excluded them from a meaningful existence. They were considered to be inconsequential nomads who neglected the land before 1948. After Israel was established as a state for the Jewish people and not as the state of its citizens, Palestinians were juridically relegated to the status of non-Jews. Thus, to be a Palestinian during the first 2 decades of Israel's existence either meant exile for the 780,000 Palestinians who were driven out in 1948, or it meant an indecent subaltern existence within Israel for the remnant of 120,000 who managed to stay on. The horrifying details of that life were first revealed to the world in Sabri Girias's Pioneering the Arabs in Israel, 1976, which was complemented in 1979 by Eliazuraik's The Palestinians in Israel, a study in internal colonialism, 1976. Both men, it is worth noting, are themselves products of life as members of the Palestinian minority. A moving personal analogue to both works is Fouzi al-Asmar's To Be an Arab in Israel, 1975. Here we must backtrack still further. Almost from the moment that the State of Israel came into being in 1948, and although the preparations were made well before that time, the West was deluged with a whole series of narratives and images that acquired the solidity and the legitimacy of truth. In spite of the presence of a comfortable 67% majority of Palestinian Arabs who owned over 90% of the land in 1948, This was after decades of Jewish immigration and settlement. The world heard of an empty territory whose inhabitants brutishly opposed Jewish settlement in Zion even after the Holocaust had occurred. Thereafter the myths proliferated and formed a system which, in the West at least, it became inordinately difficult to deny. The Arabs left Palestine because their leaders told them to. The Arabs were out to destroy the Jewish state, and since they were already in league with Hitler, their opposition to Israel was essentially racist and fascist. Israel was a democracy whose right to existence was religious, was morally correct, since no one had suffered more than the Jews, was historically inevitable, since the whole world had promised empty Palestine to these enlightened Jewish liberals from Europe, was, above all, politically attractive since it seemed to embody every conceivable cliché about pioneers, ingenious scientists, intrepid humanitarians, and noble fighters. Israel was the target of terrorist attacks which far exceeded in number and savagery anything it inflicted upon its enemies both before and since 1948, and Israel has stood for progress and peace, whereas its Arab enemies are medieval Muslim fanatics, irrational murderers, contemptible hypocrites. To these notions there came to be added such extensions or elaborations of the main system as, the Palestinians do not exist, Jordan is really Palestine, the Arabs use the Palestinians as a way of hating Jews or of being gratuitously nasty. Yet there was always plenty of evidence to refute most, if not all these myths, myths whose principal purpose was not only to gain support for Israel, but also to conceal the appalling human cost to the Palestinians of Israel's successes. There were always real, live Palestinians. There were census figures, land-holding records, newspaper and radio accounts, eyewitness reports, and of course the sheer physical traces of Arab life in Palestine before and after 1948. Anyone who was interested in finding out whether the Palestinians fled because their leaders told them to could have verified the claim by consulting the record, or by actually quoting a documented source on a specific day. Neither exercise seemed necessary. Similarly, it would have been possible to check and see if Arabs had made declarations about peace or not, or whether Arab terrorism could compare in results either with the terrorism of the Stern Gang, the Haganah and the Irgun, or with Israeli 5. Claims of purity of arms, whether in fact it was correct, just, or historically inevitable that land owned by one people could be promised over to, and then taken militarily by, another people, the enlightened West applauding the conquerors, and blaming or ignoring the victims almost entirely. Somehow the myths have led a life of their own. Today, they appear more sublimely absurd than they did 4 decades ago, and still they keep appearing. Consider for example an adulatory piece on David Ben-Gurion by Shimon Peres, Prime Minister of Israel at the time. Writing in the New York Times Magazine October 5, 1986, Peres still can find it in himself despite history, despite the presence of nearly 5 million Palestinians, to speak of Palestine and the Palestinians as if they and their land were discovered by the incoming Zionists. The land to which they came, while indeed the Holy Land, was desolate and uninviting, a land that had been laid waste, thirsty for water, filled with swamps and malaria, lacking in natural resources. And in the land itself there lived another people. Note that Peres does not even feel the need to name that people, a people who neglected the land, but who lived on it. Indeed, the return to Zion was accompanied by ceaseless violent clashes with the small Arab population. Note here how the Palestinians have become a small Arab population instead of what in fact they were, the overwhelming majority in Palestine right up until the founding of Israel in May 1948, whereupon hundreds of thousands of them were forcibly compelled to leave with the small population in Israel. Note how Peres speaks of Israel, not Palestine, despite the fact that at the time Israel did not exist, and with the Arab states that incited them and fought alongside them. Note here that the Prime Minister of Israel has entirely transformed the people of Palestine into the mere tool of the Arab states who incited them, as if to say that on their own the Palestinians would either have left or would not have resisted the incoming Zionist settlers. As ideological weapons, Such notions had the effect early on of reducing reality in Palestine for Western audiences and policy makers to a simple binary system. On one side stood the gallant Zionists who were like us, on the other a mass of undifferentiated natives with whom it was impossible for us to identify. With the Zionists there came to be associated not just the good, the true, and the beautiful, but a definite human image of the white settler hewing civilization out of the wilderness, an image that itself drew upon cultural sources in American Puritanism, with its strong philo-Semitic biases, in the 19th century adventure narratives by Europeans about Africa and Latin America, and in the great modernist epics of the self-made or self-fashioned hero. The extraordinary success of popular films like Exodus, tied to innumerable episodes of underdog Israelis overcoming immense odds, fostered the astonishing idea more or less prevalent nearly everywhere in the West, that the real victims of the Middle East were the Israeli Jews, whose good-humored ingenious pluck gained them respite from continued Arab threats to throw the Jews into the sea. It was lost, alas, on every Western pundit in 1982 that the Palestinians were being driven into the sea as they exited Beirut, and that it was Palestinians not Israeli Jews who were being massacred in miserable refugee camps. But by then the world had begun only very slowly to take notice of the reality of Palestinian resistance, and Israeli brutality, even though the narrative of Palestinian history was still largely underground. This, I think, is a very important point. The story of Zionist achievements in Israel has a steady, reassuring pulse to it. It is continuous, it is peopled with recognizably human figures who are themselves tied to justly great and justly famous Jews in the West, Einstein, Freud, Chagall, Rubinstein, and so on. It can have a universal validity imputed to or felt in it. The people who speak the narrative represent a world the average Westerner knows. Zionist history as incarnated in the narrative of modern Jewish achievements in short is official, or semi-official. Only a native or an alien terrorist and troublemaker will feel uncomfortable with it. And indeed most Palestinians speaking their history are unlikely to be of, however much they may be in, the West. Their language is Arabic, their religion Islam or Eastern Christianity, their culture decidedly un-Western. Whereas for the Israeli Jew it has long been possible to describe the agonies of the Holocaust and the restitution provided by the return to Zion, for the Palestinian there is no vast historical tragedy of apocalyptic proportions to draw on, and certainly no vindicated return. The Palestinian disaster, or Nakba, is human, the destruction of a society, the dispossession and painfully secular, mundane exile that followed, the loss to Zionism of the right even to have a history and a political identity. Most of all the Palestinian has suffered because he or she has been unknown, an unacknowledged victim, and worse, a victim blamed not only for his or her disasters, but for those of others as well. But even though the Palestinians underwent difficult and, 7. May confidently be said, maddeningly unjust times, the people did not disappear, nor in all the intermittent defeats did they cry enough or give up on being Palestinian. During the first years after 1948 the so-called remnant who were Israeli citizens attempted to forge links with progressive movements in Israel, and they established organizations like Al-Ard, the Land, to foster Palestinian culture and traditions, in minority opposition. For their part the exiles in the Arab world joined Nasserism, they became Baathists or communists, or they went underground and started Palestinian organizations that fought Arab states and Israel alike. The slow emergence of a post-1948 Palestinian literature began its course in the 1960s with the first important works by Mahmoud Darwish, Fadwe Tukan, Ghassan Kanafani, Jabra Jabra, Sami Al-Qasim, and others. We are only now beginning to fathom the massive upheavals in the Arab world, Israel, and the West that followed upon the June 1967 war. But for the Palestinians, 1967 meant the Israeli conquest of the West Bank and Gaza, and therefore the loss of the whole of historical Palestine. Yet 1967 spurred the unmistakable rise of an independent Palestinian national movement, and with that in the realm of culture and ideology, the beginnings of a fully fledged Palestinian discourse. All these things coincided with the new power of the Palestine Liberation Organization, established in 1964, but after 1967 taken seriously as a major force in regional and international politics. Although in the wake of its clashes with host states, Jordan and Lebanon, the PLO left behind it a tragic legacy of civil war, destruction, and resentment, it also had the paradoxical effect of uniting the variously dispersed and dispossessed Palestinian people for the first time in their history. In 1974 at the Rabat Arab Summit, the PLO was declared the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. After a decade and a half of more devastation and dissension, the PLO nevertheless won the acknowledgement and unprecedented support of the people, as signified by the convening of the 1987 Palestine National Council in Algiers. Today, the PLO is recognized by over 100 governments throughout the world, and with the exception of the US and Israel, it is universally considered not only to represent Palestinians but also to be an essential partner in any meaningful peace between the Arabs and Israel. The June War led to the October War of 1973, as well as the Camp David agreements of 1979, and the invasions of Lebanon in 1978 and 1982. Elsewhere in the region, the Islamic Revolution in 8. Iran and the Iran-Iraq War provided more evidence of what 1967 truly portended, that both the state structure established by the great colonial powers after World War I, and the politics in the region by which the West essentially ruled the Middle East, were beginning either to dissolve or to spill over borders. Islamic Iran and Zionist Israel have emerged as transnational powers, curiously dependent upon the Western economy, intransigently independent of Western tutelage at the same time. Similarly, the Palestinian movement has also acquired a powerful international dimension, associated with the kind of liberationist nationalism embodied in the great anti-imperialist movements of Africa, Asia, and Latin America. As for the Arab state system, one could perceive in it a host of mediocre and/or corrupt authoritarian regimes, incapable of protecting their borders, sullenly reliant upon internal security forces to quell their native populations and suppress their democratic rights, unable either to handle their oil revenues or later their dwindling resources, and stagnating independence upon the U.S., which for its part ignored their protestations while it despised their aspirations in favor of Israel's. Even this rapid sketch of recent political history provides enough background for understanding the new complex and highly mobile dialectic between Israel and the Palestinians. Whereas before 1967 it had been possible for Israel and its supporters to ignore the Palestinians as so many incidental obstacles to its progress, after 1967 the new chorus of official Israeli and Zionist denials, of spurious scholarship, of rewritten histories takes on a grotesque, almost parodistic garishness, completely at odds with the realities. For in fact the latest confrontation between Israel and the Palestinians was conducted simultaneously on two levels. On the ground, so to speak, it was the contest between an openly colonialist movement, which Zionism had always been. Now the colonialism was finally and ironically exposed to view before a post-colonial world, and a nationalist insurgency. On the second level, in ideological, political and cultural terms, it was a struggle between a movement stripped of its promise and now mired in interminable problems of economic dependence, colonial occupation, increasing militarization, and sheer holding on, and on the other side, a burgeoning revolutionary bloc directly affiliated with numerous Third World liberation movements, coming to consciousness and its own history in all sorts of new ways. Without wishing to change these formulations, I hasten to add, however, that some thoughtful Israelis and Palestinians who 9. groped for humane modalities of coexistence did come together after 1967, despite the tyranny of the overall contest. And many realized that even though the Zionists followed the pattern of earlier colonizers, Israeli Jews were not in fact white South Africans, or French Algerians. Israel was a real state with a real society. The dawning awareness all around was of two peoples locked in a terrible struggle over the same territory, in which one, bent beneath a horrific past of systematic persecution and extermination, was in the position of an oppressor towards the other people, whose claims were hastening the polarization and desperation of every member of the community. Consider what it now means, that an entire generation of Palestinians and Israelis has only known direct military occupation or, in the case of many among the group of exiled Palestinians, life as stateless refugees, subject to the vagaries of Arab politics, great power cynicism, and the murderous intent of their enemies. I have remarked the dominance of the Zionist viewpoint in Western cultural discourse. Now we must describe the inflections and pressures of that dominance in more detail, at the same time noting the gradual diminishments and restraints imposed upon it by a spirited Palestinian resistance to its spurious, often flagrantly preposterous arguments. One or two things stand out. First is the extraordinary discrepancy between official Zionist discourse, as spun out by institutions, designated spokespersons, apologists, and polemicists, and unofficial Zionist work. Some of the young Israeli revisionist historians who have emerged in the mid-80s, Tom Segev, Benny Morris, and so on, are Zionists, but their work is done with a genuine will to understand the past. What they say about the horrors of 1948 they say openly without a desire to lie or conceal the past. Their counterparts in the establishment still operate with the old scruples. For them, Palestinians are Arabs, that is, they are either terrorists when they resist or menials when they don't. In any event, the old MYMS about 1948 are for them to be maintained regardless. Even more striking, however, is the discrepancy between American and Israeli Zionist discourse. There is a great deal more debate, more freedom of discussion among Israelis than among American Zionists, whose shameless adulation of Israel is almost limitless. Moreover, during the 1980s, as the Reagan presidency has embarked on a series of retrograde adventures throughout the world, increasing its aid to dictatorships and right-wing insurgencies, finding a terrorist under every bush and signs of the 10. Empire of evil wherever the U.S. did not reign supreme, American Zionists swung sharply to the right. Doubtless there are similar divagations to be observed in the United Kingdom and Western Europe generally, but what makes the American case so notable is of course the unrivaled power and relevance of U.S. support for Israel. In effect then, the American Zionist community of support for Israel was transformed by the mid-1970s into a uniquely disciplined and tactically superb actor on the American political scene. During the Reagan years, the lobby, as it was called by Edward Tivnan, the author of a 1987 book by that name, could call on virtually the entire Congress to support, or oppose, given pieces of legislation. Major figures in the Senate and the House, Cranston, Inouye, Specter, Caston, Leahy, Sanford, Fasell, Levine, Obey, Fagan, Walp, and many others, were indebted to money from Jewish PACs. See the two long articles on congressional funding activities of the Israeli lobby in the New York Times, 6 and July 7, 1987, others, like Kennedy, Moynihan, D'Amato, Dodd, and Salars, in addition to presidential contenders, Cuomo, Biden, Kemp, Dole, were unswerving adherents of the essentially right-wing Zionist vision of things. Their tenets were that Israel was always right no matter what it did, that the Palestinians were negligible, that terrorism was the major issue in the Middle East. Insofar as these simplistic and incoherent formulas meant that Israel could continue with practices on the West Bank and Gaza that were routinely condemned as barbarism, apartheid, or totalitarianism elsewhere, in Afghanistan and South Africa for instance, then so be it. The honorable exceptions to these scandals of conscience and minimally honorable politics are Jesse Jackson and a tiny handful of black or genuinely liberal, elected officials. This sort of concentrated power in American political society has also radiated influences onto civil society, with noteworthy results. The more powerful the lobby grew in America since 1967, the more it drew attention to itself, the more resistance it fostered. So that as such organizations as the Anti-Defamation League, ADL, and the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, tried to crush any dissent on Israel in American public life, the more dissent appeared. A pioneering work on Zionist Attempts to control opinion and discussion was Alfred Lilienthal's The Zionist Connection, which appeared in 1978. The book's merit was to expose instances of suppression and falsification by which publishing houses, journals, newspapers, radio, and television 1. Stations succumbed to pressure and refrained from disseminating anything that might detract from Israel's faultless reputation as a model state. Although Lilienthal's book named names and gave facts and figures, it was largely ignored in the mainstream press, which preferred not to take up the challenge to its own flaunted independence represented by Lilienthal's book. Yet Lilienthal's fate did not stop others, who have considerably increased in number. Recent exposes of the Zionist lobby at work have been Noam Chomsky's The Fateful Triangle, 1983, and Paul Findley's They Dared to Speak Out, 1985, while the magnitude of American Jewish dissonance with the Zionist center has steadily amplified. It is now possible to see clearly the established pattern by which supporters of Israel do two things when they write and organize: they reproduce the official party line on Israel, or they go after delinquents who threaten to disturb the idol. There is a dialectical opposite to this pattern, however. Critics and opponents of the Zionist lobby in civil society take as their tasks first to decode the myths, then to present the record of facts in as neutral a way as possible. Although I shall return to these critical tasks in a moment, the point I want to make here is that nothing, literally nothing, about Palestine can go without proof, contention, dispute, and controversy in American civil society. It is as if even the narrative of Palestinian history is not tolerable, and therefore must be told and retold innumerable times. The starkest example of the attack on the notion of a Palestinian identity has been Joan Peters's book From Time Immemorial, a work deluged with praise in the US, yet almost completely ignored in Israel. Peters's argument, that the Palestinians are really Arabs from neighboring states who came to Palestine between 1946 and 1948 because they were attracted by the prosperity of Zionist settlement, dissolves the Palestinians as a people into a cloud of historical fantasy. Awarded a prize by the Jewish Book Society, it was hailed as a historical event by professional historians, such as Barbara Tuchman, and important luminaries, such as Saul Bellow, even when the book was shown to be riven with plagiarism, misquotations, and massive distortions of fact and figures. Peters's book and the vogue of works on terrorism have as their immediate source the 1982 Israeli invasion of Lebanon. For the first time in the 20th century West, Israel, and its supporters, were embarrassed by the extraordinary spectacle furnished by the siege of Beirut, displayed in all its gory detail on the evening television news. The subsequent massacres at Sabra and Shatila, the gradual breakdown in U.S.-Lebanese policy, the surprising 12. Resilience of the Palestinians, whose nationalism, according to General Sharon, was to be smashed once and for all in Beirut and elsewhere, the defeat of Begin. All these exacerbated the political and cultural excesses of the Zionist organizations. AIPAC and ADL both published enemies lists and handbooks for combating anyone whose criticism of Israel seemed to be getting too much attention. Some of the Zionist groups went after the media, the Washington Post and NBC in particular, for their alleged anti-Semitic biases in coverage of the Lebanon War. Gradually, and as if by coordinated prior agreement, two major themes began to emerge in the Zionist polemic: 1. That criticism of Israel was nothing less than a resurgence of classical anti-Semitism, and 2. That armed or cultural resistance to Israel conducted by Palestinians was in essence terrorism and only terrorism. Underlying these intransigently unrealistic notions is, I think, the perhaps more unpalatable reality that official Zionism, as embodied in Israeli state policy and in the discourse of its loyalists in the West, has no military option against the Palestinians, who seem destined to remain irritatingly before Israel, challenging Zionist settlements, vociferously protesting and fighting the abrogation of their rights, popping up in precisely those places, the West Bank, Gaza, and Lebanon, for instance, where they were supposed to have been defeated. But there is a deeper problem. The rhetorical, as well as ethical, Concomitant of this apparent impasse is that the ideals of classical Zionism, which had seduced the West and a great many Jews with their promise, seemed now at best to deliver only verbal assurances to a shrinking, less credulous audience. Far from being a light among the nations, Israel had become, along with the United States, an international pariah, trafficking with South Africa, the Shah's Iran, Somoza's Nicaragua, Marcos's Philippines, and every retrograde regime in the Third World. Intellectuals who might claim to be progressive in their support for Israel now have to submit their arguments to extraordinary contortions in order to maintain the fiction that Israel is still a liberal cause. One example of this special form of the treason de clerks is Michael Walzer, the American left political theorist who, along with other progressives, Alan Dershowitz, Irving Howe, Martin Peretz, excused Israel for actions condemned everywhere else. Thus you could be against preventive detention, collective punishment, colonialism, preemptive war, racist immigration laws, oppressive rental and housing laws everywhere in the world, but be for them in Israel. All this was justified as intimacy and solidarity with one's community. 13. Roughly the same sort of suppleness is applied in dealing with terrorism and religious enthusiasm. Because Israel is manifestly a state run on largely religious theses, and because it is perfectly true that many of the ugliest aspects of modern atavism are presided over by priests and mullahs as well as rabbis, it proved to be a wise Zionist rearguard tactic to attack Islamic fundamentalism and excuse the others. Rabbi Kahane has proved a convenient whipping boy for these cautious progressives. He can be attacked publicly as an aberration, whereas many of the ideas he proposes now, e.g. forced expulsion of Arabs, have been canonical dogmas of Zionist thought and practice for many decades. As for terrorism, it too has proven a handsome device. Writing in Le Monde Diplomatique in February 1986, Amnon Kapeliuk notes that as Palestinian nationalism acquired regional and international credibility in the mid-1970s, Israeli officials consciously adopted the policy of characterizing it as terrorism. No one would deny that criminal violence existed, nor that the deliberate killing of innocents is an appalling crime. The problem is that use of the word terrorism was a political weapon designed to protect the strong, and eliminate from memory exploits of former terrorists like Begin and Shamir who now run Israel, as well as to legitimize official military action against innocents. So unmistakable has the Israeli imprint been on the word terrorism that in the New York Times of July 11, 1987, reporter Stephen Engelberg described President Reagan as having been greatly influenced by the Benjamin Netanyahu collection on terrorism. This is the book published in 1985 that connected terrorism with Islam, the Palestinians, and the KGB, even to the extent of learning from the book's pages how other presidents had bypassed the Congress to pursue private initiatives of their own. Let us return now to the oppositional work done by critics of Israeli Zionist policy. I have been saying that dominance has accrued to the Zionist viewpoint in Western, and especially, American cultural discourse. I have also been saying that because the viewpoint itself has been always, if not with convenient enough visibility, contested by Palestinians, its peculiar blindnesses, its ideological weaknesses to say the least, its outrageous falsifications, have come under increasing attack, again under the aegis of Palestinian resistance. Here we must distinguish between the scholarly and the popular. In general, it is true to say that prevalent Western modes of scholarly writing about the Middle East have always been part of the politics of the region, particularly so far as the links between American scholarship and policy have been. 14. Concerned. Today it is reasonable to argue that many, but certainly not all, of the specialists who deal with the Middle East in a and v of its aspects, are adversely affected by the Zionist-Palestinian conflict. Most of the traditional Orientalists tend to have been carried by the Zionist worldview, so long as the view prevailed on the ground and in Washington. There was a kind of discreetly reflective symmetry in the fact that the Arabist officials of the Israeli military occupation have been graduates of university departments of Oriental Studies in Israel and the West. Therefore, again I generalize, books or articles that suggested the reality and independent validity of an Arab Islamic culture, that recognized the human rights of the Arabs as a people, that therefore sympathized with the Palestinian side of the conflict were extremely rare in the West. Among the few exceptions were the studies of A.L. Tabawi and Albert Hourani, highly respected academic historians whose work was done in England. In America their counterpart was Philip Hitty. Things began to change after 1967. Let us put aside the question of whether sources available in Arabic were suddenly more accessible in London, Paris, or New York. As I suggested earlier, it is still difficult for an Arab poet or novelist to get his or her work translated into English because Arabic is considered by most Western publishers to be a controversial language. The same law applies to Arabic scholarly or journalistic work. Some work on the Palestinians was available in English before 1967. We must remember that the crucial issue for any discussion of Palestine has to be 1948, or rather what happened in 1948. Yet few books or articles that discussed 1948 from the Arab perspective circulated easily in the Western archive, even though a few very good ones were available but unused before 1967, e.g. George Antonius's The Arab Awakening and Sami Haydai's Bitter Harvest. Two important inaugural works in the post-1967 period, done with impeccable scholarly distinction, appeared as edited by Ibrahim Abu Lughad, the first, in 1969, A Dissenting Arab View of 1967, The Arab-Israeli Confrontation of 1967, the second, a fastidiously documented study by many hands, The Transformation of Palestine, 1971. Both were published by Northwestern University Press, a fact which of course meant that they had a chance of reaching a wider Western audience. The post-1967 period produced a number of Arab American organizations whose declared purpose was advancing the Arab and Palestinian viewpoint in Western culture. Similar organizations sprang up in Western Europe. In some cases this meant that 15. Translated works from Arabic and Hebrew originals began at last to appear. In others, it meant making suppressed or unfamiliar Zionist texts available as negative evidence of what Israeli apologists had concealed for so long. In still others it meant providing a forum for dissenting or unorthodox scholars both to speak and to meet each other. Most of the time the new organizations, the Association of Arab American University Graduates chief among them, organized the expatriate Arab communities of the West and enabled them to support academic and popular work that in effect produced the Arab and Palestinian as creatures of secular history for the first time in the West. In addition, a whole generation of Palestinian and Arab writers became known in the West: Mahmoud Darwish, Emil Habibi, Tawfiq Zayyat, Ghassan Kanafani, Emil Tuma, Sahar Khalif, Sadiq Alizam, Elias Khoury, and many others. Thanks to these efforts, Arab Studies Quarterly, the Journal of Palestine Studies, the AAUG newsletter, along with Marip Reports, the Review of Middle East Studies, published in England, Gazelle, The Link, all these were part of the general critique of Zionist hegemony, and the platforms for new positive and critical work on the Arab and Palestinian realities. In addition, following in the line of Judah Magnus, the great critical efforts of non- or anti-Zionist Jews like Elmer Berger, Israel Shahak, Noam Chomsky, Maxime Rodinson, Livia Rocock, I.F. Stone, many of them sponsored or directly encouraged by Arab efforts in the West, made such things as the Sherrod Papers, Dov Yirmiya's 1982 War Diary, Kapiliuk's profound study of Sabra and Shatila, as well as a whole mass of unknown documents from the Zionist archive, visible in the clear light of day, forever dismissing the myth of Zionist innocence. For a time these counter-archival works encountered debate and a much hoped-for engagement with the other side. This seemed to be required so long as the PLO had a strong base in Beirut, so long as the Palestinian issue remained central to policy discussions in the West about the future of the Middle East. Since 1982, the beginnings of the Iran-Iraq War, and indeed since the Reagan presidency and the establishment of terrorism as the US favorite policy target, there has been a retreat. Debate is avoided, discussion muted or forbidden, serious attention diverted. Whereas it was once a valid Zionist enterprise to do textual analyses of documents like the Palestinian National Covenant or resolutions of the Palestine National Council, the shoddier alternative now is to rely on slogans like the Palestinian terrorist. 16. Organization and on outright defamation whenever intellectual engagement with the Palestinians is unavoidable. Frequently, instead of replying to an argument or attempting to refute facts, the Zionist mouthpiece simply attacks one's ethnic identity, he's a Palestinian, or a self-hating Jew, after all, or one's general political tendency, he's a well-known left apologist. A description of the post-1982 period would not be complete without some account of how the dismal slide into sectarianism and provincial nationalism in the Arab world has negated the achievements of earlier post-colonial generations. Internationally, the Arab states have been in almost total disarray as a result. Many have adopted a supine, even cringingly obeisant attitude to the U.S., the nadir, in symbolism and reality. Of all such postures was the funding of the Nicaraguan Contras by Saudi Arabia. Most Arab regimes have given up entirely on the idea of Arab unity, with dire consequences for Palestine. In some instances they have adopted stringent local measures against Palestinians, Egypt, Jordan, Tunisia, Morocco. In others they directly colluded with Israel and the religious right, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon. It is generally true, I think, that the underlying tension between the potential Catholicity of Palestinian Arab nationalism and Arab regime nativism has flared up more consistently after 1982 than before. One tiny example gives a flavor of the atmosphere. A profile of the Palestinian people commissioned by the United Nations in 1983, and included in this collection of essays, was blocked by a number of Arab states because, they alleged, the profile's premises were too extraterritorial. The only Palestinians acceptable to these regimes are those on the West Bank and Gaza. The rest are to be forgotten. But as the dispersed and complex realities of Palestinian life forced themselves upon the world, and as the official Israel position seemed embarrassing or vacant, the Cold War and its reconstituted ideology furnished ready all-purpose substitutes for thought, especially in the U.S. Happily these did not get in everyone's way. A new generation of scholars actually learned the relevant languages, read the texts, were interested in the people of the Arab Middle East. Orientalist dogmas were beginning everywhere to be under rigorous attack. The new critical methodologies, and their attendant political attitudes, made short shrift of such lazy platitudes as the Arab mind or Islamic society. Marxism, feminism, hermeneutics, deconstruction and cultural theory rendered old habits obsolete. Novel structures appeared all across the humanistic and social science disciplines. Finally, it 17. Began to be acceptable to regard the conjunction between power and knowledge as a reality to be confronted and examined, not something to be hidden beneath egregious guild politesse. In this invigorated context the center was held by the discussion of the Palestinian issue, albeit not always explicitly. If, for instance, the theoretical ground was a general discussion of recovered history, of suppressed narratives and outlawed or marginal peoples, many made the direct connection between the general subject and one of its most striking instances. Thus it became a source of embarrassment for intellectuals who opposed the Contras and supported the Sandinistas, who organized against nuclear proliferation and for disarmament, who preached divestment in South Africa and disengagement with authoritarian as well as totalitarian clients, who spoke up for women's rights everywhere in the world, that they continued to ignore Palestinian rights and Israeli behavior, to bypass no peace issue except the bitter conflict between Palestinian Arabs and Israeli Jews, to suggest that any critical and honest discussion of Israel would lose important Jewish support for major progressive stands. Thus an invigilated discussion slowly opened up, although it often took oppositional forms and was conducted in counter-institutional places. Student and university lecture platforms, church meeting halls, consciously anti-establishment publications were the main venues, since there has been very little change in the mainstream media or in the principal officially sanctioned cultural sites. As I said above, One of the main foci has been the imperative to restore history to the Palestinians, something they have been doing for themselves all along, but in which Western scholarship has been lagging behind. There is still an extraordinarily remarkable shortcoming in this new and generally excellent scholarship, namely, the relative absence of Arab sources incorporated into the disciplinary discourses. For at least 15 years there has been, for example, a burgeoning of material, some of it both valuable as documentary evidence and first-rate as literature, on Palestinian society around and during 1948, the work of Bayan al-Hout, Eli Sanbar, Nafis Nizal, Elias Shaufani, the memoirs of various important personages, the development here and there of people's narratives, and so on. In addition, the Palestine Research Center, whose archives were carted off, and later returned, by the Israeli army from West Beirut in September 1982, has compiled geographical, political, sociological, and demographic material on pre-1948 Palestinian society. Its journal Shu'un Filastiniya brought out a rich series of interviews. 18. Autobiographical reflections, oral testimonies, all of them by actors, some important some modest, in the various dramas of Palestine. Very little of all this material in Arabic seems either to be known or used. This suggests that the prevailing research norms that require Western witnesses as the only dependable or credible evidence continue largely unchallenged. Apart from that, however, the advances are considerable on a very wide front. A great deal is now known about late 19th century Arab Palestine. Skillful use of Ottoman, British, and Zionist archives confirms the presence in Palestine of a flourishing and relatively politicized society. The old and much urged notion, that Palestinian nationalism was created out of the encounter with Zionism, has long been put to rest, as has the idea that Palestinian identity was never anything more than an undifferentiated component in the Ottoman Empire and/or the early Arab nationalist movement. Good research on the importance of the Palestinian issue within the Arab world well before it became a rallying cry for governments, has brought order to the disorder that once ruled, in which Zionist and Orientalist scholars were charging that Palestine was a trumped-up issue used by governments for their own cynical purpose. In fact, Palestine was a popular issue forced upon unwilling or impotent governments who had to respond to mass pressures from below. None of this would have had the basic force it now has without fundamental research on the demographic and land-holding statistics of Palestine. Here too, important research by such scholars as Janet Abu-Lughod, Justin McCarthy, and Alexander Skolch has firmly established the consistent pattern of majority Arab settlement in Palestine many generations before the Zionist influx during the late 19th and early 20th centuries. It is also important to note that there have been significant Palestinian-sponsored efforts to take research into the Western metropolis itself. These efforts are a sustained counterpoint to research into the Palestinian and Arab past. The Institute of Palestine Studies in Washington, for example, has published a weighty volume, written by Lee O'Brien, American Jewish Organizations and Israel, 1986, that meticulously studies all the great American Jewish organizations. Similarly, the International Center for Research and Public Policy, also in Washington, has produced an invaluable series of monographs on international public opinion and the Palestine question. The results are startling since it is now quite clear that even in America the consensus is solidly in favor of Palestinian self-determination, on Israeli 1. 9. Arabism, on Israeli state terrorism, and the like. And as more is discovered about the Palestinians, more is uncovered about Israel. We should note a series of new studies, beginning with Jane Hunter's monthly publication Israeli Foreign Affairs, whose documentation of Israeli history and politics lifts the last veils off the hidden past. Simha Flapan's important book The Birth of Israel, Myths and Realities, 1987, is a major monument by the recently deceased Zionist socialist, Benjamin Beit-Hallomy's The Israeli Connection, 1987, is another work of contemporary history certain to activate much debate and disenchantment. A huge amount of work obviously remains to be done, and as the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza enters its third decade, one realizes that the magnitude of liberation required can only be accomplished by great and concerted effort. The thing to be remembered, however, is that nothing, and certainly not a colonial fact, is irreversible. There are greatly encouraging signs of a notable change of attitude in numerous Israelis, and some of their Jewish and non-Jewish Western supporters. The Palestinians have since 1974 premised their political work and organization on the notion of joint community for Arabs and Jews in Palestine, as more Zionists see the wisdom of that option. As opposed to continued militarization and inconclusive war, there will have to be more joint political and scholarly work by like-minded people. This collection of essays is presented in advancement of that goal. Edward W. said. New York, July 1987. Part 1. The Peters Affair. 1. Edward W. said. Joan Peters's book, From Time Immemorial, The Origins of Arab-Jewish Conflict over Palestine, was published by Harper & Row in the spring of 1984. Its jacket was covered with endorsements from Barbara W. Tuchman, Saul Bellow, Angie Erbiddle-Duke, Philip M. Hauser, Elie Wiesel, Lucy Davidovich, Paul Cowan, Barbara Probst-Solomon and Arthur J. Goldberg. Each endorsement testified to the book's immense importance. Tuchman described it as a historical event in itself, and Bellow modestly stated that millions of people the world over, smothered by false history and propaganda, will be grateful for this clear account of the origins of the Palestinians. After 8 hardcover printings, Harper & Row has now issued a paperback edition of the book, bearing all these endorsements, minus that of Barbara Probst-Solomon, plus a new one from Theodore H. White. With only 2 exceptions, From Time Immemorial received favorable reviews in the American press. Though, as we shall see, its reception in Britain and Israel was almost uniformly negative. Everyone, except for those 2 reviewers and Robert Olson, who dismissed the book in American Historical Review, commented on Peters's astonishingly thorough scholarship and her unprecedented findings. That assessment was made by relative amateurs, Walter Reich in The Atlantic and Timothy Foote in '77, Washington Post, as well as by seasoned pros, Daniel Pipes in Commentary, Ronald Sanders in The New Republic and John Campbell in The New York Times. The general impression was that Joan Peters had at last done all the work necessary to settle. 23. 24. One of the most vexing and persistent problems of the 20th century. No longer could a scholar or propagandist argue that the Palestinians, Peters entitled everyone to enclose the designation of a people in the quotation marks of suspicion, were in fact a real people with a real history in Palestine. Her book asserted that their national as well as actual existence, and consequently their claims on Israel, were at best suspect and at worst utter fabrication. In other words, From Time Immemorial relieved Israel and its supporters of responsibility for the refugees created by the establishment of the Jewish state in 1948, and for the subject people of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Although From Time Immemorial is clearly relevant to the contemporary debate about the Middle East in the United States, its peculiar distinction is to present itself as a full-scale history of origine of the Palestine problem, which ventures to prove that the Palestinians are and have always been propaganda. How that strikes those of us who have memories of communal life in Haifa, Jerusalem, Safed, Jaffa, and Nazareth before 1948 I shall leave to the reader's imagination. Peters claims that a careful rereading of demographic evidence shows that the British, and of course the Arabs, suppressed evidence about the number of illegal Arab immigrants in Palestine before 1948. She argues that most of the 1948 refugees were in reality people who had not come to Palestine until 1946 and who therefore cannot possibly be considered true inhabitants of Palestine from time immemorial. In any case, she says, their number has always been inflated for propaganda purposes, a fairly routine Israeli claim in the 1950s and 1960s, now discarded. As for the tiny handful of real Arab inhabitants in uninhabited Palestine, they did a lot of what Peters calls immigrating, moving from place to place in Palestine, and were therefore little more than nomads. Given the history of Arab hatred of Jews, which Peters rehearses in much detail, she concludes that the Palestinians, who had been attracted by Jewish prosperity to those parts of Palestine from which they were later evicted, are a trick foisted on Israel and the rest of the gullible world merely to expedite the malevolent designs of Arab and Muslim antisemitism. Besides, she says, since many Jews expelled from the Arab world came to Israel after 1948, there was, at the very least, parity in the movements of dispossessed people in and out of Palestine. Nor is this all. Peters tells us that her research was carried out in a spirit of sympathy with the Arab refugees, that she visited them in their miserable camps and studied their history, culture, and leaders at close range. That protestation was made much of by reviewers who found that it gave her conclusions the credibility of a genuine discoverer, arrived at by compassionate research. So obviously well-intentioned a person could have been converted only by the factual evidence she has so dutifully unearthed. Peters doesn't mention in the body of the text that she wrote an article, An Exchange of Populations, in the August 1976 issue of Commentary, where her notions about inveterate Arab antisemitism are trundled forth, along with the exchange of Arabs for Jews idea, all in a prose quite free of sympathy for the poor Arab refugees. From time immemorial bolsters its appearance of legitimacy by including an impressive list of mentors and scholarly authorities, whom Peters thanks profusely. This list of worthies, Peters implies they are virtually her collaborators, includes famous Orientalists like Elie Kaduri, Bernard Lewis, and P.J. Yadukshides. Not one of those men is known for his Arab sympathies, which is probably why not a single one has made any attempt to dissociate himself from her or her ideas, even though evidence of her numerous errors and falsifications has been circulating for some time. Besides, their respectability hasn't been threatened, so why should they bother about so trivial a question as the scholarly truth of Peters's book? For someone with no academic credentials, and with only the sketchiest foreign policy and press background, Joan Peters has now become something of an authority on Arab-Jewish matters for the media, nonfiction's answer to Leon Uris. Interviews with her. Newspapers and magazines across the country, and she has been a guest on numerous radio and television talk shows. From time immemorial has received, according to Peters, 200 to 300 favorable reviews and has also won a prize in the Jewish Book Council's Israel category. The two exceptions to this quite extraordinary outpouring of praise were an article in the September 11, 1984 issue of In These Times, by Norman Finkelstein, a graduate student at Princeton University, and a review in the fall 1984 Journal of Palestine Studies, by Bill Farrell, a law student at Columbia University. In what I shall now relate, both young men played courageous roles, and if I speak more about Finkelstein it is to note his amazing persistence despite odds that would have deterred almost anyone else. Finkelstein showed that Peters's work was what he called a hoax, her evidence was unsound in all sorts of ways, her 26 demographic statistics were inconsistent, mathematically impossible, wildly exaggerated, and, most important, in all the cases he was able to check, she either plagiarized Zionist propaganda sources or deliberately tampered with quotations so as to change their meaning entirely. Much of one chapter, for example, is lifted, mistakes and all, from Ernst Frankenstein's Justice for My People, published in 1942. In one place illegal Arab immigration is suggested as at least 200,000, in another, 370,000, in a third, 1,300,000, in a fourth, 3,700,000. Taking the same approach, Farrell came up with similar results. When, for example, Peters quotes from the Hope Simpson report of 1930, she transforms the phrase Egyptian labor is being employed in certain individual cases to according to that report, evidence of Arab immigration abounded, Egyptian labor is being employed. Where the Anglo-American Survey of Palestine, 1945-6, says that in October 1942 as a matter of emergency 3,800 laborers were brought into Palestine from Syria and Lebanon, Peters says, what the official Anglo-American survey of 1945-6 definitively disclosed, is that tens of thousands of Arab illegal immigrants were recorded as having been brought into Palestine. And so on and on. Since the core of Peters's case was based on a reading of demographic evidence, both Farrell and Finkelstein took pains to check and recheck her findings, which they found unacceptable. What neither of them noted, however, is that the last census for Palestine was done under British mandate in 1931. No population estimates of 20th century Palestine can avoid its findings, which show a vast native Arab majority. Peters totally ignores that census, just as she ignores the authoritative demographic work of Janet Abu-Lughod, Justin McCarthy, and others, whose conclusions are diametrically opposed to her own. Instead she relies on Ottoman statistics for the 1890s, compiled by Professor Kemal Karpat of the University of Wisconsin, and on the impressions of a 19th-century French traveler, Vital Quinet. These do little more for her case than add a lot of numbers to what is already a tiresomely shrill text dotted with embarrassing errors, such as the use of medieval historian Makrizi as an eyewitness source about 19th-century Palestine. To his credit, Bernard Gewurtzman noted the book's offensive tone in his review for the New York Times, on 12 May 1984. Despite undercurrents of suspicion about Peters's book set off by Finkelstein, only 2 publications have followed up on his evidence and printed anything systematically critical of from time immemorial P.S. major points. In The Guardian and The Nation. 27. Respectively, Noam Chomsky and Alexander Coburn described what Peters and her ecstatic reviewers were up to, but no one else has paid much attention. At one point, Colin Campbell of the New York Times expressed some enthusiasm for writing an article like the one he had done on the David Abraham case, but then he dropped the matter. When the book appeared in Britain in spring 1985, it received a vastly different set of reviews. It is worth citing a passage from one of those reviews to give some sense of the startling difference between Britain and the United States when it comes to discussion about the Middle East. The Observer assigned from tune immemorial to Albert Hourani of Oxford University, probably the world's foremost authority on modern Middle Eastern history. Not incidentally, no scholar of stature was granted the privilege of reviewing Peters in the United States, nor was the book entrusted to someone not already known for his or her unqualified support for Israel. The single exception to this pattern may be the New York Review of Books, which assigned from time immemorial to Yehoshua Porath, the leading Israeli authority on Palestinian nationalism, an eminent historian and a man known for his moderate views about the Palestinians. Porath's article is discussed on p. 62. At any rate, here is the concluding part of Hourani's review in the March 5 issue of The Observer. Ms. Peters has found, or been provided with, a large number of documents, but most are well known, and many of them she misunderstands or quotes out of context. She denounces British policy because she believes it broke the promise of the Balfour Declaration and the mandate that Palestine east and west of the Jordan River should become a Jewish homeland. But the declaration carefully avoided saying that Palestine should become a Jewish homeland, and the British decision to set up an Arab princedom in Transjordan, and exclude it from the area in which a Jewish national home should be created, was in accordance with the terms of the mandate. Her argument that enormous numbers of Arabs came illegally into Palestine also has no basis. One of her few pieces of evidence is a statement made by an obscure Syrian official in 1934 that more than 30,000 Syrians had entered Palestine and settled there during a few months. The Permanent Mandates Commission asked a British representative for his opinion of this, and he said it was grossly exaggerated. Ms. Peters quotes the statement by the Syrian official but not the British reply. On the next page the statement becomes verified BV, an official international document. A little later it has become hard. 28. Evidence, in the light of which British statements to the contrary can be dismissed as fallacious. The whole book is written like this: facts are selected or misunderstood, tortuous and flimsy arguments are expressed in violent and repetitive language. This is a ludicrous and worthless book, and the only mildly interesting question it raises is why it comes with praise from two well-known American writers. In their 8,000-word essay for the London Review of Books, Ian and David Gilmour went painstakingly through From Time Immemorial, recording a huge number of its inconsistencies and falsifications, among them Peters's suppression of the fact that no Jewish leader of note until, and even after, 1948 denied the presence of the native Arab Palestinian majority. The Gilmours note that Peters misleadingly bandies about population figures for Jewish settled areas but does not reveal that those areas amounted only to 4 or 5% of the whole country, or again a slightly more subtle tactic, that figures for Christian Arabs are simply left out. Peters's revival of the canard about the Arabs leaving voluntarily is also dispatched by the Gilmours, as is her ludicrous contention that British policy encouraged Arab immigration into Palestine. Similar reviews turned up in the Times literary supplement, The Spectator, which compared From Time Immemorial with Clifford Irving's autobiography of Howard Hughes, Time Out and the Sunday Times, although Peters, whose contact with facts seems tentative, has described the British reviews as excellent. But perhaps the most revealing thing about this strange book was its reception in Israel, also in 1985. Most notices of the book were perfunctory and dismissive. Davar's full-length review on March 29 treated it with unmistakable contempt. According to the reviewer, From Time Immemorial's main defect was its embarrassing use of discredited Israeli Hasbara propaganda. It should be noted that most of Peters's earth-shaking evidence about the non-existent Palestinians had already been used by official and semi-official Israeli information agencies during the 1950s and 1960s, and that it is now quite commonplace for Israeli government representatives to warn against reusing this worthless stuff. One had the impression that Israel had written the book off. When Peters appeared in the country to reap the glory of her personal, uniquely American Hasbara effort, hence, she was kept out of the public eye, she returned to the United States, just in time to receive her Israeli award in New York. There are several curious facets to this egregious book. Many 29 passages contain disconnected items all pressed into making the same point. The impression you get is of one team of experts tossing file cards into large folders labeled Jews, Arab hatred, or Palestinians, myths of, and another team pasting them onto more or less consecutive pages. That Peters has nothing to say about the immense amount of Arab, or for that matter Israeli, material on Palestine, all of it easily enough available, is testimony to how narrowly focused, how dry and single-minded, is her effort. During the past 5 years alone there have been several volumes of original Arab documentation of Palestinian life in Palestine. Scholars and reviewers interested in assessing Peters's book may also consult two very recent works, Walid Khaledi's Find Before Their Diaspora, A Photographic History of the Palestinian 1876–1948, and Bashir Kanajim and Bishara Muammer's Toward the De-Arabization of Palestine-Israel, 1945–1977. Such works prove that a native Arab community once flourished in Palestine, and that it was not simply the illegal, temporary presence of a small, shifty population of nameless vagrants sneaked in by rascally anti-Semitic British officials acting in cahoots with a worldwide network of Arab fanatics. Peters touches on none of this, nor does she refer to the large bibliography of scholarly Western works on the history of Palestine, many of which give the lie to her preposterous thesis. Granted that Peters is an inept writer, a bad propagandist and a hopelessly incompetent historian, how is it that virtually no criticism of her work has appeared in the United States? Let us grant also that Harper and Row continues to ignore evidence of her falsifications and plagiarisms. Why do normally competent editors, historians, journalists, and intellectuals go along with the fiction that From Time Immemorial is a wonderful work of historical discovery? Peters's factual distortions and innumerable mistakes have been exhaustively documented by Norman Finkelstein, yet no one paid attention to him, no one followed his leads. No one paid the slightest heed to the British reviews, or to those in Israel. Worst of all, No one has demanded that Peters and her supporters respond to the huge list of accusations that her book has collected in the 18 months since it appeared. She still gives interviews to American journalists, cheerfully asserting the complete acceptance of her work. I speak here less as a Palestinian who wants to keep saying but we exist and always have and will, than as an American intellectual disgraced by the shoddiness of our present so-called life of the mind. The Peters case is not just a matter of poor work. 30. It is, after all, a case of orchestrated compliance by which the history and actuality of an entire people are consigned to non-existence. Where are all those guardians of intellectual morality who, in a chorus led by the Connor Cruz O'Briens and the Leszek Kolakowskis, whine about communist and third world disinformation and propaganda, who stalwartly defend American freedom of expression and healthy debate, who invoke Orwell and denounce totalitarianism? Has it come to this, then, an unconsciously held ideology that permits the most scandalous and disgusting lies, execrably written, totally disorganized, hysterically asserted, to pass as genuine scholarship, factual truth, political insight, without any significant challenge, demurral or even polite reservation? The sad truth is that where discussion of Israel is concerned, the United States is well below Israel itself in norms of truth and methods of debate. Here then is a perfect illustration of Richard Hofstadter's paranoid style in American political life. This is not, alas, a matter of the left being better than the right. The young progressives who publish radical history conscientiously avoid discussion of the Palestinians. Those who know better are cowed by the Israeli lobby. It is true that the American-Israeli Political Action Committee has been criticized in the press for its campus campaigns against those who have dared to speak out against Israel or to support Palestinian rights, yet how many deans and faculty members have raised their voices against the censorship and blackmail still applied by AIPAC against enemies on the nation's campuses? To read Peters and her supporters is, for Palestinians, to experience an extended act of ethnocide carried out by pseudo-scholarship. Tom Sawyer attends his own funeral as a kind of lark, whereas we are being threatened with death before being permitted birth. And we are told to stay out of the whole thing. The irony of this occurring in the United States at a time when so many effusions about Middle Eastern peace are perpetually stymied by us and Israeli actions designed to keep Palestinians out should not be difficult to detect. In this way, democratically, do intellectuals and the state synchronize their efforts to sweep the small people of this world under the rug. The one thing I still cannot grasp is how people can be so foolish as to believe from time immemorial PS contention that the Palestinians are something made up or imaginary, like the unicorn or the tooth fairy. Why do Barbara Tuchman and Saul Bellow, for example, expect that 4 million of us, scattered everywhere, can be 31. Made to repeat the lie of our existence for 35 years? Do they imagine that all of us get instructions from a central propaganda office? And, toughest question of all, how have we been as successful as Peters implies in uniting most of the Arab, Islamic, Third World, European and Socialist community in our cause if we are no more than a myth? Surely it would have been a lot less trouble for us simply to get a Palestinian state. Disinformation and the Palestine question, the not-so-strange case of Joan Peters's. From time immemorial. Norman G. Finkelstein. Turnspeak, the cynical inverting or distorting of facts, which, for example, makes the victim appear as culprit. From Tunc immemorial, p. 173. Recent books on the origins of the Mideast crisis have evoked as much interest as Joan Peters's study, From Tunc immemorial, Harper and Row, 1984. Virtual, ever, important journal of opinion printed one or more reviews within weeks of the book's release. Harper and Row reported that scarce 8 months after publication From Tunc immemorial went into its 7th printing. Author Joan Peters reported, had 205 speaking engagements scheduled during 1985. Reviewers have differed in their overall assessment of the book. Huthu, have almost uniform, hailed the research and the demographic findings that are at the core of Peters's study. Yehuda Reinhartz, the distinguished biographer of Chaim Weizmann, acclaimed Peters's valuable synthesis and convincing. New analysis in the Library Journal, April 15, 1984. Walter Reich, in his Atlantic Review, July 1984, wrote that if Peters's arguments, especially the demographic one, are confirmed, they will certain change our assumptions about the Arab-Israeli conflict. Ronald Sanders, author of a monumental stud of the Balfour Declaration, likewise opined in the View Republic, April 23, 1984, that Peters's demographics could change the entire /Arab-Jewish polemic over Palestine. In commentary, Jewell, 1984, Daniel Pipes threw all caution to the wind in his appraisal of Peters's finding. 33. 34. Her historical detective work has produced startling results which should materially influence the future course of the debate about the Palestinian problem. Martin Peretz, again in the New Republic, July 23, 1984, suggested that there wasn't a single factual error in the book, and that, if widely read, it will change the mind of our generation. If understood, it could also affect the history of the future. Timothy Foote, in the Washington Post, June 24, 1984, acclaimed from time immemorial as part historic primer, part polemic, part revelation, and a remarkable document in itself. The accolades continued. Nazi Holocaust scholar Lucy Davidovich congratulated Peters for having brought into the light the historical truth about the Mideast. Barbara Probst Solomon called from time immemorial brilliant, provocative, and enlightened. Barbara Tuchman ventured that the book was a historical event in itself. Saul Bellow predicted that millions of people the world over, smothered by false history and propaganda, would be grateful for this clear account of the origins of the Palestinians. Moralist Elie Wiesel promised that Peters's insight and analysis would shed new light on our understanding of the Mideast conflict. Arthur Goldberg, Paul Cowan, and others added their voices, and names, to the chorus of praise. That a scholarly work meets with critical acclaim would hardly be news were it not for the fact that From Time Immemorial is among the most spectacular frauds ever published on the Arab-Israeli conflict. In a field littered with crass propaganda, forgeries, and fakes, this is no mean distinction. But Peters's book has thoroughly earned it. The fraud in Peters's book is so pervasive and systematic that it is hard to pluck out a single thread without getting entangled in the whole unraveling fabric. To begin with, the fraud falls into two basic categories. First, the evidence Peters adduces to document massive illegal Arab immigration into Palestine is almost entirely falsified. Second, the conclusions Peters draws from her demographic study of Palestine's indigenous Arab population are not borne out by the data she presents. To confound the reader further, Peters resorts to plagiarism. Daunting Hercules. Peters purports to document massive illegal Arab immigration into the Jewish settled areas of Palestine during the British Mandate years, 1920–48. Her thesis is that a significant proportion of the 700,000 Arabs residing in the part of Palestine that became Israel in 1949 had only recently settled there, and that they had emigrated to Palestine because of the economic opportunities generated by Zionist settlement. Therefore, Peters claims, the industrious Jewish immigrants had as much, if not more, right to this territory than the Palestinian newcomers. Peters begins by recalling that Palestine's Arab population expanded at a remarkable rate during the years of the British Mandate. She is skeptical of the generally accepted opinion, scholarly, official British, even mainstream Zionist, that natural increase accounts for by far the greater part of the growth in Palestine's Arab population in this period. Peters writes that the so-called unprecedented rate of natural increase among the non-Jews was never satisfactorily broken down or explained. p. 223. She takes special exception to the findings of the population expert, her phrase, A.M. Carr Saunders in his 1936 study, World population. In her version of his conclusions, p. 224, Peters first alleges that Saunders contradicted himself by, on the one hand, claiming that the fall in death rate was the likely cause of the Palestinian Arabs' population increase, and then asserting that medical and sanitary progress has made little headway among the Palestinian Arabs as yet, and cannot account for any considerable fall in the death rate. If we consult the pages in world population cited by Peters, however, we discover the following. Medical and sanitary progress, so far as it affects the personal health and customs, has made little headway among the Palestinian Arabs as yet, and cannot account for any considerable fall in the death rate. But general administrative measures, in the region of quarantine, for example, have been designed in the light of modern knowledge and have been adequately carried out. Measures of this kind can be enforced almost overnight. Therefore we can find in these administrative changes, brought about by the British occupation of Palestine, what is in any case a tenable explanation of the natural increase of population among Arabs, pages 310-11, my emphasis. Saunders does indeed state that medical and sanitary progress couldn't explain the fall in death rate, but only insofar as such progress impinges on the personal health and customs of the Palestinian Arabs. He then goes on to say that recently implemented medical and sanitary administrative measures such as the quarantine could explain the decline in the mortality rate. The contradiction evidently results, not from a lapse in 36. Saunders's reasoning, but from Peters's, unacknowledged, deletion of the crucial qualifying phrase in her citation from world population. Next, Peters mentions the administrative measures explanation only to dismiss it as a rather lame possibility. She offers not a single reason for this evaluation. Peters concludes her mini-inquisition with the following summary of Saunders's position. In other words, the new phenomenal rise in the Arab population of Palestine, which had remained sparse and static for 200 years despite constant replenishing, was attributed to a sudden, hyped, natural increase of the existing long-settled indigenes. That phenomenon, or so went the rationalization, resulted from new conditions. Yet, it was also acknowledged that because of its recent timing, the introduction of those new conditions could not in fact have been responsible for the population increase in the period of time for which it was credited. Peters's emphases. Note that Saunders's finding is precisely the opposite of the one Peters attributes to him. The new conditions, i.e., general administrative measures, offer a tenable explanation of the natural increase of population among Arabs. Having thus mangled what she now qualifies as a self-contradicting expert source, Peters swings her cleaver in the direction of the 1938 Palestine Partition Commission report, which she reproves for trying to reconcile contradictory facts, pages 224-5. She cites, without comment, the following excerpt from the report to illustrate this supposed shortcoming. We thus have the Arab population reflecting simultaneously two widely different tendencies, a birth rate characteristic of a peasant commune, in which the unrestricted family is normal, and a death rate which could only be brought about under an enlightened modern administration, with both the will and the necessary funds at its disposal to enable it to serve a population unable to help itself. It is indeed an ironic commentary on the working of the mandate and perhaps on the science of government, that this result, which so far from encouraging has almost certainly hindered close settlement by Jews on the land, could scarcely have been brought about except through the appropriation of tax revenue contributed by the Jews. Peters's emphasis. Peters is apparently unaware that different tendencies often coexist in the real world, and that the observation of the Partition Commission cited above is no more than a commonplace illustration of this fact. 37. In this manner, Peters sets aside the conventional wisdom on the demographics of Palestine's Arab population during the Mandate years. She is now in a position to advance her own explanations of the Arab population's unusual growth, namely, massive hidden immigration. That is, Peters avers that a significant part of the population of Palestine in 1947 was not indigenous. Peters is reluctant to specify the exact percentage of Palestinian Arabs who were not indigenous. This is a curious omission on the part of an author who elsewhere pretends to achieve scientific precision in her calculations. The few hints that Peters does give about this crucial matter are remarkable for their inconsistency. This, too, is odd in a study that devotes so much space to alleged numerical discrepancies in refugee reports, population statistics, and other documents. On 2 occasions, Peters suggests that the number of illegal Arab immigrants who had settled in the Jewish areas of Palestine was great enough to compare with the admittedly immigration-based increase of the Jews, p. 275, see also p. 337. That would put total illegal or unrecorded Arab immigration at about 370,000. Elsewhere, p. 381, Peters seems to set her sights considerably lower, at least 200,000 through 1939, she reports. In a third place, p. 298, she implies that almost the entire Arab population of Palestine was immigrant and not indigenous. 3. That would put the total number of hidden Arab immigrants and their descendants at roughly 1,300,000. In still a fourth place, p. 253, Peters muses whether Arab immigration into the Jewish settled areas of Palestine between 1893 and 1947 may have been in the 10-to-1 ratio to Jewish immigration she purports to establish for the first years of modern Zionist settlement. 4. By this calculation, Arab immigration into Palestine's Jewish settled areas through 1947 would have been on the order of 3,700,000, that is, well over 1,000% greater than the second of Peters's estimates quoted above. What is even more astonishing is that this figure is nearly 3 times the total Arab population in all of Palestine in 1947. 5. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the figure Peters wishes to propose for illegal Arab immigration is somewhere between 200,000 and 400,000. Peters is thus alleging that non-indigenous Arabs constituted fully 1/2 of the Arab population residing in the region of Palestine that became Israel in 1949. The first thing to be said about this thesis is that Peters's own data refute it. Peters's demographic study, see pages 49 to 57 below. 38. Shows that Palestine's Arab population expanded naturally by a factor of, at least, 2.7 between 1893 and 1947. 6. She puts Palestine's Arab population at 466,400 in 1893, p. 255, Table G. Multiplying 2.7 by 466,400 we get 1,259,280. Palestine's total Arab population stood at 1,303,800 in 1947, Ibid. Natural increase therefore accounts for all but, at most, 44,520 of the Arabs in Palestine in 1947. The thesis Peters intends to prove is thus, by her own reckoning, untenable. Was Peters unaware that the results of the demographic study demolished her thesis? Did she simply elect to ignore this unpleasant fact? Citing British government records, p. 427, Peters puts the official estimate of illegal Arab immigrants who had settled in Palestine at about 10,000 for all 30 years of the British Mandate. She herself contends, on the contrary, that on average for each of the 30 years of the Mandate, 10,000 Arabs had settled illegally in the Jewish areas of Palestine. This thesis is, to say the least, audacious. 7. The burden of her case is to prove the plausibility of this extraordinary revisionist figure. To do so, she draws on what reviewers have claimed is prodigious original research. Even John C. Campbell, in one of the few lukewarm notices to date, the New York Times Book Review, May 13, 1984, acclaimed Peters's massive research, which would have daunted Hercules. In fact, nothing could be further from the truth. A close reading of Peters's voluminous footnotes reveals that she relies almost exclusively on the standard official documents of the period, the 1930 Hope-Simpson Report, the 1937 Peel Commission Report, the 1945-6 Anglo-American Survey of Palestine, the annual British reports to the League of Nations, and so on. None of this evidence is new. 8. This discovery raises an interesting question. Without exception, these official, mostly British-authored reports concluded that, in the words of the Survey of Palestine, Arab immigration for the purposes of settlement in Palestine is insignificant. 9. Yet, Peters manages to use these very same documents to prove precisely the contrary. How does she manage this astonishing volte-face? In effect, Peters uses a three-pronged strategy to supply evidence where none exists. 1. Multiple references, 2. A tip of the iceberg theory, and 3. Major surgery. 1. Multiple references. The fragments of evidence that Peters does offer the reader, almost all of which are, in any case, falsified, are repeated over and over again. Peters is wildly chaotic. 39. Presentation of the relevant material manages to conceal this fact to some extent. 2. Tip of the iceberg theory. Peters repeatedly implies that the scant evidence she does come up with is actually worth many times its apparent value. This is because the British purportedly turned a blind eye to all but the most flagrant cases of illegal Arab immigration into Palestine. It follows that for every reported Arab deported from Palestine, many other illegal Arab immigrants must have been allowed to stay behind. This argument hinges on the allegation that the British were indifferent to all but the most egregious instances of illegal Arab infiltration. Unfortunately for Peters, however, save for a relatively brief period during World War II, October 1942 to October 1944, there isn't a particle of evidence to support this theory. But Peters doesn't let this obstacle deter her. She completely falsifies a section of the 1930 Hope Simpson report to secure the crucial evidence and then repeatedly refers back to the same doctored material at each critical juncture in the text to clinch her argument. Peters construes the section in question to mean that the British only deported flagrant illegal Arab immigrants, letting many others stay. This is sheer invention. The document says nothing of the sort. Rather, it makes the following recommendations for handling illegal immigration, Jewish, Arab, etc., into Palestine. Discouragement of illicit entry. As to the treatment of such illegal immigrants, when they are discovered, it should be the rule that they are at once returned to the country whence they came. The rule may possibly work harshly in individual cases, but unless it is understood that detection is invariably followed by expulsion, the practice will not cease. It is probable that it will cease entirely as soon as it is discovered that the rule is actually in force. The case of the pseudo-traveler who comes in with permission for a limited time and continues in Palestine after the term of his permission has expired is more difficult. Where the case is flagrant, recourse should certainly be had to expulsion. In case of no special flagrancy, and where there is no special objection to the individual, it is probably sufficient to maintain the present practice, under which he is counted against the labor schedule, though this method does a certain injustice to the Jewish immigrant outside the country, whose place is taken by the traveler concerned. Before turning to Peters's rendering of these two paragraphs, the following points should be stressed. 1. The report evidently 40 urges that illegal immigrants be deported at once. 2. A single exception is made in the case of the pseudo-traveler of no special flagrancy, he may be reclassified as a legal immigrant. 3. Jews were by far the main beneficiaries of the latter special provision. 4. The British included, in the total figure for recorded Arab immigration, 12 all Arab travelers reclassified as legal immigrants. 3. The special case of the reclassified pseudo-traveler is thus, for the purposes of Peters's argument, completely irrelevant. Recall that Peters alleges, in addition to the officially registered Arab immigrants, some 300,000 unrecorded Arabs had entered and settled in Palestine. The only policy statement in the Hope Simpson report pertinent to her thesis reads, illegal immigrants should at once be returned to the country whence they came. Peters makes 19, sometimes implicit, more often explicit, references to the section of the Hope-Simpson report cited above. She purports that it says or admits or acknowledges or suggests the force of her own thesis about illegal Arab immigration into Mandator Palestine, see pages 229, 232-3, 296-7, 326, 375-9, 394, 402. As comparison with the full text of the cited section of the Hope-Simpson report shows, every one of these references to its content falsifies both the letter and the spirit of the document. To sum up, Peters argues ad nauseam that, since the British responded to only the most flagrant instances of illegal Arab immigration, we should assume for every illegal Arab immigrant reported as deported during the Mandate years many times more illegal immigrants must have remained in Palestine. Without the falsification of the Hope-Simpson report, Peters couldn't have sustained this thesis, which is fundamental to the argument of her book. 3. Major surgery. Peters still needs the tip to prove the iceberg. She still needs a fact before she can make multiple references to it. Peters resolves this problem by embarking on a falsification spree that, in John Campbell's phrase cited earlier, would have daunted Hercules. Peters does not adduce one substantive, pertinent piece of evidence to document her thesis that is not in some way mangled. Though Peters is a gross falsifier, she is clever. For example, the quotations she distorts in the text are often accurately rendered somewhere in a note. I suspect that Peters will at some 41. point argue that she couldn't possibly have intended to conceal anything since the full quotation is right there, buried in her 120 pages of notes. This is not the place to document all of Peters's crude and shameless distortions. In the space available, I will sample and gloss Peters's characteristic methods. These are illustrated in Table 1 below. The examples in Table 1 are typical of Peters's falsification technique. Here are some more inspired misrepresentations. 1. Peters writes, from 1920 the preoccupation of Palestine's administration would be concentrated solely upon limiting the immigration of the Jews, as a British report attested. For Arab immigration a different set of rules applied, p. 275, her emphases. But the context of the quotation in the Survey of Palestine is a discussion of how Arab housing differs from Jewish housing. The document continues, although different considerations apply to Arab immigration, special consideration need not be given to the latter as, out of a total number of 360,822 immigrants who entered Palestine between 1920 and 1942, only 27,981 or 7.8% were Arabs. The number of room units to house Arab immigrants has, therefore, been calculated on the same basis as Jewish immigrants. The phrase different considerations, which Peters finds so sinister and pregnant, refers, not to immigration policy, but to housing construction. Peters repeats the same falsification on pages 250 and 514, note 31. 2. Peters asserts that, in 1893, some 60,000 Jews and 92,300 non-Jews inhabited the region of Palestine that became Israel after the 1948 war, pages 250-1. 14. Since 38,000 of the non-Jews were Christians, Jews were perhaps a marginal majority. But, according to Peters's tables in the back of the book, pages 424-5, not 92,300, but 218,000 Arabs resided, in 1893, in that slice of Palestine which became Israel. Peters manages this neat little trick by dividing the region of Palestine that became Israel into three areas and then forgetting, in her text, the two areas of what became Israel in which there was virtually no Jewish, but significant Arab, settlement. 3. To prove that the Mandator authorities were more hostile to illegal Jewish than illegal Arab immigration, Peters cites, pages 346 and 548, note 26, the self-contradicting 1933 annual report to the League of Nations, which states on page 35 there was a considerable increase of illicit immigration, mostly of Jews, entering as transit travelers or tourists, Peters's emphasis, yet. On p. 180, separated from the immigration material by 145 pages, was the report that the extent of illicit and unrecorded immigration into Palestine from or through Syria and Transjordan has been estimated at about 2,000 and Jewish as to 50% from mostly Jews. The estimate had dropped to 50%. This revelation is simply untrue. The breakdown on p. 180 of the report refers only to illicit immigration through contiguous territories. Peters forgets that there was also infiltration directly through Palestine's ports, with would-be immigrants posing as transit travelers and tourists. There is no contradiction between the two statements in the report. I would add parenthetically that, in general, the British reports are models of precision, clarity, and internal consistency. The contradictions Peters purports to have uncovered in them are all of her own making. 4. Peters tells us in her chapter on official disregard of Arab immigration that, contrary to popular belief, Jews were not dispossessing the indigenous Arab population but, rather, the landless Arab peasants in Palestine were mostly new Arab entrants, p. 323. Her only documentation for this thesis is an article by Moshe Braver, an Israeli professor. Peters quotes Braver as follows, p. 546, note 76 landless peasants were new immigrants. But Braver actually wrote, the immigrants were mostly landless laborers. In other words, he does not say that all landless Arabs were immigrants. He says the immigrants were landless. 5. To document the British mandatory government's indifference to Arab infiltration of Palestine, Peters cites the 1935 annual report to the League of Nations in which, she asserts, only Jewish immigration into Palestine was catalogued. That was the only heading. p. 275. In fact, the British report in question meticulously and exhaustively tabulates every conceivable aspect of Arab immigration on 9 consecutive pages. Peters could hardly have overlooked these tabulations since the comparable statistics for Jewish immigration appear on the very same pages in parallel columns. Every annual British report on Palestine, and Peters purports to have scrutinized 13 of them, contains identical exhaustive tabulations of Arab immigration under the same chapter heading, Immigration and Emigration. 16. 47. In this connection, another of Peters's falsifications merits special comment. Peters and her reviewers make much of the alleged remarks of an anonymous 30-year archivist, a specialist in the Foreign Office and Colonial Office records on the Middle East for the Public Record Office in London. He purportedly told her that Arab immigration into Palestine did not exist. There was no such thing. No one ever kept track of that. p. 270, Peters's emphasis. Yet, every British annual report to the League of Nations and every major official British study of the period includes an exhaustive tabulation and detailed commentary on Arab immigration. If no one ever kept track of Arab immigration, how were the tables composed? Where did the numbers come from? Finally, let me turn to the central piece of evidence Peters brings to bear in support of her thesis. The item is tucked away in the minutes of the League of Nations Permanent Mandates Commission hearings on Britain's Palestine Mandate. The first, and last, reference to it in the Commission minutes comes during a June 1935 exchange prompted by the Jewish Agency's allegation of considerable immigration of labor from Egypt, Syria, and Transjordan. Assistant Chief Secretary of the Government of Palestine Moody, a British government representative at the hearings, denied the allegation, stating that, whereas Transjordanians and Syrians had indeed entered Palestine, the right to settle there had been given over almost exclusively to the Jews. I quote now the relevant minutes of the exchange in their entirety. Lord Luggard, a Mandates Commission member, said that La Syrie had published, on August 12, 1934, an interview with Tufik Bey el-Huriani, governor of the Oran, who said that in the last few months from 30,000 to 36,000 Orains had entered Palestine and settled there. The accredited representative would note the governor's statement that these Orains had actually settled. Mr. Moody expressed the view that the statement of the governor of the Oran was a gross exaggeration. Mr. Orts, also a commission member, did not know how much value could be attached to the statement, but the statement itself was definite. The governor even referred to the large sums remitted by these immigrants to their families, who remained in the Oran. Mr. Moody said he had read the article in question. As he had said, he thought that the figure must be grossly exaggerated, because the Palestine government had taken special measures on the eastern and northeastern frontier with a view to keeping out undesirable people. 48. Peters cites the Mandates Commission reference to the report in La Syrie on 7 different occasions, pages 230, 231, 272, 275, 297, 319, 431. She classifies this reference in the Commission minutes as hard evidence, p. 297, and lists this reported entry of 30,036,000 Oranese into Palestine flat out as a fact in her chronology of significant events in the history of the British Mandate, p. 319, see also p. 272, where the item is again presented, without qualification, as fact. Yet, Peters cites not a single cross-reference for a report which, in the view of the British government representative, was grossly exaggerated. The representative's vigorous rejoinder, also cited in the Commission minutes, doesn't rate a single mention in Peters's book. Instead, citing these same June 1935 minutes, Peters falsely states that the Mandates Commission verified, p. 231, and recognized, p. 319, the influx, in the space of just a few months, of 30,000 to 36,000 Oranese, and that the Commission took special note that the Orains, not merely passing through, had indeed settled, p. 230. 17. To be sure, Oranese did enter Palestine in fairly significant numbers in the mid-1930s, but they departed, in equal numbers, soon thereafter. The Survey of Palestine reported that the boom conditions in Palestine in the years 1934-6 led to an inward movement into Palestine, particularly from Syria. The depression due to the state of public disorder during 1936-9 led to the return of these people. 18. Peters herself devotes considerable space to documenting the hasty leave-taking, p. 272, of the Oranese in 1936. 19. She quotes one private British government memorandum to the effect that 128 Oranese left today. Many more are expected to leave tomorrow. According to a second memorandum, countrymen from Oran had applied urgently and pleadingly to be sent back to their homes for reason that there was no work, and they did not wish to be involved in more trouble. Peters seems not to be aware that the batch of memoranda she cites on the frantic exodus of Oranese between 1936-39 renders her most significant find, her hard evidence of massive illegal Arab immigration and settlement, namely, the unverified La Syrie report mentioned in the Mandates Commission hearings, worthless. Recall that Peters wishes to prove that fully 50% of the Arabs residing in the Jewish settled areas of Palestine in 1947 were really illegal Arab immigrants. But by 1947, the Oranese had long since departed from Palestine. The Palestine Question 49. The strange case of Area 4. Peters's highly touted demographic study is the centerpiece of From Time Immemorial. Yet, this study is marred by serious flaws. 1. Several extremely significant calculations are wrong, and 2. Numbers are used selectively to support otherwise baseless conclusions. Peters claims to plot demographic growth and shifts within Palestine, i.e., the region bordered on the east by the Jordan River and on the west by the Mediterranean Sea, between the years 1893 and 1948. Her central thesis is that at least 170,000 of the 600,000-odd refugees in 1948 were and had to be recent migrants from the West Bank and Gaza Strip. For the purposes of her study, Peters divides Palestine into 5 areas, 3 of which, I, 2, and 4, correspond to the whole of pre-1967 Israel, and the remaining 2, 3 and V, to the West Bank and Gaza. Area I was the main zone of Jewish settlement between the years 1893 and 1948. Peters provides the following geographic breakdown of Palestine's indigenous Arab population in 1893. Area I, 92,300. Area 2, 38,900. Area 3, 14,300. Area 4, 87,400. Area V, 233,500. She next suggests that the indigenous Palestinian Arab population expanded by a factor of 2.7 between 1893 and 1947. 20. Peters assumes for the Palestinian Arab population in the area of Jewish concentration the same rate of natural increase that she has calculated for the Palestinian Arab population in the non-Jewish areas between 1893 and 1947. However, actual population figures for Palestinian-born Arabs in certain of the 5 areas differed markedly from the projected increase. Table 2 below, based on Peters's data, pages 424-5, Appendix V, juxtaposes the actual number of indigenous Palestinian Arabs in each of the 5 areas in 1947, column A, against what the figure would have been had the indigenous population in each area expanded by natural increase alone, column B. Peters contends that the excessive number of indigenous Palestinian Arabs in Area I, center of Jewish settlement, and the 50. Table 2 asterisk. ABC. Actual indigenous projected indigenous net in-migration, plus, / Palestinian Arab out migration, population, 1947, population, 1947, in. Column A minus. Column B. Area I 417,300 249,210 plus 168,090. Area 2 110,900 105,030 plus 5,870. Area High 39,900 38,610 plus 1,290. Area 4 125,100 235,980 minus 110,880. Area V 507,200 630,450 minus 123,250. Asterisk Peters uses a uniform national rate of natural growth to project the 1947 indigenous Palestinian Arab population in each of the 5 areas from the 1893 census. From the data for Area I, 1893 pop, 92,300, projected 1947 pop, 249,210, a rate of 2.7 is inferred, 249,210/92,300. 22 Aside from the data for Area 4, to which I will return in a moment, my significant calculations differ only slightly from those of the author. Unnaturally sparse Palestinian Arab population in Area V, center of Arab settlement, can only be explained by Arab in-migration. 21 In other words, approximately 170,000 Palestinian Arabs forsook their native soil in the West Bank/Gaza region of Palestine and moved into the areas of Jewish settlement in order to take advantage of the new opportunities opened up by the thriving Yishuv economy. Peters further argues that these 170,000 Palestinian Arab immigrants probably found themselves among the refugees in 1948 since their roots in the Jewish settled part of Palestine were not very deep. But, and this is her crucial point, these Arabs weren't really refugees since they had followed the Jews into this corner of Palestine and thus were not indigenous to it. their real homes were in the West Bank and Gaza areas of Palestine. Peters thus concludes. From the evidence, then, among the estimated 430,000 to 650,000 Arab refugees reported in 1948, well over 170,000 are apparently Arabs who were returning to Arab areas in Palestine, the West Bank or Gaza, from the land that became Israel, the Jewish settled areas where those Arabs had recently arrived in search of better opportunities. 51. The first point to be made about this argument is that the case Peters mounts for massive illegal Arab immigration into Palestine contradicts it. Peters arrives at the figures in column A of Table 2 by deducting the officially tabulated number of nomads and legal and illegal immigrants for each area from the total Arab population for that area. For example, Peters puts the total Arab population in Area I at 462,900. From this sum she subtracts the 8,000 nomads, 27,300 legal immigrants and 8,500 illegal immigrants officially tallied for this region, p. 425, and thus obtains the figure of 417,300. Recall, however, that Peters puts the real number of illegal immigrants in Area I at about 300,000. Peters assumes that the Arab immigrants illegally entering Palestine all settled in the main zone of Jewish colonization, Area I, CP 425, Appendix V, 1947, Column D. In that case, Column A in Table 2 should actually read 126,800 and Column C, *122,410. But then nothing remains of Peters's central conclusion from her demographic study. Simply put, if Arabs immigrated in massive numbers to Area I, there could not have been any in-migration to this region. Further, even if Peters's argument is evaluated on its own terms, the demographic evidence in the study does not support the 170,000 figure cited repeatedly in the text. Her actual findings are, at best, trivial. Let us look closely at Area 4, the Western Galilee, etc., in Table 2. This region is also short by approximately 111,000 indigenous Palestinian Arabs. Couldn't these 111,000 souls have migrated to Area I? But recall that this region was incorporated into Israel in 1948, in which case, if they did indeed flee, these Arabs were genuine refugees. In other words, Arab indigenes from the Western Galilee region of what became Israel migrated to the Yishuv areas during the Mandate period and then fled, for whatever reason, in 1948 and became refugees. It seems not to have occurred to Peters that 170,000 Arab immigrants could not have all come from the West Bank and Gaza if, by her own reckoning, these areas were not short by that many Arabs. Peters offers not a single word to explain why these 111,000 migrants from Area 4, a part of Israel, should not be subtracted from the 170,000 migrants who were allegedly returning home in 1948. 24. Not only does Peters completely ignore the significant demographic changes in Area 4 when they threaten to render her findings trivial, she actually falsifies the relevant numbers. According to Peters's chart, p. 425, Appendix V, there were only 71,200 fewer indigenous Arabs in Area 4 than the projection. 52. Based on the 1,893 census. The real number is closer to 111,000, see Table 2 above. 25. What is more, the data are arranged in what can only be described as a curiously confusing manner. For no apparent reason, the regions that eventually comprised Israel are labeled I, 2 and 4 and the remainder of Palestine 3 and V, see Key 2. Map, p. 246. As a result, all but the most attentive readers can easily be misled. For example, in the chart on p. 425, areas I, 2 and 3 are boxed off from areas 4 and V. It is very easy to forget that the first of the latter two regions, 4, from which, as we have seen, there was very significant outmigration, became part of Israel. Why did Peters section off Area 3, and not Area 4, with areas I and II? Another example, in the legend to Peters's Appendix V, p. 424, areas I, II and III are bracketed off and labeled contained most of Jewish population, areas 4 and V are similarly bracketed off and labeled contained very little Jewish population. But, according to Peters's map on p. 246, Area 3 contained no Jews. By grouping the 5 regions in this highly misleading and altogether erroneous fashion, the distinct impression is again left that the first 3 areas became Israel while the remaining 2 fell within the jurisdiction of the Arabs in 1948. Area 4 easily gets lost in the shuffle. 6. Had Peters properly grouped the 5 areas in her charts, it would have been obvious to any attentive reader that, 1. The demographic changes within what became Israel could have more or less cancelled each other out, therefore, 2. The amount of immigration from the West Bank/Gaza region could have been relatively insignificant, and finally, 3. The number of West Bank/Gaza natives among the 1948 Arab refugees could also have been relatively insignificant. Had Peters used Roman numerals I, II and III to designate the constituent areas of Israel and 4 and V for the West Bank/Gaza, as common sense would recommend, the significance of the population changes within Israel would also have been highlighted. Why did Peters choose the far more clumsy method of labeling Israel I, II and 4, the West Bank/Gaza, 3 and V, and then section off the areas in such a way that the significant population shift within Israel is concealed? Why did Peters include intermediate areas at all in her study? Why didn't she simply divide the map of Palestine into the region that became Israel and the region that fell outside its boundaries after the 1949 armistice agreements? What purpose do the intermediate areas serve in Peters' study other than to conceal and obscure crucial data? 53. Figure 1 Simplified diagrammatic explanation. Demographic shifts in Palestine, 1893 to 1947. Too few indigenous Arabs based on 1893 projection. Plus too many indigenous Arabs based on 1893 projection. 1947 population more or less corresponds to 1893 projection. Area I, Israel plus 168,090. Area 2, Israel. Area 3 West Bank. Area 4, Israel minus 110,880. Area V, West Bank/Gaza minus 123,150. Peters's argument: the missing indigenous Arabs from Area Y, West Bank/Gaza, must have immigrated to Area I, Israel, during the Mandate years and then fled in 1948. Peters's conclusion: since they were indigenous in Area Y, West Bank/Gaza, these refugees couldn't claim what became Israel as their homeland from time immemorial. The fraud: the too many indigenous Arabs in Area I, Israel, may just as likely have come from Area IY, Israel. But these Arabs, once having become refugees in 1948, could have justly claimed that Israel was their homeland from time immemorial. Hence Peters' falsification and concealment of the population change in Area I /. The weight of the evidence suggests that Peters's demographic study is a carefully contrived, premeditated hoax. How else to explain why, in reading off the data from the very same appendix chart, p. 425, for the table she assembles on p. 257, Peters remembers to add Area 4 in all the columns, example in the column for nomads, column B in the appendix, but forgets to add Area 4 in the column for Arab immigrants, E in the appendix. 27. Handling the mechanics of citation. As is now clear, much of the prodigious research praised by reviewers of Peters's book is an optical illusion. Much else is simply laughable. 28. Yet, it is difficult not to be impressed by, say, the obscure travelogues and other recondite sources Peters apparently plowed through to document the state of Palestine on the eve of Zionist colonization. but one's legitimate admiration for such diligence will surely vanish once it is recognized that she didn't read them. That this is so becomes clear when one compares Peters's text, pages 158-9, with Ernst Frankenstein's citations from the same source in his frankly partisan tract, Justice for My People, New York, 1944, pages 122-4. Table 4 below aligns the relevant passages opposite each other. Peters's only original contribution here, other than juggling the quotations, is to put the estimate of Syria's population in her footnote, whereas Frankenstein has it in the body of the text. When this remarkable coincidence was brought to the attention of Aaron Asher at Harper & Row, he told The Nation magazine, October 13, 1984, that this so-called plagiarism was a teapot tempest. Had he known about it, he might, as her editor, have suggested that Peters handle the mechanics of citation differently. Asher also stated that he has been assured Peters has copies of all the relevant citations in her files. This suggests that even if she did not acknowledge her debt to Frankenstein, she had examined his original sources. Yet, elsewhere in her book, p. 197, Peters quotes another travelogue, W.F. Lynch's narrative of the United States expedition to the River Jordan and the Dead Sea, London, 1849, as follows: in 1844, the American expedition under Lynch recorded fewer than 8,000 Turks in Jaffa in a population of 13,000, my emphases. Frankenstein also refers to this source, pages 127-8. In 1844 the American expedition under Lynch found fewer than 8,000 Turks in Jaffa among a population of 13,000, my emphasis. Turning to Lynch's work, we read the following: the population of Jaffa is now about 13,000, viz., Turks, 8,000, Greeks, 2,000. If Peters read through Frankenstein's sources, why are her quotation marks around a phrase, the American expedition under Lynch, that appears, not in Lynch, but in Frankenstein? How also to explain her repetition of Frankenstein's little error on the number of Turks, fewer than 8,000, in Jaffa? 29. Readers who can't help being impressed by Peters's virtuoso performance when it comes to numbers and statistics should consider the following. On pages 244-5, Peters claims to have calculated according to projection of statistics of vital QI net for 1895, and Murray's Handbook for Travelers in Syria and Palestine, which was reprinted in the Encyclopaedia Britannica, 8th edition, 1860, volume XX, p. 905, p. 523, notes 40, 41, the settled Muslim population in Palestine for 1882, the eve of modern Jewish colonization, and 1895. This is no mean accomplishment since, among many other things, Palestine did not yet exist as a single national entity. Numerous partial statistics thus have to be collated. Peters compares the two figures, 1882, 141,000, 1895, 252,000, and concludes. Even if we assume a high rate of natural increase of 1.5% per annum for that 13-year period, the population would not have increased to more than 170,000 or so. The only plausible answer is that Arab immigration coincided exactly with the time Jewish development commenced, pages 244-5. Peters's statistical tour de force has thus apparently produced a highly original conclusion. But Peters need not have gone to all the trouble. Ernst Frankenstein used the exact same sources, even the same edition of Murray's Handbook did the exact same calculations, and derived identical figures. His conclusion reads almost word for word like Peters's. Even if we admit the possibility of a natural increase of 20 to 25% during these 13 years, Frankenstein converts the 20 to 25% to the 1.5 per annum percentage used in Peters's text in his next paragraph. the 141,000 settled Muslims of 1,882 cannot possibly, by natural increase, have exceeded the figure of 170,000 to 175,000. 61. Here, therefore, we are confronted with a large immigration of Arabic-speaking people which coincides with the development of the Jewish settlements, p. 128. 31. In her fulsome blurb for From Time Immemorial, Nazi Holocaust scholar Lucy Davidovich congratulates Peters for having dug beneath a half-century's accumulation of propaganda and brought into the light the historical truth about the Middle East. What Peters actually did was dig beneath a half-century's accumulation of pro-Zionist propaganda tracts and unearth a particularly ludicrous one, from which she proceeded to plagiarize generously. 32. Postscript. By the end of 1984, From Time Immemorial had gone through 8 printings, cloth, and received some 200 notices, ranging from ecstasy to awe, in the U.S. The only false notes in this chorus of praise were the Journal of Palestine Studies, which ran a highly critical review by Bill Farrell, the small Chicago-based news weekly, in these times, which published a condensed version of my findings, and Alexander Coburn, who devoted a splendid series of columns in The Nation to exposing the fraud. Otherwise, it proved impossible to open any discussion of the book. Joan Peters, via her publisher, peremptorily dismissed my findings as without merit, and Harper and Row defended Peters's right not to reply to published attacks on her work, regardless of their nature or provenance. The periodicals in which From Time Immemorial had already been favorably reviewed refused to run any critical correspondence, example The New Republic, Atlantic, Commentary. Periodicals which had yet to review the book rejected my manuscript as of little or no consequence, example The Village Voice, Dissent, The New York Review of Books. Within 4 months From Time Immemorial would be honored with the prestigious National Jewish Book Award. Not a single national newspaper or columnist contacted found newsworthy that a best-selling, award-winning, effusively praised study of the Middle East conflict was a threadbare hoax. Yet, in early 1985, the disinformation effort began to unravel as Peters's book went into a British edition. The reviews in England were devastating. Oxford's great Orientalist, Albert Hourani, dismissed From Time Immemorial in the Observer as ludicrous and 62. Worthless. Ian and David Gilmore, in the London Review of Books, concluded an exhaustive 8,000-word dissection of the book by calling it preposterous. The Spectator of London likened it to the Clifford Irving autobiography of Howard Hughes. The Israelis also got into the act, and a Hebrew edition of the book had not yet even appeared. The Labour Party Daily, Davar, compared From Time Immemorial to Israel's more lamentable past propaganda exercises. The Liberal Weekly, Katirat Rashid, published a detailed expose of the cover-up by the U.S. media, and the chair of the philosophy department at the Hebrew University, Avishai Margalit, denounced Peters's web of deceit. Back in the U.S., the Peters affair was fast becoming a singular embarrassment as word began to circulate that a major literary political scandal was being suppressed. In February 1985, the New York Review of Books finally commissioned and in early March received a lengthy piece on From Time Immemorial by the noted Israeli scholar, Yehoshua Porath. Published some 9 months later, the Porath Review discounted out of hand Peters's theses. Yet scrupulously avoided any mention of her fraudulent scholarship. Every effort to raise this obviously crucial issue in the review's correspondence columns proved unavailing. In October, Professor Edward Said delivered a stinging and eloquent riposte to Peters and her acolytes in the pages of The Nation. In November, after more than a year of foot-dragging, the New York Times finally ran a story on the controversy, in the Thanksgiving Day, non-issue, on the theater page, without even a listing in the index. Porath was quoted to the effect that From Time Immemorial is a sheer forgery, and that in Israel, at least, the book was almost universally dismissed as sheer rubbish, except maybe as a propaganda weapon, while historian Barbara Tuchman continued to insist the Palestinian people were a fairy tale. Martin Peretz, editor-in-chief of the New Republic, alleged that the attack on Peters was part of a calculated leftist plot. Peters herself refused, for the nth time, to be interviewed. In January 1986, Anthony Lewis of the New York Times devoted a full column to the hoax, entitled, appropriately enough, "There Were No Indians." In the June and October numbers of Commentary, some 30 pages were given over to defending Peters against the mounting onslaught on her book. But, alas, by this point there was little that could be salvaged from the wreckage. The June 15, 1986 issue of Haaretz, Israel, reported that, at an international conference on Palestinian demography at Haifa University, virtually all the participants ridiculed Peters's demographic theses, and the most authoritative. 63. Scholar in attendance, Professor Yehoshua Ben-Aria of Hebrew University, condemned the Peters enterprise for discrediting the Zionist cause. Among Peters's original endorsers, to date, December 1986, only Daniel Pipes and Ronald Sanders have publicly distanced themselves from Peters's scholarship, if not from her theses. Part 2. Myths Old and New. 3. Christopher Hitchens. It is probably safe to say that nobody interested enough in the Middle East to have even overheard an argument about it can be a stranger to the story of the broadcasts. Confronted with the charge that the Palestinian Arabs were forcibly dispossessed in 1948, Israeli propaganda resorts routinely to the claim that the Palestinians did indeed run away, but that they were induced or incited to do so by their own leadership. For example, the official Israeli government pamphlet on the refugee question, first published in 1953, states plainly that the Palestinian exodus followed express instructions broadcast by the president of the Arab Higher Executive, the Mufti. The same claim has been repeated before the United Nations, by countless Israeli diplomats in numerous countries, by overseas Zionist organizations, by pro-Israeli academics and journalists, and by hundreds of thousands of honest partisans of the Israeli cause who in all probability sincerely believe it. Considered from almost any level of moral elevation, the question of whether the Palestinians ran away under orders or under pressure is a secondary one. Whatever may have prompted their flight, they had a right to expect to return home after the end of hostilities. Nobody has so far been so bold as to deny that that right was stripped from them. But alas, the argument about the Palestinian refugees has not been carried on in any elevated manner. Thus the simple question, did they flee or were they driven out, assumes an importance of its own. To put it no higher, an awful lot of moral capital has been sunk into the argument. The 73. 74. Claim that broadcasts were transmitted urging flight has become virtually totemic. It is clung to with an almost neurotic zeal. What is the evidence for it? In January 1986, the Israeli historian Dr. Benny Morris published an article of extraordinary importance in Middle Eastern studies. Dr. Morris had obtained a copy of a report by the intelligence branch of the Israeli Defense Forces, entitled The Emigration of the Arabs of Palestine in the period January 12, 1947 to January 6, 1948. These months saw almost half of the refugees leave their homes, and thus may be taken as typical. The IDF intelligence made a meticulous study of the departure of these 391,000 people, and listed three major causes in their assigned order of importance. 1. Direct, hostile Jewish operations against Arab settlements. 2. The effect of our hostile operations on nearby settlements, especially the fall of large neighboring centers. 3. Operations of the dissidents. I should explain that when the report says "are" or Jewish, it is explicit in identifying the Israeli army or the Ben-Gurionist Haganah. By dissidents it no less explicitly means the Irgun and the Stern Gang, unofficial Zionist military formations who provide the political ancestry of Messrs. Begin and Shamir. The report divides responsibility for the flight by saying that, at least 55% of the total of the exodus was caused by our operations and their influence, while the Irgun and Stern groups directly caused some 15% of the emigration. Among other causes of Palestinian flight, according to the report, were Jewish whispering operations aimed at frightening away Arab inhabitants and ultimate expulsion orders by the army and the Haganah. These last are said to account for some 2% apiece, a total which Dr. Morris considers somewhat low and ascribes to a perhaps understandable tendency to minimize the role direct expulsion orders played in bringing about part of the Palestinian exodus. However apprehensive the authors of the report may have been on this score, their own evidence shows that fully 72% of the Palestinian refugees in this crucial period were expelled by Israeli military force. This admission by the IDF deserves, perhaps, more publicity than it has yet received. So does that section of the report which deals with the broadcasts. As Dr. Morris writes, the report goes out of its way to 75. Stress that the exodus was contrary to the political strategic desires of both the Arab Higher Committee and the governments of the neighboring Arab states. IDF intelligence found that the Arab institutions attempted to struggle against the phenomenon of flight and evacuation, and to curb the waves of emigration. There were some broadcasts, but as Dr. Morris shows with the help of the report, the Arab Higher Committee decided to impose restrictions and issued threats, punishments, and propaganda in the radio and press to curb emigration. The report makes no mention of any blanket order issued over Arab radio stations or through other means to Palestinians to evacuate their homes and villages. Had such an order been issued, it would without doubt have been mentioned or cited in this document. The Haganah Intelligence Service and the IDF Intelligence Branch closely monitored Arab radio transmissions and the Arabic press. Given this evidence, Dr. Morris's conclusion is almost ocious. The IDF Intelligence Report, as he puts it, thoroughly undermines the traditional official Israeli explanation of a mass flight ordered or incited by the Arab leadership for political strategic reasons. This confirmation, by an Israeli historian using the most scrupulous and authentic Zionist sources, at last allows one to write finesse to a debate which has been going on for a quarter of a century. I am not speaking here of the debate over the 1948 refugees, which of course began from the first day of the Palestinian diaspora. I am referring to the long and little-known exchange between Erskine B. Childers and John Kimchi. Erskine Childers is an Irish diplomat and journalist, grandson of the author of The Riddle of the Sands and son of the President of the Irish Republic, both of whom bore the same name. John Kimchi is a distinguished Israeli journalist and historian who was at this period the editor of the London Jewish Observer. In an article in the London Spectator published on May 12, 1961, Dr. Childers explained his bafflement about the best-known Israeli propaganda claim, viz., that Arab Palestinians had been urged to flee by their own leadership. Examining even official Israeli statement about the Arab exodus, I was struck by the fact that no primary evidence of evacuation orders was ever produced. The charge, Israel claimed, was documented, but where were the documents? There had allegedly been Arab radio broadcasts ordering the evacuation, but no dates, names of stations, or texts of messages were ever cited. In Israel in 1958, as a guest the Foreign Office and therefore doubly hopeful of serious assistance, I 76. Asked to be shown the proofs. I was assured they existed, and was promised them. None had been offered when I left, but I was again assured. I asked to have the material sent on to me. I am still waiting. While in Israel, however, I met Dr. Leo Cohn, professor of political science at Hebrew University and an ambassador-rank advisor to the Israeli Foreign Office. He had written one of the first official pamphlets on the Arab refugees. I asked him for concrete evidence of the Arab evacuation orders. Agitatedly, Dr. Cohn replied, "Evidence? Evidence? What more could you want than this?" and he took up his own pamphlet. "Look at this Economist report," and he pointed to a quotation. "You will surely not suggest that The Economist is a Zionist journal." The quotation is one of about 5 that appear in every Israeli speech and pamphlet, and are in turn used by every sympathetic analysis. It seemed very impressive, it referred to the exodus from Haifa, and to an Arab broadcast order as one major reason for that exodus. Dr. Childers was sufficiently intrigued to turn up the original Economist article, which had appeared on October 2, 1948. His first suspicion was aroused by the use of the bland euphemism incident to describe the notorious massacre of the Arab villagers of Deir Yassin. Further checking showed that the report in The Economist, which made a vague reference to announcements made over the air by the Arab Higher Committee, had been written from Cyprus by a correspondent who used an uncorroborated Israeli source. It hardly counted as evidence, let alone first-hand testimony. Further misgivings were aroused by the claim, also made in official Israeli publications, that the Greek Catholic Archbishop of Galilee had reported exhortations to his flock to leave. "I wrote to His Grace," said Childers. "I hold signed letters from him, with permission to publish, in which he categorically denied ever alleging Arab evacuation orders. He states that no such orders were ever given. He says that his name has been abused for years and that the Arabs fled because of panic and forcible eviction." Yet Abba Eban told the United Nations Special Political Committee that the same Archbishop had fully confirmed that Arabs were urged to flee by their own leaders. Childers decided that the only scholarly recourse was to test the undocumented charge which, as he said, could fortunately be done thoroughly because the BBC monitored all Middle East broadcasts throughout 1948. The transcripts, together with corroborative ones from an American monitoring unit, were available at the 77 British Museum. Childers went through the lot. Let me quote his conclusion. "There was not a single order, or appeal, or suggestion about evacuation from Palestine from any Arab radio station, inside or outside Palestine, in 1948. There is repeated monitored record of Arab appeals, even flat orders, to the civilians of Palestine to stay put." As a small embellishment to this historic finding, which has never been challenged, let alone rebutted, Dr. Childers mentioned that Israeli broadcasts in Hebrew, and many Jewish newspapers, reported those very same Arab appeals to stay put. On June 2, 1961, John Kimchi joined battle. "Unlike Mr. Childers," he wrote, "I was present at most of the decisive phases of the exodus of the Palestinian Arabs, and I have spent some years since then checking and rejecting not only the evidence but also the so-called sources of the evidence." He went on to make 3 points. The first of these was more in the nature of an innuendo. It would be interesting to know how Mr. Childers checked all the Middle East broadcasts, who monitored them and where, and whether there were really no gaps at all in these monitorings of all Middle East broadcasts in 1948. Secondly, Mr. Kimchi departed a little from the official Israeli script. The suggestion that the Israeli case rested on the evidence of a broadcast order from the Arab leaders to the Palestinians is a myth invented and exploited by Professor Walid Khalidi, on whose researches Mr. Childers seems to have based himself. But Professor Khalidi had told us earlier, in the December 1959 issue of the Middle East Forum, that contact between the Arab leaders and the National Committee in Haifa was maintained, not by broadcasts, but through messengers and telephone conversations, which I presume Mr. Childers has not been able to check. In fact, I came to the conclusion some time ago that this is not something which can be established by a written piece of paper. Third, there came a reference to a written piece of paper. There is now a mountain of independent evidence to show that the initiative for the Arab exodus came from the Arab side and not from the Jews. For example, the files of the British SID headquarters in 78 Haifa have a whole series of reports on the situation between April 26 and the end of the month. Let me conclude with a sentence from the report of April 28, 1948, AICSID. The Jews, it says, are still making even effort to persuade the Arab population to remain and settle down to their normal lives in the town. It is signed, A.J. Bidmead for the Superintendent of Police. But the Arab leaders insisted that the Arab population be evacuated and that the British military authorities should provide them with the necessary transport. It was perhaps odd that Mr. Kimchi should have cited the case of Haifa, since the situation there had been dealt with by Childers in his original article. Childers had written, apropos of the Jewish appeal to Arabs to stay. There is one recorded instance of such an appeal. It is beyond dispute, even by Arabs, that in Haifa the late, gentle mayor, Shabbatai Levi, with the tears streaming down his face, implored the city's Arabs to stay. But elsewhere in Haifa, other Zionists were terrorizing Arabs. Arthur Kestler wrote in his book that Haganah loudspeaker vans and the Haganah radio promised that cities Arabs escort to Arab territory and hinted at terrible consequences if their warnings were disregarded. Kimchi chose not to take up this evidence from Kestler, one of Zionism's most militant witnesses, even though Kestler's evidence would supply a motive for Arab requests for a British escort, the term which is significantly used in both accounts. Perhaps they did not fancy being escorted by the Haganah. Neither Kimchi nor Childers asked why, if the Israelis were so keen on the Arabs staying, the Arabs would have asked for an escort at all. Childers sent a rejoinder to The Spectator, which was published on June 9, 1961. He took the points more or less in the order in which they were made. He questions whether the BBC monitors may not have missed some 1948 Arab broadcasts, since I found their record contained no broadcast Arab evacuation orders to the Palestinians. His concern about this might be more convincing, had he not refrained from mentioning the other vital fact I reported, that this monitor record shows repeated Arab broadcasts ordering and appealing to the Palestinians not to evacuate and announcing many measures to prevent and stem the exodus. Are we really to believe that the monitors fabricated this record? I can cite to him Zionist newspapers and 79 broadcasts in Palestine in 1948 reporting these Arab anti-evacuation measures. But Mr. Kimchi judiciously covers himself by next claiming that in any case the Israeli version of the Exodus has never rested on the existence of a broadcast order from the Arab leaders, a myth, he says, invented by Dr. Khalidi. Doubtless Dr. Khalidi will be writing from Princeton for himself. I will therefore simply refer Mr. Kimchi to only one example of Israel very definitely resting her case on this radio story. Her 1953 official pamphlet on the Arab refugees alleged that the exodus followed express instructions broadcast by the president of the Arab Higher Executive. What next? Mr. Kimchi next covers himself by saying that he has concluded that the cause of the exodus is not something that can be established by a written piece of paper. Good. We may then take it that Mr. Kimchi, Zionist editor and author of a book endorsed by Mr. Ben-Gurion, refutes all Israeli claims of documentary evidence of the alleged Arab evacuation orders. Childers went on to dispute other allegations and counter-allegations made by Kimchi about why the Arabs actually did leave, which are not material to this essay. Towards the end of his reply he asked, rather scornfully, "And what else from Mr. Kimchi's mountain? How was his alleged Arab initiative implemented?" He exploits a reference by Dr. Khalidi to Haifa contact with Arab leaders by telephone and messenger. From this we are supposed to credit that 650,000 civilians, rooted to their homes, obediently fled out of Palestine on orders from Arab leaders that were not broadcast and not written, but allegedly sent by messenger and phone all over the country, and that these 650,000 civilians so fled despite the fact that the same Arab leaders were broadcasting to them not to leave. On June 16, 1961, Professor Leo Cohn joined the fray, the same Leo Cohn cited by Childers in his first article. His contribution was printed posthumously because he died between writing it and the day of publication. It sought to restate the case for an Arab-sponsored exodus, or rather for considering the exodus as Arab-sponsored. A core quotation was adduced. There is also a wealth of evidence, wrote Cohn, descending somewhat from Kimchi's mountain from Arab sources to show that the Arab League at an early stage of the campaign adopted a policy evacuating the Arab population to the neighboring countries, being convinced that their absence would be of short duration and would 80. Facilitate the impending military operations. This wholesale exodus was partly due to the belief of the Arabs, encouraged by the boasting of an unrealistic Arab press and the irresponsible utterances of some of the Arab leaders, that it could only be a matter of some weeks before the Jews were defeated. From the Arabs by Edward Atiyah, formerly Secretary of the Arab League Office in London, Penguin Books 1955, p. 183. To this Childers replied, in a companion article printed the same week. I think I must explain why I comment without inhibition on the late Dr. Cohn's article. It was written, not on his own behalf, but Israel's, and not in personal testimony, but by use of published material. And it concerns the fate of 650,000 human beings. I could not, honestly, treat the above version of their fate differently, notwithstanding the news of Dr. Cohn's death. I stated in my article that Israel had failed over 10 years to produce anything remotely resembling proof of the Arab evacuation orders she has always alleged. Dr. Cohn had available the entire resources of the government of Israel, yet his reply contains no evidence whatsoever. It repeats the assertion that there is a wealth of evidence of an Arab League evacuation policy. It does not, and we may therefore presume that Israel cannot, say when the decision was taken or how this alleged policy was implemented. On June 23, 1961, the same Edward Atiyah cited by Professor Cohn wrote to offer a gloss on the quotation that had been attributed to him. His main point was as follows. It leaves out my very next sentence which reads, but it was also, and in many parts of the country, largely due to a policy of deliberate terrorism and eviction followed by the Jewish commanders in the areas they occupied, and reaching its peak of brutality in the massacre of Deir Yassin. My second comment is that there is no suggestion whatever in what I wrote that the exodus of the Arab refugees was a result of a policy of evacuating the Arab population. What I said is something quite different from the Zionist allegation that the Arab refugees were ordered or ever told by their leaders to evacuate, which is the main point in the whole controversy. In the same week John Kimchi defended himself once more. His letter descended yet further down the mountain of evidence with which he had opened the bidding. He now wrote. 81. The Arab exodus, no more quotation marks for exodus as in earlier letters, was a complicated and confused affair. Its origins cannot be settled by rhetorical but meaningless questions such as were there Arab broadcast orders or were there not. I have never said that there were. In the same letter Kimchi averred that there is, in fact, no slick explanation of the Arab exodus from Palestine. During this initial phase, the responsibility was partly that of the British administration and largely that of the Arab leadership. Those who should have set an example were the first to go. Later the responsibility was in part that of the invading Arab armies and the Israelis who encouraged and in some cases forced the Arabs to leave. But, in general, it was the initial propaganda pattern set by the Arab leaders that created panic whenever the Israelis appeared, and led to indiscriminate flight. In truth, as distinct from propaganda, it is a very mixed-up story and not easy to unravel. Having conceded much, putting the word encouraged in inverted commas obviously cost him something, Kimchi made a final stand on the issue which began the controversy. And as for the broadcast reports which Professor Khalidi and Mr. Childers have so carefully checked in the British Museum, may I suggest they forget all about them. They are so ludicrously incomplete that they cannot be considered as evidence. They do not cover even 10% of the broadcasts. They prove nothing. Mr. Kimchi did not say whether he had checked the broadcast reports, or had had them checked. He may also have been embarrassed, in his dual role as a historian of the period and editor of a pro-Zionist newspaper in London, by a speech made by David Ben-Gurion during the course of this exchange of letters. On May 18, 1961, the London Times reported Mr. Ben-Gurion as having denied in the Knesset yesterday that a single Arab resident had been expelled by the government since the establishment of the State of Israel, and he said the pre-state Jewish underground had announced that any Arab could remain where he was. He said the fugitives had fled under the orders of Arab leaders. In the final round of the correspondence, Childers noted that Kimchi had conceded the whole broadcasts issue. He also pointed out that the idea of an exodus ordered by telephones and messengers appeared to have gone into eclipse. For good measure. 82. He emphasized that the CIA monitoring records for Middle East broadcasting in 1948, which were open to inspection at Princeton University, bore out the same pattern as those of the BBC. John Kimchi had the last word in a very brief letter published on August 4, 1961. He summed up his own view rather surprisingly in the words of a leading Arabist: "What matters is what Sir John Glubb said, what is to happen to the refugees? What is now going to be done for them? A good question. I wrote earlier that it would not matter how or why the refugees had left if they had been allowed to return." Even Kimchi admits, in his June 23 letter, that Israel did indeed expel many Arabs after the fighting, though he remains reluctant to admit they expelled any before it. What we have here, I suspect, is prima facie evidence of a very bad conscience which shifts jerkily from angry claims about mountains of evidence for Arab-ordered flight, to sentimental invocations of Sir John Glubb. One is compelled to believe that some kind of denial is at work here. In Kimchi's own history of 1948, we read how Moshe Dayan and his column on July 11, 1948, drove at full speed into Lydda, shooting up the town and creating confusion and a degree of terror among the population. Its Arab population of 30,000 either fled or were herded on the road to Ramallah. The next day Rami also surrendered and its Arab population suffered the same fate. Both towns were sacked by the victorious Israelis. Mr. Kimchi cannot overlook that and many similar incidents. But he cannot bear to attribute generalized Palestinian flight to this kind of conduct. So it becomes necessary, even if impossible on the basis of the evidence, for him to construct an imaginary Arab higher command, which mysteriously, and quite variously, orders the Palestinians to dematerialize and reassemble elsewhere. In spite of the fact that it has been ridiculed and confuted so many times, the broadcast excuse continues to appear in print. This may be because it has been repeated so many times that it cannot be disowned without embarrassment. It may be because, like many lies, it takes no time to tell and much time to expose. It may be, as I suggest above, that it meets some psychological need to displace responsibility. No doubt there are elements of all three. The fact remains that as late as October 1986, David Gilmour was able to catch out an Israeli propagandist in the pages of Middle East International. This propagandist had written, in 1981, that the 83 Arab Higher Committee had ordered the Arabs in Haifa to leave the town. Gilmour pointed out that an earlier account by the same author had accused the Arab League, a very different and distinct entity, of issuing the orders. The name of the propagandist was John Kimchi. Gilmour also waded through a book called Battleground by Samuel Katz, which had been recommended by the Israeli lobby to all British members of Parliament as a very valuable source of reference, providing a most informed understanding of the situation in the Middle East. Katz's book states calmly that the Arab refugees were not driven from Palestine by anyone. The vast majority left, whether of their own free will or at the orders or exhortations of their leaders. Even as I was finishing this chapter, I noticed a lavish full-page advertisement in the New Republic from a body calling itself CAMERA, the Committee for Accuracy in Middle East Reporting in America. Entitled Mideast Refugees, Who Are They, What is the Story? The advertisement commenced by saying, in 1948, on the day of the proclamation of the State of Israel, 5 Arab armies invaded the new country from all sides. In frightful radio broadcasts, they urged the Arabs living there to leave, so that the invading armies could operate without interference. I wrote to CAMERA on February 20, 1987, asking for an authenticated case of such a broadcast, whether frightful or otherwise. By late August I had received no evidence. Even though nobody has ever testified to having heard them, and even though no record of their transmission has ever been found, we shall hear of these orders and broadcasts again and again. 4. Peretz Kidron. My debut as a ghost was quite fortuitous. In 1974, shortly after taking up writing as a profession, principally in journalism and translation. A mutual friend introduced me to Ben Dunkelman, a Canadian Jew then on a visit to Israel where he sought help in writing his memoirs. A wealthy businessman now in retirement, Dunkelman in his younger days had made a name for himself as a combat officer with the Canadian Expeditionary Force which fought in France during World War II. Later, he volunteered for the Israeli army during the 1948 war which coincided with the proclamation of Israel's independence. With an eventful life behind him, Dunkelman obviously had an interesting story to tell, and in spite of claiming no experience as a ghost, I willingly undertook the assignment. In the autumn of the same year, I went to stay at the Dunkelman home outside Toronto, where I lived and worked in close proximity with my subject. It was an extremely convenient arrangement. Having almost no written material to go on, my work rested upon lengthy sessions with Ben. We were soon on first-name terms, in which he launched into rambling but colorful reminiscences about the highlights of his career. After getting the gist of a particular story or episode, I would immediately retire to my basement study and write it up to the best of my ability, endeavoring as far as I could to remain faithful in style and substance to what I had so recently heard from the horse's mouth. When I completed a draft chapter more or less to my satisfaction, I would submit it to Ben for his comments and 85. 86. Corrections. Helped by the immediacy of the situation, I must have done quite an acceptable job because Dunkelman generally pronounced himself satisfied with my rendering of his account. The changes he made were few and, for the most part, minor. When the chapter received his final OK, it would be passed to Ben's Israel-born wife Yael who retyped it. The manuscript was later published in somewhat condensed form by Macmillan under the title Dual Loyalty. It was also translated into Hebrew and issued by Schocken. Dunkelman proved to be an excellent raconteur, and I was fascinated by his yarns. But I naturally found the greatest interest in his stories about the 1948 war, this being a subject with which I was familiar from extensive reading, and from personal accounts I had heard from participants. Having myself settled in Israel only 3 years after the war, I felt I was close to home ground. It was while Ben was relating this part of his memoirs that he made a startling revelation. To summarize his account, reaching Israel at a time when the Israeli army was desperately short of officers with combat experience such as he had acquired in Europe, Dunkelman soon found himself appointed to the relatively senior post of brigade commander, charged with the task of dislodging the Arab forces which maintained a powerful foothold in central and upper Galilee. After some preliminary skirmishes, Dunkelman decided to lunge for Nazareth, the largest Arab town in Galilee and a key strategic objective. He led his own 7th Brigade and support units in a pincer thrust along an undefended rear road into Nazareth. After little more than token resistance, the town capitulated. The surrender was enshrined in a formal document whereby the town's dignitaries undertook to cease hostilities, in return for which the Israeli officers headed by Dunkelman solemnly pledged that no harm would befall the civilian population. As to what happened next, it is best presented in my own version as recorded within hours of hearing the story from Dunkelman. 2 days after the second truce came into effect, the 7th Brigade was ordered to withdraw from Nazareth. Avraham Yaff, who had commanded the 13th Battalion in the assault on the city, now reported to me with orders from Moshe Carmel to take over from me as its military governor. I complied with the order, but only after Avraham had given me his word of honor that he would do nothing to harm or displace the Arab population. My demand may sound strange, but I had good reason to feel concerned on this subject. Truth whereby Whittian's LHX. Only a few hours previously, Maim Laskov had come to me with astounding orders. Nazareth's civilian population was to be evacuated. I was shocked and horrified. I told him I would do nothing of the sort. In view of our promises to safeguard the city's people, such a move would be both superfluous and harmful. I reminded him that scarce a day earlier, he and I, as representative-es of the Israeli army, had signed the surrender document, in which we solemnly pledged to do nothing to harm the city or its population. When Haim saw that I refused to obey the order, he left. A scarce 12 hours later, Avraham Yaf came to tell me that his battalion was relieving my brigade. I felt sure that this order had been given because of my defiance of the evacuation order. But although I was withdrawn from Nazareth, it seems that my disobedience did have some effect. It seems to have given the High Command time for second thoughts, which led them to the conclusion that it would, indeed, be wrong to expel the inhabitants of Nazareth. To the best of my knowledge, there was never any more talk of the evacuation plan, and the city's Arab citizens have lived there ever since. I included this episode in the draft chapter describing the 7th Brigade's Galilee campaign, which I handed to Ben for his study and comments. The next day, he gave it back to me. To the best of my recollection, he said nothing, but as I glanced through the text, I came to the above episode, where I was surprised to find the following comment penciled in the margin: I wish to consider whether I should include this or not. Ben's second thoughts came as a disappointment to me. I took the matter up with him at our next session, attempting to persuade him that, as an important piece of historical testimony, the episode should be placed on record. Uncharacteristically for a man of his vigorous convictions, Ben made no effort to explain his backtracking, making me suspect that the idea was not his own, and that Yale had exerted her very considerable influence. Be that as it may, when I saw that his mind was in fact set against including the passage, I abandoned my attempt. After all, I told myself, this being his story, it was his prerogative to decide what to tell, and what to omit. In passing, I should mention that, with the exception of one innocently scurrilous incident involving a Canadian officer friend, this was the sole instance I can recall O.T. Ben having second thoughts about a story he had related toward inclusion in the manuscript. While bowing to Dunkelman's wishes with regard to deletion O.T. 88. The offensive passage, I found myself in a grave dilemma. I was convinced of the importance of publishing the incident, which touched upon one of the most sensitive and explosive issues in the Arab-Israeli conflict. It will be recalled that the 1948 war uprooted hundreds of thousands of Palestinian Arabs from their homes. When the fighting ended, the refugees, temporarily lodged in makeshift camps, expected permission to return to their homes, which now lay in Israeli territory. But the Israeli authorities resolutely refused to sanction their return, resisting diplomatic pressure and ignoring UN resolutions for repatriation. The motives behind this policy have been discussed at length, and I will not consider that aspect of the issue. But it is significant that the Israeli authorities defended their refusal in part by charging that the refugee problem was of the Arabs' own making, claiming that the civilians had abandoned their homes at the behest of their leaders who allegedly urged them to leave the way clear for the Arab armies to throw the Jews into the sea. Refugee spokesman charged that the Israeli forces had followed a deliberate policy of mass expulsions employing violence and threats to induce a forced exodus. The Israeli authorities indignantly and consistently denied the allegations. The Israeli version, presented with considerable vigor and skill, came to be accepted not only within Israel and in Jewish public opinion in the diaspora, but also among circles claiming familiarity with the Mid-Eastern conflict. Hence the importance of Dunkelman's account. If his story was accurate, he had received explicit orders from his superiors to drive out unarmed civilians who had formally surrendered and thrown themselves upon the mercy of the Israeli forces. It is of course entirely to Dunkelman's credit that, true to his solemn undertaking, he resisted the order. Thanks to him, Nazareth remains an Arab city. To the best of my knowledge, this was the first testimony concerning such an order to come first-hand from someone who had held a senior position in the Israeli command. The significance of the incident was more than purely local. It stood to reason that if such an order had been issued with regard to Nazareth, similar directives may have been given concerning other Arab population centers whose inhabitants allegedly fled. That was why I considered it so important that Dunkelman's testimony be made public. If he declined to do it, it was surely up to me. In spite of that conviction, however, I was painfully aware of various constraints. For one thing, Dunkelman's senior rank. Notwithstanding, his account was unsupported, resting entire upon his own personal recollection of events which had taken place nearly a quarter of a century earlier. Could his testimony stand up against the unanimous protestations of Israel's military and political leadership, which had consistently denied acting in the manner indicated by Dunkelman's account? There were also personal and professional inhibitions. Although my relationship with Ben was hardly that of a doctor or lawyer, I had nevertheless been made privy to his story in a professional capacity. Would it be ethical for me to disclose an episode he had explicitly requested to have suppressed? The problem transcended professional formality. Ben had treated me throughout with great consideration and generosity. Would it not be base ingratitude to violate his confidence? Another consideration was anxiety for my own career. Should I acquire a reputation for indiscretion, might I not find myself shunned by potential clients? Faced with a dilemma that pitted political commitment against personal and professional ethics, as well as private interest, I found no unequivocal solution. Consequently, I settled for a compromise to keep my options open. When I finished my work, it took me just 6 weeks to complete the manuscript. I cleared out my desk, throwing away heaps of papers, semi-completed drafts and notes. But I took the page with the Nazareth episode, authenticated by Ben's penciled comment, which implicitly endorsed its authenticity, and carefully packed it with my personal effects. I sensed some pangs of conscience over my underhand behavior towards Ben, though I could argue that, in view of the desperate plight of hundreds of thousands of homeless refugees whose cause might be helped by publication of his testimony, my personal misconduct had some moral justification. Returning to Israel late in December 1974, I reverted to my routine activities, which included involvement with the radical left. It was the doldrum period after the Yom Kippur War. In spite of hopes among many of my friends that the 1973 upheaval would open Israeli eyes and produce a swing towards the dovish options advocated by the left, particularly with regard to an understanding with the Palestinians, in fact, we witnessed the groundswell which culminated 2 years later in the electoral triumph of the right-wing Likud under Menachem Begin. But in 1975 power was still in the hands of the labor establishment which had ruled Israel right from the start. After nearly a decade of occupation of 90. The West Bank and the Gaza Strip, the Israeli authorities' sole mode of dealing with the Palestinians was by continued repression. The Israeli left was deeply divided and confused. Regularly attending meetings and rallies, I found no group with which I could actively identify. Increasingly, I found myself in the role of observer, though I occasionally joined in the interminable arguments about the rights and wrongs of the Arab-Israeli conflict. When right-wingers trotted out their stock arguments, which included the inevitable claim that the refugee problem had been created by the Arabs themselves, I had the advantage of being able to draw upon my little nugget of personal information culled from Ben Dunkelman. However, as is normal in ideological confrontation, the facts made little impact on firmly entrenched conviction. As for publication of Dunkelman's account, I was dubious about its efficacy in the absence of a political organization which could take the matter up. During this period, I made my living as a Hebrew-English translator. With growing proficiency in a field where demand exceeded supply, I soon found myself inundated with work. Most of my assignments were translations into English of Hebrew books of topical or political interest, Operation Susanna about an Israeli spy ring in Egypt, Michael Bar Zohar's biography of David Ben-Gurion and other works. One of these was Ezer Weizmann's first book of memoirs, which he wrote with the assistance of journalist Dov Goldstein. It was through Goldstein that I was approached subsequently to translate the memoirs of Yitzhak Rabin, which Goldstein likewise ghosted. It was now late 1978 or early 1979. Rabin, recently unseated as Prime Minister, had ample time to compose his book. He also had plenty of material to draw upon. A brigade commander in 1948, his military career culminated in the mid-60s with his appointment as Commander-in-Chief, in which capacity he led the Israeli forces to their stunning 1967 victory. Subsequently, he served some years as ambassador to Washington, after the 1973 war which so gravely discredited the Labor Old Guard. He was recalled from the US and soon found himself Prime Minister, until his downfall in 1977. When I commenced work on the Rabin manuscript, I was alerted to a minor difficulty. The material delivered to me for translation was not yet final, for although cleared by military censorship, it required additional vetting by a special ministerial committee. Under Israeli law, such supplementary censorship is mandatory for persons who have held senior military or political 91 posts. I was accordingly instructed to proceed with the translation. Any changes or deletions ordered by the ministerial committee would be conveyed to me in due course. I had progressed some way into the manuscript, which I found painfully lengthy and dry, when I got a call from Goldstein. The ministerial committee had finally pronounced its verdict, he told me, and proceeded to dictate a series of page numbers and paragraphs to specify deletions. No sooner had I put down the phone than, feeling highly intrigued, I hastened to scan the manuscript, to find out what the ministers in their wisdom deemed unfit for publication over the signature of an ex-prime minister. It was a most instructive list. Even though the military censor had approved the manuscript, thereby indicating that it contained nothing prejudicial to national security, the ministerial committee insisted on deleting significant passages. For example, they struck out Rabin's account of the Israeli attack on the US spy ship Liberty during the early hours of the Six-Day War in 1967, even though Rabin's version staunchly upheld the Israeli claim that the strike was a genuine mistake, with no ulterior motive. With equal firmness, the ministerial committee deleted any reference, however remote, to Israel's nuclear development program, with which Rabin had sporadic encounters in his successive posts as Commander-in-Chief, Ambassador and Prime Minister. This blanket of secrecy is currently of added interest in view of Mordecai Vannu's sensational disclosures about Israel's nuclear arsenal. As I scanned the list of erasures, I came across one which sent my pulse racing. It was in the section of the manuscript describing the 1948 war, when Rabin commanded the Herald Brigade. Having taken an active part in the fighting in and around Jerusalem, Herald was transferred to the Central Front, where it participated in Operation Lurler, so named after the initials of its objectives, the Arab towns of Lydda, Ramleh, Latron, and Ramallah. The operation's successful first phase led the Israeli forces to occupy Lydda, now Lod, and Ramleh. Subsequent events are depicted in the Rabin manuscript, in the rather rough translation I made at the time and never polished. While the fighting was still in progress, we had to grapple with a troublesome problem, the fate of the populations of Lod and Ramleh, numbering some 50,000 civilians. Not even Ben-Gurion could offer any solution, and during the discussions at operational headquarters, he remained silent, as was his habit in such situations. 92. Clearly, we could not leave Lod's hostile and armed populace in our rear, where it could endanger the supply route to Yiftach, which was advancing eastwards. We walked outside, Ben-Gurion accompanying us. Alan repeated his question, "What is to be done with the population?" BG waved his hand in a gesture which said, "Drive them out." Alan and I held a consultation. I agreed that it was essential to drive the inhabitants out. We took them on foot towards the Bet Haran road, assuming that the Legion would be obliged to look after them, thereby shouldering logistic difficulties which would burden its fighting capacity, making things easier for us. Driving out is a term with a harsh ring. Psychologically, this was one of the most difficult actions we undertook. The population of Lod, Lydda, did not leave willingly. There was no way of avoiding the use of force and warning shots in order to make the inhabitants march the 10 to 15 miles to the point where they met up with the Legion. The inhabitants of Ramleh watched, and learned the lesson. Their leaders agreed to be evacuated voluntarily, on condition that the evacuation was carried out by vehicles. Buses took them to Latron, and from there they were evacuated by the Legion. Great suffering was inflicted upon the men taking part in the eviction action. Soldiers of the Yiftach Brigade included youth movement graduates, who had been inculcated with values such as international fraternity and humaneness. The eviction action went beyond the concepts they were used to. There were some fellows who refused to take part in the expulsion action. Prolonged propaganda activities were required after the action, to remove the bitterness of these youth movement groups, and explain why we were obliged to undertake such a harsh and cruel action. Today, in hindsight, I think the action was essential. The removal of those 50,000 Arabs was an important contribution to Israel's security, in one of the most sensitive of regions, linking the coastal plain with Jerusalem. After the War of Independence, some of the inhabitants were permitted to return to their hometowns. This episode naturally brought to mind Ben Dunkelman's account of the order to depopulate Nazareth. Delving into my files, I found the precious page I had brought back from Toronto, and hastened to compare the two texts. The points of similarity were striking. The two incidents occurred within days of one another. In both cases, the advancing Israeli forces had occupied large Arab population centers. In both cases, orders had been issued for the forcible eviction of the civilians. In both cases, the order was given personally, without any written record being kept. Ben-Gurion's behavior as depicted by Rabin, the mute wave of the hand, bears out Dunkelman's verbal account, I did not 93. include it in the draft, but I recall it clearly, that when he demanded written authorization from Ben-Gurion, the expulsion order was not followed through. In brief, the two descriptions, particularly when taken together, proved beyond any shadow of doubt that there were high-level directives for mass expulsions of the Arab population, and that the decision-makers, evidently aware of the discreditable and unlawful nature of such a policy, were careful to leave no incriminating evidence about their personal and political responsibility. I now found myself in possession of two pieces of original, and unquestionably reliable, testimony about the origins of the Palestinian refugee tragedy. My doubts about Dunkelman's unsupported account were utterly dispelled by Rabin's story. My doubts had been resolved, but not so my dilemma. On the contrary, my complex heart-searchings about publication of Dunkelman's account were now compounded by the awareness that Rabin's testimony was being suppressed by a legally empowered ministerial committee. Were I to publish the deleted passage, I would run the risk of prosecution for flagrant violation of censorship. Nevertheless, while wrestling with the problem, I took the precaution of xeroxing the relevant passage in the Rabin manuscript. When I completed the translation and returned the Hebrew original, I stored away the copy I had made. Not having kept a chronicle of events at that time, I have no precise recollection as to how long I agonized over my dilemma, but the period probably extended into months rather than weeks. Finally, in September or October 1979, concluding that any other course would be abject cowardice and an evasion of my personal and political responsibility, I made up my mind to publish and be damned. With some trepidation, I called the New York Times' Jerusalem correspondent, David Shipler. When we met, I gave him copies of the two suppressed passages, and provided a full and candid account of how they came into my possession. Foreseeing that the Rabin disclosure would be the more explosive of the two, and would consequently evoke attempts by Israeli officials to dismiss it as a fabrication, I authorized Shipler to use my name in connection with the revelation. Since it was common knowledge that I was the translator, my name would bear out its authenticity, thereby perhaps precluding pointless wrangling on that point, and clearing the way for candid discussion of the substance of the account. 94. The die having been cast, I sat back to await the consequences. But days passed, and nothing happened. I sensed a blend of disappointment and anticlimax. Obviously I had exaggerated the explosive nature of the material. If Shipler or his editors found it unworthy of publication, my prolonged heart-searching struck me as having been a futile exercise in irrelevance. Disappointed at my bombshell turning out to be a damp squib, and with time on my hands, I left for a visit to England. I was staying at a boarding house in London several weeks later, when I got an agitated phone call from Israel. The shit has hit the fan. It had indeed. The New York Times of October 23, 1979 had published the story, Israel bars Rabin from relating 48 eviction of Arabs, which was promptly reprinted under banner headlines by the Israeli press. Under Israeli law, the local media are at liberty to print any item which has been published abroad, even if it was previously banned by the Israeli censors. As I was to learn later, the publication sparked off a major sensation in Israel, with extensive media comment, and some feeble denials from establishment figures. Yugal Allen, cited by Rabin as being present when Ben-Gurion gave the expulsion order, flatly contradicted Rabin's account. As was natural under the circumstances, I came in for extensive abuse for my indiscretion, and Rabin confessed to having neglected field security when he entrusted his manuscript to a person of my views. However, as is equally customary in such cases, the excitement soon died down, and other issues grabbed the headlines. Because the New York Times had focused exclusively upon Rabin's revelations about Lydda and Ramley, with no mention of Dunkelman's account about the abortive attempt to depopulate Nazareth, I later provided that story to the Israeli weekly Ha'olam Hazeh, which published it in July 1980. At the same time, I approached Communist Knesset member Tufik Zayyad, then as now mayor of Nazareth. I urged Zayyad to seize upon the impending publication of the story to table a question in the Knesset and demand official explanations about the order to make his city Arab-Bahrain. But here again, the matter failed to gain more than fleeting public attention. This account would be incomplete without a mention of subsequent developments, which display a strong streak of irony. To some extent, the disclosures did have some lasting effect. Since the New York Times publication, Israeli propaganda has largely relinquished the claim that the Palestinian exodus of 1948 was self-inspired. Official circles implicitly concede that the Arab 95 population fled as a result of Israeli action, whether directly, as in the case of Lydda and Ramley, or indirectly, due to the panic that and similar actions, the Deir Yassin massacre, inspired in Arab population centers throughout Palestine. However, even though the historical record has been grudgingly set straight, the Israeli establishment still refuses to accept moral or political responsibility for the refugee problem it, or its predecessors, actively generated. The broader political effect was equally disappointing. I had hoped that an acquaintance with the facts would induce Israeli public opinion to rethink its attitude towards the Palestinians, the 1948 refugees in particular, and, by recognizing Israel's culpability in that tragedy, adopt a more enlightened view towards Palestinian resentments and claims. Those hopes, far from being fulfilled, actually backfired. Whether in public debate or private conversation, it is difficult to detect remorse over Israel's treatment of the Palestinians in 1948. On the contrary, right-wingers frequently incline towards a kind of reverse morality, conceding that Israel engineered the 1948 exodus. They consequently imply, or declare outright, that there can be no moral constraints against expelling much or all of the Arab population remaining in Israel or the occupied territories. Just as my political hopes were shown to have been naively optimistic, my own personal expectations turned out to have been needlessly pessimistic. Before returning to Israel from London in 1980, I contacted the well-known attorney Amnon Zichrani, seeking his advice on my line of defense when charged with violating censorship, in relation to the Rabin manuscript. To my surprise, Zichrani wrote back that I had nothing to fear, since I had broken no law. The material I had published had been cleared by military censorship, the only legal constraint to which I was subject. The ministerial committee's deletions were binding upon Rabin alone. As an ordinary citizen, I did not come under the committee's jurisdiction and I could therefore not be prosecuted. While relieved by Zichrani's reassurances, I remained anxious about my professional career. Since it was generally known that I had leaked confidential material received in the course of my work, I expected to be shunned by potential clients wary of my disregard of professional ethics. How would I make a living? What I failed to take into account is that media leaks are a standard feature of Israeli public life. Cabinet ministers vie with generals and senior officials in disclosing information of the most 96. Confidential nature, whenever it suits their personal or political purposes. A leak is an everyday political device, employed with few inhibitions. Contrary to my glum predictions, I encountered no one who thought the worse of me for my breach of confidentiality. Of course, I have no way of knowing if my reputation for political indiscretion has deterred some potential client from employing me. But to the best of my knowledge, I have suffered no material harm. I continue to work in my profession. I am sought after to translate works of all kinds, including books by prominent figures of the political or journalistic establishment, not excluding some from the far right. In short, the whole affair was far less earth-shattering or portentous, whether in political impact or personal fallout, than I had foreseen. Accordingly, my personal advice to anyone in possession of confidential information he or she feels conscience-bound to place in the public domain, is best expressed in the immortal line uttered by the late Zero Mistel in The Producers, citing an expensively dressed blonde getting out of a fancy limousine. He leans out of the window and yells at the top of his voice, "That's right, baby, if you've got it, flaunt it." But to avoid excessive hopes that such revelations will alter the course of world history, it is wise to recall what Thoreau wrote: "It takes two to speak the truth, one to speak, another to hear." Middle East terrorism and the American ideological system. Noam Chomsky. On October 17, 1985, President Reagan met in Washington with Israeli Prime Minister Shimon Peres, who told him that Israel was prepared to take bold steps in the Middle East and extend the hand of peace to Jordan. Mr. Peres's visit comes at a moment of unusual American-Israeli harmony, David Shipler commented in the New York Times, quoting a State Department official who described US relations with Israel as extraordinarily close and strong. And indeed, Peres was warmly welcomed by the American media as a man of peace, and commended for his forthright commitment to bear the cost of peace in preference to the price of war, in his words. The president said that he and Mr. Peres discussed the evil scourge of terrorism, which has claimed so many Israeli, American and Arab victims and brought tragedy to many others, adding that we agreed that terrorism must not blunt our efforts to achieve peace in the Middle East. 1. It would require the talents of a Jonathan Swift to do justice to this exchange between two of the world's leading terrorist commanders, whose shared conception of peace, furthermore, excludes entirely one of the two groups that claim the right of national self-determination in the former Palestine, the indigenous population. So extreme is Reagan-Peres rejectionism that the Palestinians are not even to be permitted to select their own representatives in eventual negotiations, just as they are denied municipal elections or other democratic forms under the Israeli military occupation. The concept that they might have rights comparable to those of the settlers who largely displaced them is 97. 98. Excluded a priori, with the full support of articulate opinion in the United States. The Jordan Valley is an inseparable part of the State of Israel, Shimon Peres, the man of peace, declared while touring Israeli settlements there in 1985, consistent with his unwavering stand that the past is immutable and the Bible is the decisive document in determining the fate of our land and that a Palestinian state would threaten Israel's very existence. 2. His conception of a Jewish state, much lauded in the US for its moderation, does not threaten, but rather eliminates the existence of the Palestinian people. But this consequence is considered of little moment, at worst a minor defect in an imperfect world. Neither Peres nor any other Israeli leader has moved an inch from the position of current President Chaim Herzog in 1972 that the Palestinians can never be partners in any way in a land that has been holy to our people for thousands of years, though the Doves prefer to exclude West Bank areas of heavy Arab population from the Jewish state to avoid what they euphemistically term the demographic problem. Former chief of Israeli intelligence Shlomo Gazit, a senior official of the military administration from 1967 to 1973, observes that its basic principle was that it is necessary to prevent the inhabitants of the occupied territories from participating in shaping the political future of the territory, and they must not be seen as a partner for dealings with Israel, hence the absolute prohibition of any political organization, for it was clearly understood by everyone that if political activism and organization were permitted, its leaders would become potential participants in political affairs. The same considerations require the destruction of all initiative and every effort on the part of the inhabitants of the territories to serve as a pipeline for negotiations, to be a channel to the Palestinian Arab leadership outside of the territories. Israeli policy is a success story, Gazit concludes, because these goals, which persist until today, have been achieved. Israel's position, with US support, remains that of Prime Minister, now Defense Minister, Yitzhak Rabin, when the PLO and the Arab states submitted a proposal for a peaceful two-state settlement to the United Nations in January 1976, Israel will reject any negotiations with the PLO even if it recognizes Israel and renounces terrorism, and will not enter into political negotiations with Palestinians, PLO or not. 3. Neither Paris nor Reagan has been willing even to consider the explicit proposals by the PLO, which both know has overwhelming support among the Palestinians and as much legitimacy as did the Zionist organization in 1947, for negotiations leading to mutual 99. Recognition in a two-state settlement in accord with the broad international consensus that has been blocked at every turn by the US and Israel for many years. 4. These crucial political realities provide the necessary framework for any discussion of the evil scourge of terrorism, which, in the racist terms of American discourse, refers to terrorist acts by Arabs, but not by Jews, just as peace means a settlement that honors the right of national self-determination of Jews, but not of Palestinians. Paris arrived in Washington to discourse on peace and terrorism with his partner in crime directly after having sent his bombers to attack Tunis, where they killed 20 Tunisians and 55 Palestinians, Israeli journalist Amnon Kapeliuk reported. From the scene, the target was undefended, a vacation resort with several dozen homes, vacation cottages, and PLO offices side by side and intermingled in such a way that even from close by it is difficult to distinguish among them. The weapons were more sophisticated than those used in Beirut, smart bombs apparently, which crushed their targets to dust. The people who were in the bombed buildings were mangled beyond recognition. They showed me a series of pictures of the dead. You may take them, I was told. I left the pictures in the office. No newspaper in the world would publish terror photos such as these. I was told that a Tunisian boy who sold sandwiches near the headquarters was torn to pieces. His father identified the body by a scar on his ankle. Some of the wounded were brought out from under the rubble, apparently healthy and unhurt, my guide told me. Half an hour later they collapsed in contortions and died. Apparently their internal organs had been destroyed from the power of the blast. Tunisia had accepted the Palestinians at Reagan's behest after they had been expelled from Beirut in a US-supported invasion that left some 20,000 killed and much of the country destroyed. You used a hammer against a fly, military correspondent Zeev Schiff was informed by a leading Pentagon figure, a general who is familiar with the Israeli military, IDF, and several other armies of the region. You struck many civilians without need. We were astounded by your attitude to the Lebanese civilians, a feeling shared by Israeli soldiers and senior officers, who were appalled at the savagery of the attack and the treatment of civilians and prisoners. 6. Though support in Israel for the aggression and for the Begin Sharon team increased in parallel to the atrocities, reaching its peak after the terror bombing of Beirut in August. Shimon Peres, the man of peace and respected figure. 100. In the Socialist International, kept his silence until the costs to Israel began to mount with the post-war Sabra Shatila massacres and the toll taken by the Lebanese resistance, which undermined Israel's plan of establishing a new order in Lebanon with Israel in control of large areas of the south and the remnants ruled by Israel's Falangist allies and selected Muslim elites. There can be no doubt, Kapeliuk observes, that Arafat was the target of the Tunis attack. In the PLO office to which he was taken, a picture of Arafat stands amidst the ruins with the caption, "They wanted to kill me instead of negotiating with me." The PLO wishes negotiations, Kapeliuk was told, but Israel rejects any discussion, a simple statement of fact, effectively concealed by the US media, or worse, dismissed as irrelevant given the guiding racist premises. There can also be no serious doubt of US complicity in the Tunis attack. The US did not even warn the victims, close American allies, that the killers were on the way. One who credits the American pretense that the Sixth Fleet and the extensive US surveillance system in the region were incapable of detecting the Israeli planes refueled en route over the Mediterranean should be calling for a congressional investigation of the utter incompetence of the American military, which surely leaves us and our allies wide open to enemy attack. News reports now quote government sources as saying the US Sixth Fleet was undoubtedly aware of the coming raid but decided not to inform Tunisian officials, the Los Angeles Times reported, citing wire services. But that very significant statement was not reported in the two major East Coast papers, the New York Times and the Washington Post, nor in the other US papers, nor was it used in the overseas service of AP and UPI, London Economist Mideast correspondent Godfrey Jansen reported, adding that US passive collusion was absolutely certain. 7. One of the victims of the Tunis bombing was Mahmoud el-Mughrabi, born in Jerusalem in 1960, under detention 12 times by the age of 16, one of the informants for the London Sunday Times expose of torture in Israel, June 19, 1977, who managed to escape to Jordan after years of increasingly marginal existence under steadily deteriorating conditions of the military occupation, according to a memorial notice by Israeli Jewish friends that was repeatedly denied publication in Arab newspapers in East Jerusalem by Israeli military censorship. 8. These facts would, of course, be meaningless in the United States, if only because the Sunday Times study was largely excluded from the 101 press, though it was noted in the liberal New Republic, along with an explicit defense of torture of Arabs that elicited no public reaction. 9. The United States officially welcomed the Israeli bombing of Tunis as a legitimate response to terrorist attacks. Secretary of State Shultz confirmed this judgment in a telephone call to Israeli Foreign Minister Yitzhak Shamir, informing him that the president and others had considerable sympathy for the Israeli action, the press reported. 10. The US drew back from such open support after an adverse global reaction, but it abstained from the UN condemnation of this act of armed aggression in flagrant violation of the Charter of the United Nations, international law and norms of conduct, alone as usual. The intellectual and cultural climate in the US is reflected by the fact that the abstention was bitterly condemned as yet another instance of a pro-PLO and anti-Israel stance, and a refusal to strike hard at, carefully selected, terrorists. One might argue that the Israeli bombing does not fall under the rubric of international terrorism because it is an instance of the far more serious crime of aggression, as the UN Security Council maintained. Or one might hold that it is unfair to apply to Israel the definition of international terrorism designed by others. To counter the latter complaint, we may consider its own doctrine, as formulated by Ambassador Benjamin Netanyahu at an international conference on terrorism. The distinguishing factor in terrorism, he explained, is deliberate and systematic murder and maiming of civilians designed to inspire fear. 11. Clearly the Tunis attack and other Israeli atrocities over the years fall under this definition, though most acts of international terrorism do not, including the most outrageous terrorist attacks against Israelis, Maalat, the Munich massacre, the Coastal Road atrocity of 1978 that provided the pretext for invading Lebanon, etc., or even airplane hijacking or taking of hostages quite generally, the very topic of the conference he was attending. The attack on Arafat's PLO headquarters was allegedly in retaliation for the murder of 3 Israelis in Larnaca, Cyprus, by assailants who were captured and faced trial for their crime. Western diplomatic experts on the PLO doubt that Arafat was aware of the planned mission, and the Israelis, too, have dropped their original contention that Mr. Arafat had been involved. Apologists for Israeli terrorism here, who assure us that Israel's Tunisian raid precisely targeted people responsible for terroristic activities, are unimpressed, explaining that whatever the facts, the 102 larger moral responsibility for atrocities, is all Yasser Arafat's because he was, and remains, the founding father of contemporary Palestinian violence. In an address to the Israeli lobbying group AIPAC, Attorney General Edwin Meese stated that the US will hold Arafat accountable for acts of international terrorism quite generally, facts apparently being irrelevant. 13 Therefore any act against the PLO, a very broad category, as the historical record demonstrates, is legitimate. The Tunis attack was consistent with Israeli practice since the earliest days of the state. Retaliation is directed against those who are vulnerable, not the perpetrators of atrocities. A standard condemnation of the PLO is that instead of directly attacking security-minded foes like Israel, for example, Palestinians have attacked softer Israeli targets in Italy, Austria, and elsewhere. 14. Another sign of their vile and cowardly nature. The similar Israeli practice, initiated long before and vastly greater in scale, escapes notice in the midst of the general praise for Israeli heroism and military efficiency. The concept of retaliation also raises more than a few questions, a matter to which we turn directly. As 1985 came to an end, the press reviewed the record of a year of bloody international terrorism, including the murders in Larnaca on September 25 and the Achille Lauro hijacking and murder of an American tourist on October 7. Israel's October 1 attack was not included in the list. In its lengthy year-end review of terrorism, the New York Times briefly notes the Tunis bombing as an example of retaliation, not terrorism, describing it as an act of desperation that had little effect on Palestinian violence and provoked an outcry by other nations. Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz, condemning Italy for complicity in international terrorism by releasing the man who allegedly masterminded the hijacking, observed that the US would certainly extradite any Israeli terrorist who had done violence to citizens of another country, Ariel Sharon, Yitzhak Shamir, or Menachem Begin, for example. This statement appeared on the very day that Shimon Peres was being feted in Washington immediately after the Tunis bombing and lauded for his commitment to peace. It is considered entirely natural in the reigning cultural climate. Reagan's pronouncements on terrorism are reported and discussed with apparent seriousness in the mainstream, but occasional critics have remarked upon the hypocrisy of those who fulminate about international terrorism while sending their client armies to murder, mutilate, torture, and destroy in Nicaragua and, less commonly noted, since these acts are considered a grand 103 success, to massacre tens of thousands in El Salvador. Shortly after the Reagan-Paris Discourse on Peace and Terror, a group of 120 doctors, nurses and other health professionals returned from an investigation in Nicaragua endorsed by the American Public Health Association and the World Health Organization, reporting the destruction of clinics and hospitals, murder of health professionals, looting of rural pharmacies leading to critical shortage of medicines, and successful disruption of a polio vaccination program, one small part of a campaign of violence organized in the centers of international terrorism in Washington and Miami. 16 New York Times reporters in Nicaragua match their Pravda colleagues in Afghanistan in their zeal to unearth or check the massive evidence of Contra atrocities, and this report, like many others, was ignored in the newspaper of record. The raid near Tunis yields a measure of the hypocrisy, which is not always easy to grasp. Suppose that Nicaragua were to carry out bombings in Washington aimed at Reagan, Schultz, and other gangsters, killing some 100,000 people by accident. This would be entirely justified retaliation by American standards, if indeed a ratio of 25 to 1 is acceptable, as in the Larnaca-Tunis exchange, though we might add for accuracy that in this case at least the perpetrators would be targeted and there is no question about who initiated the terror, and perhaps the appropriate number of deaths should be multiplied by some factor in consideration of the relative population sizes. Terrorists, and those who support them, must, and will, be held to account, President Reagan has declaimed, thus providing the moral basis for any such act of retaliation, with his harshest critics in the mainstream press in full accord. Peres had already distinguished himself as a man of peace in Lebanon. 18 After he became prime minister, Israel's counter-terror programs against civilians in occupied southern Lebanon intensified, reaching their peak of savagery with the Iron Fist operations of early 1985, which had the earmarks of Latin American death squads, Curtis Wilkie commented, affirming reports of other journalists on the scene. In the village of Zeraria, for example, the IDF, pursuing its vocation of purity of arms, carried out an operation well to the north of its then current front line. After several hours of heavy shelling of Zeraria and 3 nearby villages, the IDF carted off the entire male population, killing 35 to 40 villagers, some in cars crushed by Israeli tanks, other villagers were beaten or simply murdered. A tank shell was fired at Red Cross workers who were warned to stay away, and Israeli 104 troops miraculously escaped without casualties from what was officially described as a gun battle with heavily armed guerrillas. The day before, 12 Israeli soldiers had been killed in a suicide attack near the border, but Israel denied that the attack on Zeraria was retaliation. The Israeli claim is dutifully presented as fact by apologists here, who explain that intelligence had established that the town had become a base for terrorists. No less than 34 Shiite guerrillas were killed in the gun battle and more than 100 men were taken away for questioning, from one small village, Eric Briendel, which indicates the scale of the Shiite terror network. Unaware of the party line, Israeli soldiers painted the slogan "Revenge of the Israeli Defense Forces" in Arabic on walls of the town, reporters on the scene observed. 19 Elsewhere, Israeli gunners shot at hospitals and schools and took suspects, including patients in hospital beds and operating rooms, for interrogation. Prisoners are sometimes shot while trying to escape, in the familiar fashion, or to Israeli concentration camps, among numerous other atrocities that a Western diplomat who often travels in the area described as reaching new depths of calculated brutality and arbitrary murder. 20. The head of the IDF liaison unit in Lebanon, General Shlomo Ilya, said the only weapon against terrorism is terrorism and that Israel has options beyond those already used for speaking the language the terrorists understand. The concept is not a novel one. Thus, Gestapo operations in occupied Europe also were justified in the name of combating terrorism, and one of Klaus Barbie's victims was found murdered with a note pinned to his chest reading "Terror Against Terror." This latter is the name adopted by an Israeli terrorist group, and provided the heading for the cover story in Der Spiegel on the US terror bombing of Libya in April 1986. A UN Security Council resolution calling for condemnation of Israeli practices and measures against the civilian population in southern Lebanon was vetoed by the United States on the grounds that it applies double standards. "We don't believe an unbalanced resolution will end the agony of Lebanon," Jean Kirkpatrick explained. 21 Israel's terror operations continued as its forces were compelled to withdraw by the resistance. To mention only one case, Israeli troops and their South Lebanon Army, SLA mercenaries, brought the year of bloody international terrorism to an end on December 31, 1985, as they stormed a Shiite Muslim village Cunin in southern Lebanon and forced its entire population of about 2,000 to leave, blowing up houses and setting others on fire. 105. And rounding up 32 young men, old men, women, and children from the village were reported to be streaming into a town outside the Israeli security zone, where the UN force has a command post. 22 This report, compiled from accounts by witnesses quoted by the Lebanese police, a journalist from the conservative Beirut journal An-Nahar, and the Shiite Amal movement, is filed from Beirut. From Jerusalem, Joel Greenberg provides a different version, not on the basis of any identified sources, but as simple fact, villagers fearful of Ansar reprisal fled the Shiite village of Cunan after 2 Salah soldiers were slain in the village. 23. The difference in the two accounts, which is quite typical, is instructive. Israeli propaganda benefits greatly from the fact that the media rely overwhelmingly on Israel-based correspondents. This yields 2 crucial advantages. First, the news is presented to the American audience through official Israeli eyes. Second, on the rare occasions when us correspondents write something critical instead of simply relying on their genial hosts, the Israeli propaganda system and its numerous US affiliates can complain bitterly that Arab crimes are ignored while Israel is subjected to detailed scrutiny for any minor imperfection, given the density of reporting. Inability to manage the news in this fashion sometimes creates problems. For example, during the 1982 Lebanon War, when Israel had no way to control the eyewitness reports by Lebanon-based journalists. This evoked a huge protest over alleged atrocity-mongering and fabrication in a broad-scale mass psychological war waged against pitiful little Israel. Another sign of the inveterate anti-Semitism of world opinion, Israel became the victim, not the aggressor. It is easily demonstrated that the charges are false, often merely comical, and that the media predictably bent over backwards to see things from the Israeli point of view, not an easy matter for journalists attempting to survive Israeli terror bombings. In fact, testimony from Israeli sources was often far harsher than what was reported in the US press, and what appeared in US journals was often a considerably watered-down version of what journalists actually perceived. 24. But the charges are taken very seriously despite their manifest absurdity, while accurate critique of the media for its subordination to the US Israeli perspective and suppression of unacceptable fact is, as usual, entirely ignored. Typically, a study of published analyses of media coverage of the 1982 war in Lebanon includes numerous denunciations of the press for an alleged anti-Israel 106 stance and a few defenses of the media against these charges, but not even a reference to the fact that there were extensive, and quite accurate, critical analyses of exactly the opposite phenomenon. 25. Within the narrow constraints of the highly ideological US intellectual climate, only the former criticism can even be heard. The Iron Fist operations, which the Israeli command is happy to describe as terrorism, had 2 main purposes. The first, John Kiffner observes, from Lebanon, was to turn the population against the guerrillas by making the cost of supporting them too high, in short, to hold the population hostage to terrorist attack, unless they accept the arrangements Israel intends to impose by force. The second purpose was to exacerbate internal conflicts in Lebanon and to implement a general population exchange after intercommunal strife, much of which appears to have been incited by the occupier since 1982, in the classic manner. There is a great deal of evidence, Lebanon-based correspondent Jim Muir observes, that the Israelis helped fuel and encourage the Christian Druze conflict in the Chuk region. In the south, a senior international aid official said, their dirty tricks department did everything it could to stir up trouble, but it just didn't work. Their behavior was wicked, a view shared by the international relief community as a whole. Local eyewitnesses reported that Israeli soldiers frequently shot into the Palestinian camps from nearby Christian areas in an effort to incite the Palestinians against the Christians, while residents in the Christian villages reported that Israeli patrols forced Christians and Muslims at gunpoint to punch one another, among other forms of bizarre humiliation. The techniques finally worked. Israel's Christian allies attacked Muslims near Sidon in a manner guaranteed to elicit a response from considerably more powerful forces, initiating a bloody cycle of violence that ultimately led to the flight of tens of thousands of Christians, many to the Israeli-dominated regions in the south, while tens of thousands of Shiites were driven north by the Iron Fist operations. 26. The pretense in the United States was that Israel was always planning to withdraw and that the Shiite terrorists were simply indulging in the usual Arab pleasure in violence for its own sake, delaying the planned withdrawal. But as Jim Muir correctly observes, it is a historical fact beyond serious dispute that the Israelis would not be withdrawing now were it not for the attacks and the casualties they have caused. The extent of the withdrawal would be determined by the intensity of the resistance. 2. The Israeli High Command explained that the victims of the 107 Iron Fist operations were terrorist villagers. It was thus understandable that 13 of them were massacred by Islam militiamen in the incident that elicited this observation. Yossi Olmert of the Shiloah Institute, Israel's Institute of Strategic Studies, observed that these terrorists operate with the support of most of the local population. An Israeli commander complained that the terrorist has many eyes here, because he lives here, while the military correspondent of the Jerusalem Post described the problems faced in combating the terrorist mercenary fanatics, all of whom are sufficiently dedicated to their causes to go on running the risk of being killed while operating against the IDF, which must maintain order and security despite the price the inhabitants will have to pay, arousing his admiration for the way in which they were doing their job. Leon Wieseltier explained the difference between Shiite terrorism against the occupying army and Palestinian terrorism, each a manifestation of the evil Arab nature. The Palestinians had murderers who wished to kill. The Shiites have murderers who wish to die, conducting actions inspired by a chiliastic demand of the world for which there can be no merely political or diplomatic satisfaction, nothing so simple as removing the occupying army from their land. Rather, their secret army Amal has been consecrated to the destruction of Israel since its founding in 1975, perfect nonsense, needless to say, which goes well beyond the tales concocted by his mentors. 28. The same concept of terrorism is widely used by us officials and commentators. Thus the press reports, without comment, that Secretary of State Schultz's concern over international terrorism became his passion after the suicide bombing of U.S. Marines in Lebanon in October 1983, troops that much of the population saw, quite naturally, as a foreign military force sent to impose the new order established by the Israeli aggression. Barry Rubin writes that the most important use of Syrian-sponsored terrorism within Lebanon was to force the withdrawal of Israeli troops and US Marines, while both Iran and Syria have supported terrorist activity by Shiite extremist groups in southern Lebanon, such as attacks on the Israeli-backed South Lebanese army. In the view of the apologist for state terror, resistance to an occupying army or its local mercenaries is terrorism, meriting harsh reprisal. The New York Times Israel correspondent Thomas Friedman routinely describes attacks in southern Lebanon directed against Israeli forces as terrorist bombings or suicide terrorism, which, he assures us, is the product of psychological weaknesses or religious 108 fervor. He reports further that residents of Israel's security zone who violate the rules established by the occupiers are shot on the spot, with questions asked later. Some of those shot have been innocent bystanders. But this practice is not state terrorism. He also notes that Israel has taken great pains to limit the flow of news out of the area. No reporters have been allowed to cover the aftermaths of suicide attacks, and virtually no information is released about them. This fact does not prevent him from reporting with much confidence about the background and motives of those designated terrorists by the occupiers. 29 As Reagan and Paris were congratulating one another on their principled stand against the evil of terrorism before their admiring audience, the press reported yet another terrorist act in southern Lebanon. Terrorists kill 6, demolish US-owned Christian radio station in Lebanon, the headlines read on the same day. 30 Why should Lebanese terrorists destroy the Voice of Hope, run by American Christian missionaries? The question was barely raised, but let us look into it, in the interest of clarifying the concepts of terrorism and retaliation. One reason is that the station speaks for the South Lebanon Army, 31 the mercenary force established by Israel in southern Lebanon to terrorize the population in its security zone. The location of the station, near the village of Kayam, is also worthy of note. Kayam has a history, unknown here. Zeev Schiff alluded to this history in the midst of Paris's Iron Fist operations. He observed that when Israel invaded Lebanon in 1982, the village of Kayam was empty of inhabitants, though now it has 10,000, and that the Lebanese town of Nabataya had only 5,000 inhabitants, today 50,000. These and others will once again be forced to abandon their homes if they permit extremists in their community or Palestinians to attack Israeli settlements, Schiff explained. 32 That will be their fate if they mimic the IDF, which was then attacking Lebanese villages, randomly murdering civilians and destroying property in defense against the terrorism that has not disappeared as Israeli soldiers are harassed daily in southern Lebanon. 33 For the Lebanese to whom the warning was addressed, and for at least some better informed elements of his Israeli audience, Schiff did not have to explain why the population of Nabataya had been reduced to 5,000 and Qayyim emptied by 1982. The population had been driven out, with hundreds killed, by Israeli terror bombardment from the early 1970s, and the handful who remained in Qayyim were slaughtered during the 1978 invasion of 109. Lebanon, under the eyes of the elite Golani Brigade, by Israel's Hadid militia, which succeeded in establishing relative peace in the region and preventing the return of PLO terrorists, the man of peace explained. 34 Qayyim is also the site of a secret jail, maintained by Israel and its local militia allies in South Lebanon, where detainees are held in appalling conditions and subjected to beatings and electric shock torture, according to former inmates and international relief officials in the area. The Red Cross reported that Israelis were running the center and that it had been refused entry by the IDF. There might have been more to say, then, about the terrorist attack by fanatics at Qayyim on October 17, 1985, were matters such as these considered fit to become part of historical memory alongside other acts of terror of greater ideological serviceability. Nabataya, too, has further stories to tell. The flight of 80% of its population, mostly because of fear of the Israeli shelling, was reported by two Jerusalem Post correspondents who were touring southern Lebanon in an effort to unearth evidence of PLO terror and atrocities, finding little, though there was ample evidence of Israeli terror and its effects. 36 One such bombardment was on November 4, 1977, when Nabataya came under heavy artillery fire from Israeli-supported Lebanese Maronite positions and also from Israeli batteries on both sides of the frontier, including some of the 6 Israeli strongpoints inside Lebanon. The attacks continued the next day, with 3 women killed among other casualties. On November 6, 2 rockets fired by Fatah guerrillas killed 2 Israelis in Nahariya, setting off an artillery battle and a second rocket attack that killed 1 Israeli. Then came the Israeli air raids in which some 70 people, nearly all Lebanese, were killed. 37 This Israeli-initiated exchange, which threatened to lead to a major war, was cited by Egyptian President Sadat as a reason for his offer to visit Jerusalem a few days later. 38. These events have entered historical memory in a different form, however, not only in journalism but also in scholarship. In an effort to disrupt the movement towards a peace conference, Edward Haley writes, on the basis of no evidence, the PLO fired Katyusha rockets into the northern Israeli village of Nahariya, on 6 and November 8, killing 3, and eliciting the inevitable Israeli reprisal on November 9, with over 100 killed in attacks in and around Tyre and 2 small towns to the south. 39 As is the rule in properly sanitized history, Palestinians carry out terrorism, Israelis then retaliate, perhaps too harshly. In the real world, the truth is often rather different. It is this rather messy truth which must be 110 confronted before we can fully comprehend terrorism in the Middle East. The torment of Nabataya was rarely noted by the Western press, though there are a few exceptions. One of the Israeli attacks was on December 2, 1975, when the Israeli Air Force bombed the town, killing many Lebanese and Palestinian civilians, using anti-personnel weapons, bombs, and rockets. 40. This raid, unusual in that it was reported, aroused no interest or concern in civilized circles, perhaps because it was apparently a retaliation, namely, retaliation against the UN Security Council, which had just agreed to devote a session to a peace offer by Syria, Jordan, and Egypt, supported by the PLO and even prepared by the PLO according to Israel's then UN Representative Chaim Herzog, calling for a two-state settlement on the internationally recognized borders. The US predictably vetoed the resolution. 41. All of this has largely been eliminated from history, both in journalism and scholarship. 42. The story continues today, with little change. In early 1986, while the eyes of the world were focused in horror on the terrorists in the Arab world, the press reported that Israeli tank cannon poured fire into the village of Spurious in southern Lebanon, aiming at 30 houses from which the IDF claimed they had been fired upon by armed terrorists resisting their military actions in the course of what they described as a search for 2 Israeli soldiers who had been kidnapped in the Israeli security zone in Lebanon. Largely kept from the American press was the report by the UN peacekeeping forces that Israeli troops went really crazy in these operations, locking up entire villages, preventing the UN troops from sending in water, milk, and oranges to the villagers, subjected to interrogation, meaning brutal torture of men and women by Israeli forces and their local mercenaries. The IDF then departed, taking away many villagers including pregnant women, some brought to Israel in further violation of international law, leveling houses and looting and wrecking others, while Shimon Peres said that Israel's search expresses our attitude towards the value of human life and dignity. 3 months later, on March 24, Lebanese radio reported that Israeli forces, either IDF or SLA mercenaries, shelled Nabataya, killing 3 civilians and wounding 22 as shells slammed into the marketplace in the center of town at daybreak as crowds gathered for trading, allegedly in retaliation for an attack on Israel's mercenary forces in southern Lebanon. A leader of the Shiite Amal vowed that Israeli settlements and installations will not be beyond the blows of the resistance. On March 27, a 111. Katyusha rocket struck a schoolyard in northern Israel, injuring 5 people, and eliciting an Israeli attack on Palestinian refugee camps near Sidon, killing 10 people and wounding 22, while Israel's northern commander stated over Israeli army radio that the IDF had not determined whether the rocket had been fired by Shiite or Palestinian guerrillas. On April 7, Israeli planes bombed the same camps and a neighboring village, killing 2 and wounding 20, claiming that terrorists had set out from there with the intent of killing Israeli citizens. 44. Of all these events, only the rocket attack on northern Israel merited anguished TV coverage and general outrage at the evil scourge of terrorism, though this was somewhat muted because of the mass hysteria then being orchestrated over a Nicaraguan invasion of Honduras, as the Nicaraguan army exercised its legal right of hot pursuit in driving out of its territory terrorist gangs dispatched by their US directors in a show of force just prior to the Senate vote on Contra aid. Recall that the only serious issue under debate in the terrorist state is whether the Contras can succeed in their aims. Israel, of course, was not exercising a legal right of hot pursuit in shelling and bombing towns and refugee camps, nor have its acts of wholesale terrorism and outright aggression in Lebanon ever fallen under this concept. But as a client state, Israel inherits from its master the right of terrorism, torture and aggression. Nicaragua, as an enemy, plainly lacks the right to defend its territory from US international terrorism, though one might argue that US actions there reach the level of aggression, a war crime of the category for which people were hanged at Nuremberg and Tokyo. Consequently, it is natural that Israel's actions should be ignored, or dismissed as legitimate retaliation, while Congress, across the narrow spectrum, denounced the Nicaraguan Marxists for this renewed demonstration of the threat they pose to regional peace and stability. The Israeli invasion of Lebanon in June 1982 is also regularly presented in properly sanitized form. Shimon Peres writes that the Peace for Galilee operation was fought in order to ensure that the Galilee will no longer be shelled by Katyusha rockets. Eric Briendel explains that of course, the principal aim of the Israeli invasion in 1982 was to protect the Galilee region from Katyusha rocket attacks and other shelling from Lebanon. The news pages of the New York Times inform us that the invasion began after attacks by Palestine Liberation Organization guerrillas on Israel's northern settlements, and, without comment, that Israeli leaders said they've wanted to end the rocket and shelling. 112. Attacks on Israel's northern border, which has been accomplished for the 3 years the Israeli army has spent in Lebanon. Henry Com adds that for nearly 3 years, the people of Kiryat Shemona have not slept in their bomb shelters, and parents have not worried when their children went out to school or to play. The Soviet-made Katyusha rockets, which for many years struck this town near the Lebanese border at random intervals, have not fallen since Israel invaded Lebanon in June 1982. And Thomas Friedman observes that if rockets again rain down on Israel's northern border after all that has been expended on Lebanon, the Israeli public will be outraged. Right now there are no rockets landing in northern Israel. And if large-scale attacks begin afresh on Israel's northern border, that minority that favors keeping the army in Lebanon could grow into a majority again. Operation Peace for Galilee, the Israeli invasion of Lebanon, was originally undertaken to protect the civilian population from Palestinian gunners, Friedman reports in one of the numerous human interest stories on the travail of the suffering Israelis. Political figures regularly expound the same doctrine. Zbigniew Brzezinski writes that the increased Syrian military presence and the use of Lebanon by the Palestine Liberation Organization for incursions against Israel precipitated the Israeli invasion last year. Ronald Reagan, in a typical display of moral cowardice, asks us to remember that when the invasion all started, Israel, because of the violations of its own northern border by the Palestinians, the PLO, had gone all the way to Beirut, where it was 10,000 Palestinians, who had been bringing ruin down on Beirut, not the mad bombers whom he was joyously supporting. 45 These and innumerable other accounts, many with here trending descriptions of the torment of the people of the Galilee subjected to random Katyusha bombardment, help create the approved picture of Soviet-armed Palestinian fanatics, the central component of the Russian-based international terror network, who compel Israel to invade and strike Palestinian refugee camps and other targets, as any state would do, to defend its people from merciless terrorist attack. The real world, of course, is rather different. David Shipler writes that in the 4 years between the previous Israeli invasion of southern Lebanon in 1978, and the invasion of June 6, 1982, a total of 29 people were killed in northern Israel in all forms of attacks from Lebanon, including shelling and border crossings by terrorists, but that for a year before the 1982 invasion, the border was quiet. 46 This report has the merit of approaching at least 113 half-truth. While the PLO refrained from cross-border actions for a year prior to the Israeli invasion, the border was far from quiet. Since Israeli terror continued, killing many civilians, the border was quiet only in the racist terms of us discourse. Nor do Shipler and his associates recall that while 29 people were killed in northern Israel from 1978, thousands were killed by Israeli bombardments in Lebanon, barely noted here, and in no sense retaliatory. The bombardments from 1978 were a central element of the Camp David peace process, which, quite predictably, freed Israel to extend its takeover and repression in the occupied territories while attacking its northern neighbor, with the main Arab deterrent, Egypt, now removed from the conflict and US military support rapidly increasing. 47 The PLO observed the US-arranged ceasefire of July 1981, despite repeated Israeli efforts to evoke some action that could be used as a pretext for the planned invasion, including bombardment in late April 1982 killing 24 people, sinking of fishing boats, etc. The only exceptions were a light retaliation in May after Israeli bombardment, and the response to heavy Israeli bombing and ground attacks in Lebanon in June that caused many civilian casualties. The Israeli attacks were in retaliation for the attempted assassination of the Israeli ambassador in London by Abu Nidal, a sworn enemy of the PLO who did not even have an office in Lebanon. Again, the familiar story of retaliation. It was this assassination attempt that was used as the pretext for the long-planned invasion. The New Republic tells us that the successes of UN negotiator Brian Urquhart have been minor, somehow forgettable. His negotiations of a PLO ceasefire in southern Lebanon in 1981, For instance, 48 that strict party line journals should prefer to forget the facts is not surprising, but the prevalence of such convenient lapses of memory is noteworthy. Furthermore, a look at what happened in July 1981 reveals the same pattern. On May 28, Zeev Schiff and Ehud Yaari write, Prime Minister Menachem Begin and Chief of Staff Raphael Eitan took another step that would bring their country appreciably closer to a war in Lebanon with an action that was essentially calculated towards that end. They broke the ceasefire with bombing of PLO concentrations, a term of Newspeak, referring to any target Israel chooses to hit, in southern Lebanon. The attacks continued from air and sea until June 2. Schiff and Yaari continue, while the Palestinians responded gingerly for fear that a vigorous reaction would only provoke a crushing Israeli ground. 114. Operation. A ceasefire was again established, broken again by Israel on July 10 with renewed bombardments. This time there was a Palestinian reaction, with rocket attacks that caused panic in the northern Galilee followed by heavy Israeli bombing of Beirut and other civilian targets. By the time a ceasefire was declared on July 24, some 450 Arabs, nearly all Lebanese civilians, and 6 Israelis were killed. 49. Of this story, all that is remembered is the torment of the northern Galilee, subjected to random Katyusha bombing by PLO terrorists that finally provoked Israel to retaliate in its June 1982 invasion of Lebanon. This is true even of serious journalists who do not simply provide a pipeline for official propaganda. Edward Walsh writes that the repeated rocket attacks in 1981 had put Kiryat Shemona once again under siege, describing the distraught parents and the terror caused by the pounding of artillery and rocket barrages from the nearby Palestinian bases in 1981, with no further word on what was happening. Curtis Wilkie, one of the more skeptical and perceptive of American journalists in the Middle East, writes that Kiryat Shemona came under withering fire from Palestinian Liberation Organization forces in 1981. The rain of Soviet-made Katyusha rockets was so intense at one point that those residents who had not fled were forced to spend 8 consecutive days and nights in bomb shelters, again, with no further word on the reasons for this withering fire or on the mood in Beirut and other civilian areas where hundreds were killed in the murderous Israeli bombardment. Nor were these matters raised elsewhere. 30. The example gives some further insight into the concept of terrorism and retaliation, as conceived within the US ideological system, and into the racist assumptions which, as a matter of course, exclude the suffering of the primary victims, who are Arab and hence less than human. The official story that the rocket and shelling attacks on Israel's northern border were ended thanks to the Peace for Galilee, as the NYT version has it, is doubly false. First, the border was quiet for a year prior to the invasion apart from Israeli terror attacks and provocations, and the major rocket attacks, in July 1981, were a response to Israeli terror which exacted a toll almost 100 times greater than the PLO response in this incident alone. Second, in sharp contrast to the preceding period, rocket attacks began shortly after the invasion ended, from early 1983, and have continued since. A group of dissident Israeli journalists report that in 2 weeks of September 1985, 14 Katyusha rockets were fired at the Galilee. Furthermore, terrorist attacks 115 increased by 50% in the West Bank in the months following the war, and by the end of 1983 had increased by 70% since the war in Lebanon, becoming a severe threat by 1985. Not a surprising outcome in view of the savage atrocities and the destruction of the civil society and political system of the Palestinians. 51. The real reason for the 1982 invasion was not the threat to the northern Galilee, as the sanitized history would have it, but rather the opposite, as was plausibly explained by Israel's leading specialist on the Palestinians, Hebrew University professor Yehoshua Porath, a moderate in Israeli parlance, who supports the Labour Party's Jordanian solution for the Palestinians, shortly after the invasion was launched. The decision to invade, he suggests, flowed from the very fact that the ceasefire had been observed. This was a veritable catastrophe for the Israeli government, because it threatened the policy of evading a political settlement. The government's hope, he continued, is that the stricken PLO, lacking a logistic and territorial base, will return to its earlier terrorism. It will earn 7 out bombings throughout the world, hijack airplanes, and murder many Israelis, and thus will lose part of the political legitimacy it has gained and undercut the danger of negotiations with representative Palestinians, which would threaten the policy, shared by both major political groupings, of keeping effective control over the occupied territories. 52. The plausible assumption of the Israeli leadership was that those who shape public opinion in the United States, the only country that counts, now 7, that Israel has chosen to become a mercenary state serving the interests of its provider, could be counted on to obliterate the actual history and portray the terrorist acts resulting from Israeli aggression and atrocities as random acts of violence ascribable to defects in Arab character and culture, if not racial deficiencies. Subsequent US commentary on terrorism fulfills these natural expectations with absolute precision, thus securing the propaganda objectives for state terrorists in Jerusalem and Washington. The basic points are understood well enough in Israel. Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir observed on Israeli television that Israel went to war because there was a terrible danger. Not so much a military one as a political one, prompting the fine Israeli satirist B. Michael to write that the lame excuse of a military danger or a danger to the Galilee is dead. We have removed the political danger by striking first, in time. Now, thank God, there is no one to talk to. Columnist Aaron Batcher comments that it is EAS / to understand the mood of the Israeli leadership. Arafat has been 116. Accused of steadily moving towards some kind of political accommodation with Israel, and in the eyes of the Israeli administration, this is the worst possible threat, including labor as well as Likud. Benny Morris observes that the PLO held its fire along the northern border for a whole year, on a number of occasions omitting completely to react to Israeli actions designed specifically to draw PLO fire on the north, commenting further that for the senior IDF officers, the war's inevitability rests on the PLO as a political threat to Israel and to Israel's hold on the occupied territories, since Palestinian hopes inside and outside the occupied territories for the maturation of nationalist aspirations rested on and revolved about the PLO. Like every sane commentator, he ridicules the hysterical talk about captured weapons and the PLO military threat, and predicts that the Shiites of West Beirut, many of them refugees from previous Israeli bombardments of southern Lebanon in the 1970s, will probably remember the IDF siege of June-August 1982 for a long time, with long-term repercussions in Shiite terrorism against Israeli targets. 53. On the right wing, Likud Knesset member Ehud Olmert commented that the danger posed by the PLO to Israel did not lie in its extremism, but in the fictitious moderation Arafat managed to display without ever losing sight of his ultimate aim, which is the destruction of Israel. Arguably true, in the sense in which David Ben-Gurion, while in power, never lost sight of his ultimate aim of expanding to the limits of Zionist aspirations, including much of the surrounding countries and on some occasions, the biblical borders from the Nile to Iraq, while the native population would somehow be transferred. Former West Bank Administrator Professor Menachem Milson states that it is a mistake to think that the threat to Israel represented by the PLO is essentially a military one, rather, it is a political and ideological one. Defense Minister Ariel Sharon explained just before the invasion that quiet on the West Bank requires the destruction of the PLO in Lebanon. His ultra-right cohort, Chief of Staff Raphael Eitan, commented afterwards that the war was a success, because it severely weakened the political status of the PLO and the struggle of the PLO for a Palestinian state while enforcing Israel's capacity to block any such purpose. Commenting on these statements, Israeli military historian Yuri Milstein, a supporter of Labour's Jordanian solution, observes that among the goals of the invasion in the Sharon-Eitan conception were to establish a new order in Lebanon and the Middle East, to advance the process of 117. Sayyidization in several Arab states, to guarantee the annexation of Judea and Samaria, the West Bank, to the State of Israel, and perhaps a solution of the Palestinian problem. At the other end of the political spectrum, Knesset member Amnon Rubinstein, much admired in the US for his liberal and dovish stance, writes that even though the ceasefire had been observed more or less, nevertheless the invasion of Lebanon was justified because of a potential, not actual military threat. The arms and ammunition in southern Lebanon were intended for eventual use against Israel. Consider the implications of this astonishing argument in other contexts, even if we were to take seriously the claims about a potential PLO military threat to Israel. 34. Note that Rubinstein anticipated the interesting doctrine enunciated by the Reagan administration in justifying its April 1986 bombing of Libya in self-defense against future attack, a right that not even Hitler claimed, but that the US government had the gall to describe as in accord with the U-Charter, to much applause from left liberal critics for this new departure in international lawlessness. 33. American apologists for Israeli atrocities occasionally acknowledge the same truths. Just before the invasion, New Republic editor Martin Peretz, echoing Sharon and Eitan, urged that Israel should administer to the PLO a lasting military defeat in Lebanon that will clarify to the Palestinians in the West Bank that their struggle for an independent state has suffered a setback of many years, so that the Palestinians will be turned into just another crushed nation, like the Kurds or the Afghans. And Democratic Socialist Michael Walzer, who sees the solution for Palestinian Arabs, within Israel as well, in transfer of those marginal to the nation, essentially, the position of the racist Rabbi Kahane, explained in the New Republic after the war that I certainly welcome the political defeat of the PLO, and I believe that the limited military operation required to inflict that defeat can be defended under the theory of just war. 36. In short, the goals of the war were political, the occupied territories being one prime target, the new order in Lebanon, and perhaps beyond, another. The tale about protecting the border from terrorism is agitprop, eagerly swallowed by the docile US media. If Palestinian terrorism can be revived, so much the better. And if we can't pin the blame on Arafat, he can at least be stigmatized as the founding father of contemporary Palestinian violence, so that his efforts at political settlement can be evaded. The problem of evading a political settlement did not end with 118. The destruction of the political base for the PLO, as had been hoped, so the US media must remain vigilant to combat the threat and defend the doctrinal truth that the US and Israel seek peace but are blocked by Arab rejectionism. Thus, in April-May 1984, Arafat made a series of statements in Europe and Asia calling for negotiations with Israel leading to mutual recognition. The offer was immediately rejected by Israel. A UPI story on Arafat's proposals was featured in the San Francisco Examiner, and the facts were reported without prominence in the local quality press. The national press suppressed the story outright, apart from a bare mention in the Washington Post some weeks later. The New York Times refused to publish a word and even banned letters on the topic, while continuing, along with the media in general, to denounce Arafat for his unwillingness to pursue a diplomatic course. In general, the more significant the journal, the more it was determined to suppress the facts. 57. In a suitably anguished article on extremism and its successes in the Middle East, the New York Times Israel correspondent Thomas Friedman writes that extremists have always been much better at exploiting the media. He is quite right. Israel and the US have shown unparalleled mastery of this art, as his own articles and news reports indicate, leading some to wonder whether he should not be called Israel's Times correspondent. 58. Under the term extremist he does not include those who are responsible for the large majority of terrorist operations and who reject negotiations leading to mutual recognition and a political settlement in accord with the international consensus. Rather, those who advocate such a political settlement are the extremists who stand in the way of peace, while the US and its Israeli ally, with their extreme rejectionism, are by definition the moderates. In adopting this conceptual framework so as to exclude any possible comprehension of the facts and issues, the New York Times follows closely its Israeli mentors, for example, Yitzhak Rabin, a leading Israeli moderate in NYT parlance, who explains that the aim of the Palestinian extremists, basically the PLO, is to create a sovereign Palestinian state in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip. Naturally, then, when Friedman reviews 2 decades of seeking peace in the Mideast, the major Arab proposals rejected by the US and Israel are omitted, as inappropriate for the historical record. Meanwhile, the Israeli leaders are praised for their healthy pragmatism while the PLO is denounced for standing in the way of peace. 39. Knowledgeable Israelis are of course aware of Arafat's stand. 119. Former Chief of Military Intelligence Yehoshafat Harkabi, an Arabist and well-known hawk for many years, notes that the PLO wishes a political settlement because it knows that the alternative is terrible and will lead to total destruction. Arafat, like Hussein and the Arabs of the West Bank, is afraid that if there will not be a settlement, Israel will explode, and with it all its neighbors, including the Palestinians. Therefore Arafat adopts relatively moderate positions with regard to Israel. 60. These observations underscore several points. 1. There is a crucial political context in which terrorism must be understood, if we are to be serious about it. 2. It is the other fellow's crimes, not our own comparable or worse ones, that constitute terrorism, in this case, Palestinian but not Israeli or American crimes. 3. The concepts of terrorism and retaliation are used as terms of propaganda, not description. Crucially, the hysteria evoked over carefully selected acts of terrorism, those by Arabs, whether Palestinians, Lebanese Shiites, Libyans, Syrians, or even Iranians, who can count as Arabs for this purpose, is designed to achieve certain specific political goals. A further inquiry reinforces these conclusions. Consider again the matter of retaliation. The first rocket attack by Shiites against Kiryat Shemona itself was in December 1985, after over 3 years of a military occupation of extreme brutality, which reached its peak during the Iron Fist operations under Shimon Peres in early 1985. But the occasionally reported savagery of the occupiers fails to convey anything like the full story, since it ignores the day-to-day reality. The same is true of the occasional reporting of Israeli atrocities in the occupied territories, which fails to convey the true picture of brutal degradation, repression, exploitation of cheap, including child labor, harsh control over political and cultural life and curtailment of economic development. A more instructive picture is given by Julie Flint, recounting the story of life and death in one southern Lebanese village of Shiites a month before the rocket attack. Kfar Rummani had been a prosperous agricultural town of 8,000 people near Nabataya during the period when, according to the official history, southern Lebanon was subjected to PLO terror. After what the New York Times called its liberation from PLO rule, it was surrounded by 2 huge fortifications built by the Israelis and their Lebanese proxy, the South Lebanon Army, from which there is constant sniping and shelling, sometimes from dawn to dusk. Sometimes only for a few hours, with many casualties, leading to the flight of 6,000 people and leaving 3/4 of the 120 town uninhabitable in this dying village where there is no sign of resistance activities, and little likelihood of it among the apolitical farmers on a bare expanse of flat hillside. 61 was the shelling of Kiryat Shemona terrorism or retaliation, even putting aside the murderous atrocities of the Peres Rabin Iron Fist operations. A look at the lives of the terrorists is also instructive. One was interviewed by The Washington Post in a 5-part series on terrorism. Serving an 18-year sentence in an Israeli jail, he was chosen as in many ways typical of terrorists now in jail from London to Kuwait. In his life, a personal tragedy, the death of his father in a bomb blast in Jerusalem in 1947, combined with the discovery of a system of belief, Marxism, to plunge him into a world of cold-blooded political murder. The bomb that killed his father and more than 90 other persons was set by the Irgun Zionist underground group, led by Menachem Begin, at British military headquarters in what is now the King David Hotel, as it was then. 62 He was introduced to Marxism, he said, by the reality of conditions in Palestinian camps in the occupied West Bank. The reality of the occupied territories, not only in the camps, is bitter and cruel, contrary to what is reported in editorial pages of the nation's press, where we can learn that the occupation was a model of future cooperation and an experiment in Arab-Israeli coexistence. 6 To explain is not to justify, but plainly some questions arise about the easy use of such terms as retaliation. Or consider Suleiman Khater, the Egyptian soldier who murdered 7 Israeli tourists on a Sinai beach on October 5, 1985. The Egyptian press reported that his mother said she was happy that these Jews had died, and a doctor in his village of Bahr al-Bakr described the shootings as a warning against the illusory peace between Egypt and Israel. Why this shocking reaction to an unspeakable crime? The Tunis bombing a few days earlier might be one reason, but there are others. In 1970, Israeli warplanes bombed Bahr al-Bakr, killing 47 school children, during the War of Attrition, when extensive Israeli bombing, some deep inside Egypt, drove 1.5 million civilians from the Suez Canal area, threatening general war when Soviet-piloted MiGs defending inner Egypt were shot down by newly acquired Phantom jets over Egyptian territory. 64 Something is missing, then, when the New York Times Israel correspondent blandly reports that Khater acted out of motives that were nationalist and anti-Israel. 63, something that would surely not have been ignored had the situation been reversed. The PLO claimed that the 3 Israelis murdered on the Vacht 121 in Larnaca had been involved in Israeli hijacking of ships traveling from Cyprus to Lebanon. Israeli journalist David Shaham, however, identifies them as Israeli doves, known for their pro-Arab sympathies. 66. Let us assume Shaham to be correct. 67 There is, however, no doubt that Israel has been carrying out hijacking operations and kidnapping at sea for many years, with little notice and no concern in the US over this crime, which arouses great passion and anger when the perpetrators are Arabs. In 1976, according to Knesset member, General, retired, Matityahu Peled, the Israeli Navy began to capture boats belonging to Lebanese Muslims, turning them over to Israel's Lebanese Christian allies, who typically killed the crews, in an effort to abort attempts at conciliation between the PLO and Israel. Prime Minister Rabin conceded the facts but said that the boats were captured prior to these arrangements, while Defense Minister Shimon Peres refused to comment. After a prisoner exchange in November 1983, a front-page story in the New York Times mentioned in its 18th paragraph that 37 of the Arab prisoners, who had been held at the notorious Ansar prison camp, had been seized recently by the Israeli Navy as they tried to make their way from Cyprus to Tripoli, north of Beirut, an observation that merited no comment there or elsewhere. 68. In June 1984, Israel hijacked a ferry boat operating between Cyprus and Lebanon 5 miles off the Lebanese coast and forced it to Haifa, where 9 people were removed and held, 8 Lebanese and the 9th Syrian. 5 were freed after interrogation and 4 held, including 1 woman and a schoolboy returning from England for a holiday in Beirut. 2 were released 2 weeks later, while the fate of the others remains unreported. The matter was considered so insignificant that one has to search for tiny items in the back pages even to learn this much about the fate of the kidnapped passengers. The London Observer suggested a political motive, to compel passengers to use the ferry operating from the Maronite port of Jauna instead of Muslim West Beirut, or to signal to the Lebanese that they are powerless and must come to terms with Israel. Lebanon denounced this act of piracy, which Godfrey Jansen described as another item in Israel's long list of international thuggery. To maintain the maritime terrorist fiction, he adds, the Israelis then bombed and bombarded a small island off Tripoli which was said to be a base for PLO seaborne operations, a claim that he dismisses as absurd. The Lebanese police reported that 15 were killed, 20 wounded and 122. 20 missing, all Lebanese, fishermen and children at a Sunni Boy Scout camp, which was the worst hit target. 69. In its report on the Israeli interception of the ferry boat, the New York Times observes that prior to the 1982 war, the Israeli Navy regularly intercepted ships bound for or leaving the ports of Tyre and Sidon in the south and searched them for guerrillas, as usual accepting Israeli claims at face value. PLO interception of civilian Israeli ships on a similar pretext might be regarded a bit differently. Similarly, Israel's hijacking of a Libyan civilian jet on February 4, 1986 was accepted with equanimity, criticized, if at all, as an error based on faulty intelligence. 70. On April 25, 1985, several Palestinians were kidnapped from civilian boats operating between Lebanon and Cyprus and sent to secret destinations in Israel, a fact that became public knowledge, in Israel, when one was interviewed on Israeli television, leading to an appeal to the High Court of Justice for information. Presumably there are others, unknown. None of these cases, most of them known only through incidental comment, arouses any interest or concern, any more than when it is reported in passing that Arab security prisoners released in an exchange with Syria were in fact Druze residents of villages in the Israeli-annexed portion of the strategic Golan Heights. 72. It is considered Israel's prerogative to carry out hijacking of ships and kidnappings, at will, as well as bombardment of what it will call terrorist targets with the approval of articulate opinion in the United States, whatever the facts may be. We might tarry a moment over the Israeli attack on the island off Tripoli north of Beirut, in which Lebanese fishermen and Boy Scouts at a camp were killed. This received scant notice, but that is the norm in the case of such regular Israeli terrorist atrocities, of which this is far from the most serious. Palestinian attacks fare differently. None is remembered with more horror than the atrocity at Ma'alat in 1974, where 22 members of a paramilitary youth group were killed in an exchange of fire after Moshe Dayan had refused, over the objections of General Mordecai Gur, to consider negotiations on the terrorists' demands for the release of Palestinian prisoners. 73. One might ask why the murder of Lebanese Boy Scouts is a lesser atrocity, or rather, no atrocity at all, since it was perpetuated by a country that cares for human life. Washington Post, whose high moral purpose, time, is the object of never-ending awe and acclaim, a country which, according to its American propaganda chorus, is held to a higher law, as interpreted for it by journalists. Walter Goodman. 123. 2 days before the Ma'alat attack, Israeli jets had bombed the Lebanese village of El Kafir, killing 4 civilians. According to Edward Said, the Ma'alat attack was preceded by weeks of sustained Israeli napalm bombing of Palestinian refugee camps in southern Lebanon with over 200 killed. At the time, Israel was engaged in large-scale scorched earth operations in southern Lebanon with air, artillery, and gunboat attacks and commando operations using shells, bombs, anti-personnel weapons and napalm, with probably thousands killed. The West could not be troubled, so no accurate figures are available here, and hundreds of thousands driven north to slums around Beirut. 73. Interest was slight and reporting scanty. None of this is recorded in the annals of terrorism, nor did it even happen, as far as sanitized history is concerned, though the murderous Palestinian terrorist attacks of the early 1970s were, rightly of course, bitterly condemned, and still stand as proof that the Palestinians cannot be a partner to negotiations over their fate. Meanwhile, the media are regularly condemned as overly critical of Israel and even pro-PLO, a propaganda coup of quite monumental proportions. The fact that these charges can be voiced without ridicule in itself reveals the extraordinary commitment of the American intellectual establishment to Israeli rejectionism and violence. We might note the interpretation of these events offered by Israeli leaders honored here as moderates, for example Yitzhak Rabin, who was ambassador to Washington and then prime minister during the period of the worst Israeli atrocities in Lebanon, pre-Camp David. We could not ignore the plight of the civil population in southern Lebanon. It was our humanitarian Duty to aid the population of the area and prevent it from being wiped out by the hostile terrorists. 6 reviewers of Rabin's memoirs, where these words appear, found nothing amiss in them, so effectively has an ideologically serviceable history been constructed, and so profound is anti-Arab racism in the West. Israel is not alone in enjoying the nght of piracy and hijacking. A TASS report condemning the Achille Lauro hijacking in October 1985 accused the United States of hypocrisy because two men who hijacked a Soviet airliner, killing a stewardess and wounding other crew members, were given refuge in the US, which refused extradition. 77 The case is not exactly well known, and the charge of hypocrisy might appear to have a certain merit. One might also mention the first airplane hijacking in the Middle East, which is also not familiar fare. It was carried out by Israel in December 1954, when a Svrian Airwaffe civilian jet was intercepted by Israeli 124 fighters and forced to land at Lydda Airport. Chief of Staff Moshe Dayan's intent was to get hostages in order to obtain the release of our prisoners in Damascus, Prime Minister Moshe Sharett wrote in his personal diary. The prisoners in question were Israeli soldiers who had been captured on a spy mission inside Syria. It was Dayan, we recall, who, 20 years later, ordered the rescue attempt that led to the death of Israeli teenagers in Ma'alat who had been taken hostage in an effort to obtain the release of Palestinian prisoners in Israel. Sharett wrote privately that we had no justification whatsoever to seize the plane and that he had no reason to doubt the truth of the factual affirmation of the US State Department that our action was without precedent in the history of international practice. But the incident has since disappeared from history, so that Israeli UN Ambassador Benjamin Netanyahu may appear on national television and accuse the PLO of inventing the hijacking of airplanes and even the killing of diplomats, with no fear of contradiction. 78 As for the killing of diplomats, we might only recall the assassination of UN mediator Folke Bernadotte in 1948 by a terrorist group commanded by Netanyahu's immediate superior, Foreign Minister Yitzhak Shamir, who was one of the three commanders who gave the orders for the assassination. A second, now dead, was a respected commentator in the Israeli press for many years, as is the third. A close friend of David Ben-Gurion's privately confessed that he was one of the assassins, but Ben-Gurion kept it secret, and the Israeli government arranged for the escape from prison and departure from the country of those responsible. In his eyewitness account, Zionist historian John Kimchi writes that there was no nationwide outcry or determination to catch the perpetrators and not much moral indignation. The attitude of the majority was that another enemy of the Jews had fallen by the wayside. The assassination was condemned, regretted, and deplored because it would cast reflections on Israel, and make the work of her diplomats more difficult, not because it was wrong in itself to resort to assassination. 79. In our usefully selective memory, only Arab actions remain as the evil scourge of terrorism. After the hijacking of the Achille Lauro in retaliation for the Tunis bombing, the issue of ship hijacking became a major Western concern. A study by Reuters news agency concluded that there have been just a handful of ship hijackings since 1961, giving a few examples by Muslims. The Israeli hijackings were plainly not on the list. 80. 125. Hijacking is not the only form of terrorism that escapes this category when it is carried out by our friends. Jean Kirkpatrick explained that the blowing up of the Greenpeace anti-nuclear protest ship by French agents with one man murdered was not terrorism. I'd like to say that the French clearly did not intend to attack civilians and bystanders and maim, torture, or kill, an appeal that other terrorists could offer with ease. In its lead editorial, under the title Mitterrand's Finest Hour, the Asian Wall Saint Journal wrote that the Greenpeace campaign is fundamentally violent and dangerous. That the French government was prepared to use force against the Rainbow Warrior suggests that the government had its priorities straight. 81. George Shultz may well deserve the prize for hypocrisy on this score. While urging an active drive on terrorism, he described as insidious the claim that one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter. Freedom fighters or revolutionaries don't blow up buses containing non-combatants. Terrorist murderers do. Freedom fighters don't assassinate innocent businessmen or hijack innocent men, women, and children. Terrorist murderers do. The resistance fighters in Afghanistan do not destroy villages or kill the helpless. The Contras in Nicaragua do not blow up school buses or hold mass executions of civilians. In fact, the terrorists Schultz commands in Nicaragua, as he knows, specialize precisely in murderous attacks on civilians, with torture, rape, mutilation. Their odious record of terror is well documented, though ignored and quickly forgotten, even denied by terrorist apologists. The resistance fighters in Afghanistan have also carried out brutal atrocities of a sort that would evoke fevered denunciations in the West if the attacking forces, who would then be called liberators acting in self-defense, were American or Israeli. As for Schultz's UNITA friends in Angola, only a few months before he spoke they were boasting of having shot down civilian airliners with 266 people killed and had released 26 hostages who had been held as long as 9 months, including 21 Portuguese and Spanish and Latin American missionaries. They had also announced a new campaign of urban terror, AP reported, noting a bombing in Luanda in which 30 people were killed and more than 70 injured when a jeep loaded with dynamite exploded in the city. They had also captured European teachers, doctors, and others, some 140 foreigners the press reported, including 16 British technicians taken hostage, Jonas Savimbi stated, and not to be released until Prime Minister Thatcher offered his organization some kind of recognition. Such 126 actions continue regularly. Example: the blowing up of an hotel in April 1986 with 17 foreign civilians killed and many wounded. Savimbi is one of the few authentic heroes of our times, Jean Kirkpatrick declaimed at a conservative political action convention where Savimbi received enthusiastic applause after vowing to attack American oil installations in his country, a plan to kill Americans that did not invoke the doctrine of self-defense against future attack employed to justify the bombing of Mad Dog Gaddafi, just as there was no bombing of Johannesburg when South African mercenaries were captured in May 1985. In northern Angola on a mission to destroy these facilities and kill Americans. A terrorist state must exercise subtle judgments. In the real world, Savimbi qualifies as a freedom fighter for Schultz, Kirkpatrick, and other leading terrorist commanders and advocates primarily because UNITA is the most extensively backed of South Africa's client groups used to destabilize the neighboring states, as Barry Munslow and Phil O'Keefe observe. 82. As for Schultz's Contra armies, their prime task is to hold the entire civilian population of Nicaragua hostage under the threat of sadistic terror to compel the government to abandon any commitment to the needs of the poor majority, in preference to the moderate and democratic policy of addressing the transcendent needs of US business and its local associates as in more properly behaved states under the US aegis. But in the corrupt and depraved cultural climate in which these terrorist commanders and apologists thrive, Schultz's statements and others like them pass with barely a raised eyebrow. Taking of hostages plainly falls under the rubric of terrorism. There is no doubt, then, that Israel was guilty of a serious act of international terrorism when it removed some 1,200 prisoners, mainly Lebanese Shiites, to Israel in violation of international law by the security situation in southern Lebanon, that is, making it quite clear that they were to be held as hostages, pending a demonstration of good behavior on the part of the local population kept under guard by Israeli forces and their mercenaries in the security zone in southern Lebanon and in surrounding areas. As Mary McGrory observed in a rare departure from the general conformity, the prisoners were hostages in Israeli jails. They are not criminals. They were scooped up as insurance against attack when the Israelis were finally quitting Lebanon. In fact, there was no intention to quit in the course of its retreat from Lebanon, explaining that they would be released on an unspecified schedule to be determined. 127. Southern Lebanon, where Israel retains its security zone, and even the partial withdrawal was the achievement of the Lebanese resistance. 140 prisoners had been secretly removed to Israel in November 1983 in violation of an agreement with the Red Cross to release them in a prisoner exchange. After the closing, temporary, as it turned out, of the Ansar prison camp, the scene of brutal atrocities. They were refused even Red Cross visits until July 1984. Israeli Defense Ministry spokesman Nachman Shai stated that 400 of the 766 still in custody in June 1985 had been arrested for terrorist activities, meaning resistance to the Israeli military occupation, while the rest were arrested for less violent forms of political activism or organizing activities designed to undermine the Israeli army presence in Lebanon, Mr. Shai indicated. 83 Israel had promised to release 340 of the hostages on June 10, but cancelled the release at the last minute for security reasons that were never fully explained. 4 days later, Lebanese Shiites, reported to be friends and relatives of the Israeli-held hostages, 8I hijacked TWA Flight 847, taking hostages in an attempt to free those held by Israel, provoking another bout of well-orchestrated and hypocritical hysteria in the United States, with overtly racist undertones and numerous attacks on the media for allowing the hijackers an occasional opportunity to explain their position, thus interfering with the totalitarian discipline deemed appropriate within the propaganda system. The Israeli kidnappers needed no access to the US media, which were delighted to deliver their message for them, often as news. The press dismissed the hijackers' statements that they wished to secure the release of the Israeli-held hostages, who were, of course, not hostages in US parlance, since they were held by our side. The absurdity of the Shiite pretense was easily exposed. Flora Lewis explained that it is out of character for militant Shiites, who extol martyrdom and show little reluctance to take the lives of others, to be so concerned with the timing of the prisoner's return, another version of the useful concept that the lower orders feel no pain. The New York Times editors offered the pathetic argument that Israel had planned to appease the resentful Shiites last week, that is, a few days prior to the TWA hijacking, but was delayed by the kidnapping of some Finnish UN troops in Lebanon. In a 90-word news item, the ATT had noted the charge by Finland that during this entirely unrelated event, Israeli officers had watched Lebanese militiamen beat up kidnapped Finnish soldiers serving with the United Nations in Lebanon, but 128 had done nothing to help them while they were beaten with iron bars, water hoses, and rifles by members of the South Lebanon Army. There are crimes aplenty here, the New York Times thundered, denouncing the TWA hijackers, the Greek authorities, for their laxity, and even the United States, for having failed to punish Iran for sheltering the killers of 2 Americans in a hijacking last year. But the Israeli hostage-taking was not one of these crimes. 86. Bernard Lewis, his scholarly reputation rendering evidence or refutation of explicit counter-evidence unnecessary, asserted unequivocally that the hijackers or those who sent them must have known perfectly well that the Israelis were already planning to release the Shiite and other Lebanese captives, and that a public challenge of this kind could only delay, rather than accelerate, their release. They could proceed to challenge America, to humiliate Americans because they knew that the supine media would provide them with unlimited publicity and perhaps even some form of advocacy. Recall that this is the voice of a respected scholar in a respected journal, a fact that once again demonstrates the comical frenzy that passes for intellectual life. The editors of the New Republic dismissed the Shiite plea for release of the Israeli-held hostages as perfect rubbish. Hijacking, kidnapping, murder, and massacre are the way Shiites and other factions in Lebanon do their political business. Everyone knew that the Israeli-held prisoners were scheduled for release, when Israel was good and ready. President Reagan escalated the hysteria yet another notch, explaining that the real goal of the terrorists is to expel America from the world, no less, while Norman Podhoretz, noting that use of force would probably have led to the death of American hostages, denounced Reagan for failing to risk life itself, namely, the lives of others in defense of the national honor. New York Mayor Edward Cook called for the bombing of Lebanon and Iran, and others struck appropriately heroic poses. 87 But the careful reader could discover buried in news reports on the hostage crisis that 2,000 Lebanese Shiites, including 700 children, fled their homes under shelling by the South Lebanon Army, who also shot at jeeps of the UN peacekeeping forces, while a combined force of Israeli troops and Christian-led militiamen swept into a South Lebanese village today and seized 19 Shiite men, a United Nations spokesman announced. 88. After the hijacking, Israel began to release its hostages. 129. According to its own timetable, very likely accelerated because the TWA hijacking had focused international attention on its own vastly more significant kidnapping operation. When 300 were released on July 3, AP reported their testimony that they were tortured and starved, while Thomas Friedman of the New York Times heard only that we were treated well by the Israelis. Finally, Reagan wrote a letter to Shimon Peres, saying that the Beirut hostage crisis has strengthened relations between their countries. Nothing was said about the other hostage crisis, which is not part of official history. 89. Even by the standards of Western newspeak, the Israeli actions would qualify as hostage-taking were it not that as a US client state, Israel is exempt from this charge. But it is important to stress again the limits of the Orwellian concepts of contemporary political discourse, in which such terms as terrorism and hostage are construed so as exclude the most extreme examples, as in Nicaragua or southern Lebanon, where entire populations are held hostage to ensure obedience to the foreign master. Such usage is obligatory, given the true nature of international terrorism and the obvious necessity to prevent any comprehension of it. Keeping just to the Middle East, we should recognize that at some level the matter is well understood by the organizers of international terrorism. The reason for the savage attacks on southern Lebanon throughout the 1970s was explained by the Israeli diplomat Abba Eban, considered a leading dove. There was a rational prospect, ultimately fulfilled, that affected populations would exert pressure for the cessation of hostilities. Translating into plain language, the population of southern Lebanon was being held hostage in order to exert pressure on it to compel the Palestinians to accept the status assigned to them by the labor government represented by Eban, who had declared that the Palestinians have no role to play in any peace settlement. Chief of Staff Mordecai Ger explained in 1978 that for 30 years, we have been fighting against a population that lives in villages and cities, noting such incidents as the bombing of the Jordanian city of Irbid and the expulsion by bombing of tens of thousands of inhabitants of the Jordan Valley and 1.5 million civilians from the Suez Canal, among other examples, all part of the program of holding civilian populations hostage in an effort to prevent resistance to the political settlement that Israel originally imposed by force, and then proceeded to maintain while rejecting any possibility of political settlement, for example, Sadat's offer of a full peace treaty on the internationally recognized borders in 130. 1971. Israel's regular practice of retaliation against defenseless civilian targets unrelated to the source of terrorist acts, themselves often retaliation for earlier Israeli terrorism, etc., also reflects the same conception, a departure, by the early 1950s, from Ben-Gurion's earlier dictum that reaction is inefficient unless it is precisely focused. If we know the family, we must strike mercilessly, women and children included. 90. Ger's understanding of Israel's wars is widely shared among the military command. During the Iron Fist operations of early 1985, Defense Minister Yitzhak Rabin warned that, if necessary, Israel would conduct a policy of scorched earth as was the case in the Jordan Valley during the war of attrition with Egypt. Lebanon is a more serious source of terror than it was in 1982, he added. With Shiite terrorists now holding Western Europe in fear, they did not do so prior to the summer of 1982, for unexplained reasons, so that Israel must maintain a zone in the south in which we may intervene. The veteran paratroop commander Dioubek Tamari, who gave the orders to level the Palestinian camp of En El Hilway by air and artillery bombardment to save lives of troops under his command, another notable exercise of the fabled purity of arms, justified the action with the comment that the state of Israel has been killing civilians from 1947, purposely killing civilians as one goal among others. 91. Tamari cited as an example the attack on Kibbutz in 1953, when Ariel Sharon's Unit 101 killed 70 Arab villagers in their homes in alleged retaliation for a terrorist attack with which they had no connection whatsoever. Ben-Gurion pretended on Israeli radio that the villagers were killed by Israeli civilians enraged by Arab terror, mostly refugees, people from Arab countries and survivors from the Nazi concentration camps, dismissing the fantastic allegation that Israeli military forces were involved, a brazen lie that had the further effect of putting Israeli settlements under threat of retaliation. Less known is the fact that a month before the Kibbutz massacre, Moshe Dayan had sent Unit 101 to drive 4,000 Bedouins of the Azazma and Tarban tribes across the Egyptian border, another step in expulsions that had been proceeding from 1950, shortly after the ceasefire. In March 1954, 11 Israelis were murdered in an ambush of a bus in the eastern Negev by members of the Azazma tribe, unprovoked terrorism, evoking an Israeli raid on the Jordanian village of Nahalin with 9 villagers killed, retaliation. In August 1953, Sharon's Unit 101 had killed 20 people, 2/3 women and children, at the Al-Buraig refugee camp in the Gaza Strip, in 131. Retaliation for infiltration. 92. The cycle of retaliation, by Jews, and terror, by Palestinians, can be traced back, step by step, for many years, an exercise that will quickly reveal that the terminology belongs to the realm of propaganda, not factual description. Here too we might note how effectively history has been reconstructed in a more ideologically serviceable form. Thus Thomas Friedman, reviewing Israel's counterterrorism strategy, writes that the first period, from 1948 to 1956, might best be described as the era of counterterrorism through retaliation, or negative feedback, though at least one of these retaliations became highly controversial, involving civilian casualties, the reference presumably being to Kibbutz. The record of scholarship is often hardly different. 93. The Iron Fist operations of the Israeli army in southern Lebanon in early 1985 were also guided by the logic outlined by Eben. The civilian population was held hostage under the threat of terror to ensure that it accept the political arrangements dictated by Israel in southern Lebanon and the occupied territories. The warnings remain in effect, the population remains hostage, with no concern on the part of the superpower that finances these operations and bars any meaningful political settlement. Wholesale terrorism, including the holding of hostages, is exempt from censure in Western newspeak when conducted by an approved source. The same hypocrisy obtains for smaller-scale operations as well. To mention some characteristic cases, in November-December 1983, Israel made it clear that it would not allow 7 Arafat's forces to evacuate the city Tripoli, in northern Lebanon, where they were under attack by Syrian-backed forces as long as the fate of the Israeli prisoners was in doubt. Israel therefore bombed what were called guerrilla positions, preventing the departure of Greek ships that were to evacuate Arafat loyalists. Drew's spokesman reported that a hospital was hit during the bombing and strafing of what were described as Palestinian bases, east of Beirut, while in Tripoli, one already gutted cargo ship took a direct hit and sank and a freighter burst into flames when it was hit. 94. Again, the population, as well as foreign vessels, was held hostage to ensure the release of Israeli prisoners captured in the course of Israel's aggression in Lebanon. In Lebanon and in international waters, Israel regularly carries out attacks with impunity and abandon. In mid-July 1985, Israeli warplanes bombed and strafed Palestinian camps near Tripoli, killing at least 20 people, most of them civilians, including 132 children under 12. Clouds of smoke and dust engulfed the Tripoli refugee camps, home to more than 25,000 Palestinians, for several hours after the 2:55 p.m. attack, which was assumed to be retaliation for 2 car bomb attacks a few days earlier in Israel's security zone in southern Lebanon by a group aligned with Spurious. 2 weeks later, Israeli gunboats attacked a Honduran-registered cargo ship a mile from the port of Sidon, delivering cement according to its Greek captain, setting it ablaze with 30 shells and wounding civilians in subsequent shore bombardment when militiamen returned the tire. The mainstream press did not even bother to report that the following day Israeli gunboats sank a fishing boat and damaged 3 others, while a Sidon parliamentarian called on the UN to end US-backed Israeli piracy. The press did report what Israel called a surgical operation against terrorist installations near Baalbek in the Bekaa Valley in January 1984, killing about 100 people, mostly Chileans, with 400 wounded, including 150 children in a bombed-out schoolhouse. The terrorist installations also included a mosque, an hotel, a restaurant, stores, and other buildings in the 3 Lebanese villages and Palestinian refugee camp that were attacked, while Beirut News reported that a cattle market and an industrial park were also struck with scores of houses destroyed. A Reuters reporter in the bombed villages said that a second round of bombing began 10 minutes after the first, adding to the number of those idled or wounded since men and women had begun dragging dead and wounded from the wrecked buildings. He saw lots of children in hospitals while witnesses reported men and women rushing to schools in a frantic search for their children. The leader of Lebanon's Shiites denounced Israeli barbarism, describing its attacks on innocent Chileans, hospitals, and houses of worship as an attempt to terrorize the Lebanese people, but the incident passed without comment in the US, in no way affecting Israel's status as a country that cares for human life. We may conclude again that the victims of this surgical bombing were less than human, as indeed they are, within the racist Western consensus. 9. One may, again, imagine what the reaction would be in the West, including the pro-Arab media, if the PLO or Syria were to carry out a surgical strike against terrorist installations near Tel Aviv, killing 100 Chileans and wounding 400 others, including 150 children in a bombed-out schoolhouse, along with other Chilean targets. While the standard version in the United States is that Israeli 133 violence, perhaps excessive at times, is retaliation for Arab atrocities, Israel, like the United States, claims much broader rights, the right to carry out terrorist attacks to prevent potential actions against it, as in the justification for the Lebanon war by the dovish Knesset member Amnon Rubinstein. Israeli troops carry out what they call preventive gunfire as they patrol in Lebanon, spraying the terrain with machine guns, leading Irish peacekeeping forces to block the road in protest. Quite commonly, Israeli attacks in Lebanon were described as preventive, not punitive. For example, the bombing and strafing of Palestinian refugee camps and nearby villages by 30 Israeli jets on December 2, 1975, killing 57 people, apparently in retaliation for the decision of the UN Security Council to debate an Arab peace proposal to which Israel violently objected and which therefore has been excised from history. 96 When Israeli airborne and amphibious forces attacked Tripoli in northern Lebanon in February 1973, killing 31 people, mainly civilians, according to Lebanese authorities, and destroying classrooms, clinics, and other buildings, Israel justified the raid as intended to forestall a number of planned terrorist attacks against Israelis overseas. 97 The pattern is regular, and the justifications are accepted here as legitimate because Israel is a useful client state and its victims are considered subhuman. The last case mentioned occurred on the same day that Israel shot down a Libyan civilian airliner lost in a sandstorm 2 minutes flight time from Cairo, towards which it was heading, with 110 people killed. The US officially expressed its sympathy to the families of those involved, but the press spokesman declined to discuss with reporters the administration's feelings about the incident. Israel blamed the French pilot, with the New York Times dutifully in tow, accepting the Israeli claim that the pilot knew he had been ordered to land but instead resorted to highly suspicious evasive action, the same justification offered by the USSR for downing KAL 00798, so that the Israeli act was at worst, an act of callousness that not even the savagery of previous Arab actions can excuse. The official Israeli reaction was given by Prime Minister Golda Meir. The government of Israel expresses its deep sorrow for the loss of human life and is sorry that the Libyan sick pilot did not respond to the warnings given him in accordance with international practice. Shimon Peres went further, observing that Israel acted in accordance with international laws. Israel then falsely claimed that the pilot was not authorized to FLJ the jet plane. The press was forbidden to publish pictures of the 134 destroyed plane, of the dead and the wounded. Amram Cohen observes in a detailed analysis of the Israeli reaction, undertaken after the KAL-007 atrocity, and journalists were not allowed to visit the hospital in Beersheba and to interview survivors. The international reaction was dismissed by the Israeli press as yet another demonstration that the spirit of anti-Semitism flourishes in Europe, virtually a reflex response in the US as well when someone dares to mention or criticize an Israeli atrocity. The Israeli press insisted that Israel is not responsible and that one must blame the French pilot. It was a mobilized press, firm in support of the justice of Israel's actions, Cohen observes. After numerous lies, Israel confirmed that there had been an error of judgment, agreeing to pay ex gratia payments to the families of victims in deference to humanitarian considerations while denying any guilt or Israeli responsibility. The incident was passed over quickly in the United States, with little criticism of the perpetrators of the crime. Prime Minister Golda Meir arrived in the US 4 days later. She was troubled by few embarrassing questions by the press and returned home with new gifts of military aircraft. As noted, the reaction was slightly different when the Russians shot down KAL-007 in September 1983. 100. Though it was comparable when our UNITA friends claimed to have shot down 2 civilian airliners at the same time. Thus function the criteria for international terrorism. The record of Israeli terrorism goes back to the origins of the state, indeed, long before, including the massacre of 250 civilians and brutal expulsion of 70,000 others from Lydda and Rami in July 1948, the massacre of hundreds of others at the undefended village of Duima near Hebron in October 1948 in another of the numerous land-clearing operations conducted while the international propaganda apparatus was proclaiming, as it still does, that the Arabs were fleeing at the call of their leaders, the murder of several hundred Palestinians by the IDF after the conquest of the Gaza Strip in 1956, the slaughters in Kibbutz, Kafr Qasim, and a string of other assassinated villages, the expulsion of thousands of Bedouins from the demilitarized zones shortly after the 1948 war and thousands more from northeastern Sinai in the early 1970s, their villages destroyed, to open the region for Jewish settlement, and on, and on. The victims, by definition, are PLO partisans, hence terrorists. Thus the respected editor of Haaretz, Gershom Skokin, can write that Ariel Sharon made a name for himself from the early 1950s as a ruthless fighter against Palestine Liberation Organization 135. PLO, partisans, referring to the slaughters of civilians he conducted at Al-Buraig and Kibbutz in 1953, long before the PLO existed. The victims in Lebanon and elsewhere are also terrorists. This must be the case, or they could not have been killed by a state so devoted to purity of arms and held to a higher law by the pro-Arab American press. The terrorist commanders are even honored. When the leading contemporary US terrorist took over the presidency in 1981, Israel's prime minister and foreign minister were both notorious terrorist commanders, while the highest position in the Jewish agency was held by a man who had murdered several dozen civilians he was holding under guard in a mosque in a Lebanese town during yet another land-clearing operation in 1948. He was quickly amnestied, all trace of the crime was removed from the record, and he was granted a lawyer's license on the grounds that no stigma could be attached to his act. 101. Even terrorism against Americans is perfectly tolerable. The Israeli attacks against US installations, also, public places, in Egypt in 1954 in an attempt to exacerbate US-Egyptian relations and abort secret peace negotiations then in progress were ignored at the time and are barely remembered, much as in the case of the attempt to sink the US spy ship Liberty in international waters in 1967. Israeli bombers and torpedo boats even shot lifeboats out of the water in an effort to ensure that no one would escape, with 34 crewmen killed and 171 injured. The worst peacetime US naval disaster of the century until then was dismissed as an error, a transparent absurdity, and is today barely known. Similarly, torture of Americans by the Israeli army in the West Bank and southern Lebanon is scarcely noted in the media, with Israeli denials highlighted and verification by the US ambassador in Israel ignored. 103 The fact that the victims were Arab Americans no doubt series as justification, by media standards. What is striking about this record, which includes ample terrorism against Jews as well from the earliest days, is that it in no way sullies Israel's American reputation for moral standards unequaled in history. Each new act of terrorism, if noted at all, is quickly dismissed and forgotten, or described as a temporary deviation from perfection, to be explained by the hideous nature of the enemy which is forcing Israel to depart, if only for a moment, from its path of righteousness. Meanwhile the media are regular, denounced for their double standard as they ignore Arab crimes while holding Israel to impossible standards. Respected scholars, their reputations untarnished by such absurdities, inform us. 136. Soberly that numerous public figures in the West, even a number of Western governments, naturally, all unnamed, have encouraged the PLO to destroy Israel. 104. Across the political spectrum in the United States and among the educated classes with remarkable uniformity and only the most marginal of exceptions, the unchallenged doctrine is that it is the terrorism of the Palestinians and their Arab allies, urged on by the Kremlin, their unremitting commitment to kill Jews and destroy Israel and their refusal to consider any political settlement, that is the root cause of the endless Arab-Israeli conflict, of which Israel is the pathetic victim. As for the United States, it is powerless in the face of the evil scourge of terrorism, from Central America to Lebanon and beyond. The Jewish national movement and the state that developed from it have broken no new ground in their impressive record of terrorist atrocities, apart from the immunity they enjoy in enlightened Western opinion. For Americans, it suffices to recall that Adolf Hitler chose to praise the United States for solving the problem of the native races, 1 as do some of those who live by Hitler's code in Central America today, with us support. But the recent commentary on terrorism in the civilized countries reeks of hypocrisy and merits contempt among decent people. But contempt, however well merited, is not a sufficient reaction. It is also necessary to understand the motives and goals of the propaganda campaign about international terrorism designed for the 1980s by the Reagan administration and joined with much enthusiasm by elite opinion generally. The reasons for establishing the evil scourge of terrorism as the major issue of our time were transparent, though as usual inexpressible within the doctrinal system, which must pretend to take the expressed concern seriously. 106 The Reagan administration came into office committed to three related policies, all proposed in the latter stages of the Carter administration, all generally endorsed with minor variations among the privileged minorities that participate in the political system, all achieved with some success. 1. Transfer of resources from the poor to the rich. 2. Massive increase in the state sector of the economy in the traditional American way, through the Pentagon system, a device to force the public to invest in high-technology industry by means of the state-guaranteed market for the production of high. 137. Technology waste, armaments, and thus to contribute to the program of public subsidy, private profit, called free enterprise, and 3. A substantial increase in the US role in intervention, subversion, and international terrorism, in the true sense of the expression. Such policies cannot be presented to the public in the terms in which they are intended. They can be implemented only if the general population is properly frightened by monsters against whom we must defend ourselves. The standard device is an appeal to the threat of the great Satan, John F. Kennedy's monolithic and ruthless conspiracy bent on world conquest, Reagan's evil empire. But confrontation with the evil empire can be a dangerous affair, so it is preferable to do battle with safer enemies designated as the evil empire's proxies, a choice that conforms well to the third plank in the current political agenda, pursued for quite independent reasons, to ensure stability and order in our global domains. Thus, we must defend ourselves from Nicaraguans and Salvadorans who dare to resist our violence, torture and wholesale terror. In the Middle East, terrorists who may be exhibited by the compliant media as madmen bent on destruction of Western civilization are in ample supply, thanks in good measure to the persistent US rejectionism that has blocked any possibility of a meaningful political settlement of the Arab-Israeli conflict and US support for Israeli terrorism and aggression. David Hurst observes that the main, or the really significant center of international terrorism in the sanitized Western sense of the term is Lebanon. It either breeds its own terrorists, or serves as a congenial home for imported ones, either Palestinians, who have known little but bombardment, murder, massacre, and mutilation, encircling hatred, fear and insecurity, or Lebanese whose society was given its final blow by the US-backed Israeli aggression and its aftermath. One conviction is rooted in the minds of the youth of today among these groups, that under President Reagan, who has carried his country's traditional partisanship with Israel to unprecedented lengths, the US is the incorrigible upholder of a whole existing order so intolerable that any means now justifies its destruction. The terrorist impulse may be strongest among the Palestinians, but it can also be Lebanese, Arab, or, in its most spectacular manifestation, Shiite. The 138 essential point was expressed by the former chief of Israeli military intelligence, General, retired, Yehoshaphat Harkabi, to offer an honorable solution to the Palestinians respecting their right to self-determination, that is the solution of the problem of terrorism. When the swamp disappears, there will be no more mosquitoes. 107. US-Israeli wholesale terrorism and aggression have surely contributed to the situation Hurst describes, predictably and perhaps consciously so, and both terrorist states are more than pleased at the outcome, which provides them with a justification to persist in their course of rejectionism and violence. Furthermore, the retail terrorism to which they have contributed so effectively can be exploited to induce a proper sense of fear and mobilization among the population, as required for more general ends. All that is required is a propaganda system that can be relied upon to shriek in chorus on command and to suppress any understanding of US initiatives, their pattern, their sources, and their motivation. On this score, policy makers need have few concerns. Libya fits the need perfectly. Libya is weak and defenseless, so that martial flourishes and, when needed, murder of Libyans can be conducted with impunity. 108. Gaddafi is easy to hate, particularly against the background of rampant anti-Arab racism in the United States and the deep commitment of the educated classes, with only the rarest of exceptions, to the US-Israeli propaganda system. Gaddafi has created an ugly and repressive society, and he is indeed guilty of terrorism, responsible for killing 14 Libyans according to Amnesty International, and perhaps a handful of others. From its first months in office, the Reagan administration arranged regular confrontations with Libya, or simply concocted Libyan plots and atrocities, as required by domestic needs. The Gulf of Sidra incident in March 1986, and the subsequent US terror attack on Tripoli and Benghazi with some 100 killed, the first bombings in history staged for prime-time television, fit the pattern perfectly, as did the servile media response. To establish Libyan responsibility for terrorism is a simple matter, given the complicity of the media. Government charges backed with no credible evidence are headlined as attacks, with occasional questioning permitted later in the small print after the effect has been achieved. 109. If an individual implicated in a terrorist act once paid a visit to Libya, or is alleged to have received training or funds from Libya in the past, that suffices for 139. Condemnation of Gaddafi as a mad dog who must be eradicated. The same standards would implicate the CIA in the murderous exploits of Cuban exiles over many years, among numerous other terrorist atrocities. Keeping just to 1985, one of the suspects in the bombing of the Air India jumbo jet near Ireland that was the year's worst terrorist act, killing 329 people, was trained in an anti-communist school of mercenaries in Alabama. The terrorist action that cost the most lives in the Middle East was a car bombing in Beirut in March that killed 80 people and wounded 200, carried out by a Lebanese intelligence unit trained and supported by the CIA, in an effort to kill a Shiite leader who was believed to have been involved in terrorist attacks against US installations in Beirut. 110 By the standards of evidence used in the case of Libya, the US is the world's leading terrorist power, even if we exclude the wholesale terrorism ruled ineligible by the propaganda system, given its source. Continuing to 1986, the most serious terrorist acts as of the time of writing were the US bombing of Libya and the bombings in Syria which, according to the radio station of Lebanon's President Amin Gemayel's Falangist Party, killed more than 150 people in April, blamed by Syria on Israeli agents operating from inside Lebanon with no reported evidence, but no less credibility than similar US charges against whoever happens to be the villain of the day, and, incidentally, not falling within the evil scourge of terrorism. 111. The most critical voices in the US agree that Colonel Gaddafi's open support of terrorism is a blatant evil, and there is no reason to let murderers go unpunished if you know their perpetrator. Nor can it be a decisive factor that retaliation will kill some innocent civilians, or murderous states would never fear retribution. 112. A principle that entitles vast numbers of people around the world to assassinate President Reagan and to bomb Washington, even if this retaliation will kill some innocent civilians. It is unlikely that more than a tiny fraction of educated Americans could comprehend these simple truths, and they are hardly likely to be expressible within the doctrinal system. The hysteria successfully evoked in the United States by the government and the media, which leads otherwise sane people to cancel trips to Europe, where they will be far safer than in an American city, is of substantial benefit for state propaganda, helping to mobilize support for the political agenda. Furthermore, by raising the level of acceptance of US violence in retaliation for terrorist acts, the US government keeps its options open for further 140. Escalation if the need arises, perhaps in Central America, to excise the cancer of the Sandinistas, or in the Middle East, if Israel undertakes a preemptive strike against Syria combined with the US attack, packaged for the West as defense against terrorism and intended as a warning to the Soviet Union not to come to the defense of its Syrian ally. The fraudulence and cynicism of the propaganda campaign about international terrorism has been exposed to the tiny audiences that can be reached by dissident opinion in the United States, but the campaign itself has been a remarkable public relations achievement. With the mass media committed to serve the needs of the state propaganda system, systematically excluding any commentary that might expose what is unfolding before the American people's eyes or any rational discussion of it, the prospects for future successes remain impressive. This sendee to wholesale international terrorism contributes to massive suffering and brutality, and in the longer term carries with it serious dangers of superpower confrontation and terminal nuclear war. But such considerations count for little in comparison with the need to ensure that no threat to stability and order can arise, no challenge to privilege and power. There is little here to surprise any honest student of history. 6. As a word and concept, terrorism has acquired an extraordinary status in American public discourse. It has displaced communism as public enemy number one, although there are frequent efforts to tie the two together. It has spawned uses of language, rhetoric, and argument that are frightening in their capacity for mobilizing opinion, gaining legitimacy and provoking various sorts of murderous action. And it has imported and canonized an ideology with origins in a distant conflict, which serves the purpose here of institutionalizing the denial and avoidance of history. In short, the elevation of terrorism to the status of a national security threat, though more Americans drown in their bathtubs, are struck by lightning or die in traffic accidents, has deflected careful scrutiny of the government's domestic and foreign policies. Whether the deflection will be long-standing or temporary remains to be seen, but given the almost unconditional assent of the media, intellectuals, and policy makers to the terrorist vogue, the prospects for a return to a semblance of sanity are not encouraging. I hasten to add two things, however, that are: the noisy consensus on our Libyan adventures is, or seems to be, paper thin. The few dissenting voices are a good deal more effective in stimulating discussion and reflection, which on their own, alas, cannot prevent the destruction we are capable of unleashing, than one might have thought. A small instance of what I mean occurred recently during a Phil Donahue show whose subject was the April 14, 1986 raid on Libya. Donahue began the show by asking, 149. 150. The audience for their opinion. He received an almost total, even enthusiastic, endorsement of our righteous strike. Two of his guests were Sanford Ungar and Christopher Hitchens, who, once they got going, managed quite rapidly to extend the discussion beyond the audience's unexamined assumptions and patriotic bombast. By the end of the hour, the kicking of Libyan ass in revenge for terrorism seemed to be a less agreeable, more troubling exercise than when the program began. The second source of encouragement is related to the first. The obvious case to be made against the ugly violence and disruptions caused by desperate and often misguided people has little sustainable power once it is extended to include gigantic terror networks, conspiracies of terrorist states, or terrorism as a metaphysical evil. For not only will common sense rise up at the paucity of evidence for these preposterous theories, but at some point, which is not yet near enough, the machinery for pushing the terrorist scare will stand exposed for the political and intellectual scandal that it is. The fact is that most, if not all, states use dirty tricks, from assassinations and bombs to blackmail. Remember the CIA-sponsored car bomb that killed 80 people in the civilian quarter of West Beirut in early 1984. The same applies to radical nationalists, although we conveniently overlook the malfeasance of the bands we support. For the present, however, the wall-to-wall nonsense about terrorism can inflict grave damage. The difference between today's pseudo-scholarship and expert jargon about terrorism and the literature about Third World national liberation guerrillas 2 decades ago is interesting. Most of the earlier material was subject to the slower and therefore more careful procedures of print. To produce a piece of scholarship on, say, the Viet Cong, you had to go through the motions of exploring Vietnamese history, citing books, using footnotes, actually attempting to prove a point by developing an argument. This scholarship was no less partisan because of those procedures, no less engaged in the war against the enemies of freedom, no less racist in its assumptions, but it was, or at least had the pretensions of, a sort of knowledge. Today's discourse on terrorism is an altogether more streamlined thing. Its scholarship is yesterday's newspaper or today's CNN bulletin. Its gurus, Claire Sterling, Michael Ledeen, Arnaud de Borchgrave, are journalists with obscure, even ambiguous, backgrounds. Most writing about terrorism is brief, pithy, totally devoid of the scholarly armature of evidence, proof, argument. Its paradigm is the television interview, the spot news announcement, the instant gratification one. 151. Associates with the Reagan White House's reality time, the evening news. This brings us to the book at hand, Terrorism, Horn the West CM Win, edited, and with commentary, we'd like in its proliferation, by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli ambassador to the United Nations. A compilation of essays by 40 or so of the usual suspects, George Shultz, Jean Kirkpatrick, Lord Chalfont, Claire Sterling, Arthur Goldberg, Midge Decter, Paul Johnson, Edwin Mies III, Jean-Francois Revel, Jack Kemp, Paul Laxalt, Leszek Kolakowski, etc. Terrorism is the record of a conference held 2 years ago at the Jonathan Institute in Washington, Jonathan Netanyahu being Benjamin's brother, the only Israeli casualty of the famous raid on Entebbe in 1976. It is worth noting that victims of terrorism like Netanyahu and Leon Klinghoffer get institutes and foundations named for them, to say nothing of enormous press attention, whereas Arabs, Muslims, and other non-whites who die collaterally just die, uncounted, unmourned, unacknowledged by us. The sections into which the book is divided roll forth with a reassuringly steady acceleration. The challenge to the democracies and terrorism and totalitarianism are succeeded by, of course, terrorism and the Islamic world, which in turn brings forth the international network and terrorism and the media. These are followed by the legal foundations for the war against terrorism and the domestic battle, yielding in place to the final, the biggest, the choicest subject of all, the global battle. Compared with earlier works on the subject, for instance, Walter Laqueier's Terrorism, this one has shed all the introductory attempts at historical perspective and cultural context. Terrorism is now a fully formed object of more or less revealed wisdom. There are some low-level oddities about this book that should be noted quickly. Very few efforts are made to convince readers of what is being said, sources and figures are never cited, abstractions and generalizations pop up everywhere, and, except for 3 essays on Islam, historical argument is limited to the single proposition that terrorism has never before presented such a threat to the democracies. I was also struck that the verb in the book's subtitle, How the West Can Win, doesn't seem to have an object. Win what? One wonders. So great is the number of contributors, so hortatory the tone, so confident and many the assertions, that in the end you retain little of what has been said, except that you had better get on with the fight against terrorism, whatever Netanyahu says it is.